Fatal Star, Mage Saga Book 7, written and narrated by J.J. Green. Chapter 1. Carina faced some tough decisions, but she'd already made one. She had decided to exclude Parthenia from the meeting to discuss the plans for the voyage to Earth. Her sister was pissed off, but it wasn't for the first time, and it wouldn't be the last. Plenty of other people were attending. Jackson had come as the representative of the Black Dogs, and Xiao, the pilot, was there for obvious reasons. Carina had also invited Justus, the sole remaining Lotokrillon, due to his knowledge of the current sector's star systems. The ship's database held some information, but it was centuries out of date. There were two more attendees, Bryce and Jace. Bryce was essential. He knew her weaknesses as a leader and would counterbalance them. Jace's presence was important too. He was probably the wisest person on the ship. Xiao spoke first, giving her estimation of the length of the journey ahead. 259 years, Carina exclaimed. I don't understand. When you showed me Earth on the star map holo, it was in the same frame as the ship's position. Those maps cover vast areas. I thought you knew that. You've flown starships. Only a little. I basically managed not to crash them. You're sure it's going to take us that long to reach Earth? I'm not making this up, the pilot said tetchily. It'll take us a decade or so to slow down from maximum speed too, don't forget. I know, but... Carina was at a loss for words. She looked to the others, wondering if they were as surprised as her at the pilot's revelation. We knew Earth had to be very far away for its position to be forgotten, said Bryce, and the galaxy's tens of thousands of light years across. I suppose it shouldn't come as any surprise we have a long journey before us. Jackson shifted in his seat, his prosthetic arm softly clunking on the tabletop. I don't get what the big deal is. We'll be in deep sleep most of the time. Doesn't matter if it takes us 200 or 2,000 years to get to Earth, does it? I don't want to leave the ship on automatic pilot, said Carina. Remember the Regions? We need at least a skeleton crew up and around most of the time. And now we don't have the Lotokrillons. She avoided looking at Justus. There are even fewer of us. How are we going to manage it so we don't all die before we reach our destination? Yeah, well, said Jackson. We did have a skeleton crew when the Regions attacked, and we know how that turned out. You're seriously arguing we shouldn't bother leaving anyone awake because it won't make any difference? That we're doomed whatever we do? Bryce touched her forearm. Jackson has a point. The Bathsheba is a prize for any outlaw spacefarers who spot her, and as we leave the more densely populated areas, there are going to be more of them. Maybe our real problem is how to defend the ship regardless of how many of us are awake or in deep sleep. We were boarded last time, and we could be again. Jace had been silent, stroking his beard up until this point. But then he leaned both elbows on the table and said, You're right, Bryce, and we must remember the detrimental effects of deep sleep too. If we do manage to rig up an automatic defense system, we still mustn't sleep the journey away. We need a timetable of waking and sleeping periods for everyone aboard. Great, muttered Carina. Now we have two problems. The older mage smiled. We have two opportunities. One, to give the Bathsheba the best defences we can, and two, to figure out whose company we will have the pleasure of enjoying while we're awake. As I recall, Carina, going to Earth was your life's ambition. It looks like you may achieve it, and while you're relatively young. Not many can say the same. Or not so young, she said. It sounds like I'll be an old woman by the time we arrive. What do we know about the safety parameters of deep sleep? Does anyone know how long it's safe to stay under? I can check the database for information, said Jackson. But we know that 70-plus years stretch nearly did Calverley in, though he was an old guy to start off with. That probably didn't help. A pang of sadness hit Carina. The old Shura officer had been murdered by the Lotokrillans while she was away buying starship fuel. He had given her sage advice on commanding the ship and its crew, and according to Bryce, he'd allied himself with the Black Dogs, warning them of the impending Lotokrillan attack. At one time, Calverley had been a hated enemy, but he hadn't deserved such a brutal, ignoble death. She wished she had the benefit of his years of military experience now. "Let me know what you find out," she said to Jackson. "I remember feeling like shit when I came out of suspension last time. I don't think anyone, young or old, should be under that long again. My guess is our bodies can only sustain maybe 40 or 50 years of deep sleep, tops, before we suffer harmful effects." "You should look up how long it takes to recover too," Shao commented. "We need to be awake at least that long before going under again." "Got it," replied Jackson. "How's the training with Bibic going?" Carina asked the pilot. Bibic was Shao's apprentice. She had been teaching him the ropes for several weeks. Carina had taken some lessons as well, though she didn't feel confident to pilot the gigantic colony ship solo yet. "Pretty well. He isn't a natural, but he's keen and he listens, which is more than can be said for most 19-year-olds. Present company accepted." Carina chuckled. "As another 19-year-old, I don't see myself as an exception, but I hope I've been listening too." "Absolutely," the pilot replied, also laughing. "You sure about that?" asked Bryce. Carina gave him a playful shove. In truth, the need for competent people to check the Bathsheba's heading and progress regularly was vital. Shao, Bibic, and herself would be the bare minimum required to avoid a major disaster. The ship had sufficient fuel to take them the distance, but they couldn't risk travelling far off course. A mistake of a fraction of a degree meant a journey of millions of kilometres in the wrong direction. "Could you check among the crew for another volunteer apprentice?" she asked Shao, who nodded. "Good, we're making progress," said Jace. "If Jackson finds out the information we need, we can figure out the deep sleep schedule." Turning to the man, he added, "You might want to speak to Nala about accessing the database. She's been digging around in there for a while." The merc's eyes rose. "The kid?" "Don't be fooled by the fact she's only as tall as your chest," said Bryce. "She's sharp as a tack." "Noted," Jackson replied. "So, what about these defences for the Bathsheba? Seems to me that's the most important question here, not who's going to sleep and when." It wasn't only the most important question, it was the hardest. If even the unintelligent Regians could overcome the colony ship's armaments, it meant the weapons were inadequate at fending off any determined attack. "Can we improve our current stock?" asked Carina. "Do we have anyone among the Black Dogs who could assess them for potential improvements?" "Doubt it," Jackson replied. "Our techs have struggled with most of the ship's systems. I don't think anyone's even taken a look at the weapons. I can ask." "From what I've heard," said Shao tentatively, "our best weapon's your brother. The youngest one, I mean." "Darius? A weapon?" Carina exclaimed. "Hey!" The pilot raised her hands in a gesture of placation. "It's just what I heard. He's the most powerful one out of all of you, isn't he?" Carina's jaw muscles tightened as she tried to frame a reply. Bryce squeezed her forearm. "But Darius will be in deep sleep for most of the journey," said Jace mildly, "like the rest of us." "I know. I just thought he could—" "What?" Carina asked. "Do one of those spells you do, like, maybe—" Shao's words trailed off under Carina's hard stare. "Maybe you should stop digging," Justice advised. Xiao clamped her lips together and looked away.
"What do you think we should do?"
Jace asked the Lotokrillon.
"You haven't said much yet."
"I've been too busy listening. I agree with all you've discussed so far. For my part, I'm grateful for the opportunity to accompany you all. After the behaviour of my companions, it would have been understandable if you'd marooned me at the nearest habitable planet." Bryce said. "You did nothing wrong. Even so, on my home world, I would have been executed for my association with the mutineers." "You aren't on Lotokrilla," said Carina. "We aren't like that." She was calming down after Xiao's suggestion that her little brother should be used as some kind of human shield.
"Fortunately for me,"
said Justice,
"regarding the ship's armaments, I recall my father talking about a place that specializes in them."
"An entire planet that specializes in producing space weapons?" asked Bryce.
"No, a space station. It orbits a star that lacks any naturally habitable satellites, and the star sits between 3 systems at war with each other. From what my dad said, the station plies a very good trade supplying each side with technology."
"Cool idea," said Jackson. "A market that never becomes exhausted. As soon as one side gets the latest weapons tech, the other 2 sides want it as well." Carina sighed. "I'm not in love with the idea of a diversion from our route and more delay. We could pay for an armaments upgrade with Ember Gems, I guess, but I was hoping we could set out right away." "On the other hand," Xiao offered tentatively, "I don't like the idea of going into deep sleep not knowing if I'll wake up." Carina frowned. What was it with the pilot? They'd gotten along pretty well up until now. Xiao seemed to want to deliberately antagonize her.
"Can we trust the people at this station?"
asked Jace.
"What's to stop them seizing the Bathsheba?"
"It would be bad for their reputation," replied Justice.
"Why would they do something unscrupulous when they're so successful?"
"Should we put it to a vote?" asked Jackson. "I like the idea of upgrading the ship's defences. Like Xiao says, it'll help us sleep better." "I'm not sure it's necessary," said Carina. "But I'd rather do that than have a 7-year-old child as our first line of defence." Xiao rolled her eyes. "I only meant, never mind." "Let's vote," Carina said, though she was sure of the outcome. Chapter 2. "When are we going to sleep?" Darius asked Carina as she entered the siblings' suite. He bounced into her arms, wrapping himself around her and nearly bowling her over. "Hey," she admonished, "you're getting too big for this." He certainly had grown. He was much bigger and stronger than the little boy she'd rescued from the Dirksons more than a year ago. More importantly, he seemed much happier too. Putting him down, she said, "We aren't going into deep sleep for a few weeks yet." "Good," Fern exclaimed. "Oriana and I have lots of fashion design ideas we want to try out." "Silly," said his twin sister. "It doesn't matter if we do that before or after we enter stasis, as long as we're awake together." She turned to Carina with a frown. "We will be together, right?" "Don't worry. I know better than to try to separate you two." "We're all going to be together, aren't we?" asked Darius hopefully. "The sleep schedule hasn't been finalized, but yes, we will." "You don't have to include me," said Parthenia. "I'd be fine with being awake while the rest of you are sleeping." Nala looked up from the interface she'd been reading and put both hands to her face before rolling her eyes. Parthenia must have been sniping at her brothers and sisters while the meeting had been going on, taking out her anger on them. She wasn't mad at her. If anything, she felt sorry for her. Feeling hurt by her exclusion from the meeting was natural, even if it had been necessary. More significantly, Parthenia's boyfriend Camille had been killed while she was in the throes of her first love. She had to still be working through her grief. "We'll be in deep sleep together," Carina said gently. "All of us. The voyage will be long. It's going to take centuries to reach Earth." "Centuries?" exclaimed Oriana. "Of course," said Nala matter-of-factly. "Didn't you know? Not everyone has read the entire ship's database back to front and inside out," Oriana retorted. Carina explained, "We don't have any choice except to leave the ship to run on automatic for years at a time. There aren't enough of us to always have even a few people awake for the entire journey. We would all age and die before we reached Earth. There's no point in trying to have a mage in every group not in deep sleep, so we might as well stick together." "The Bathsheba will fly without anyone awake?" asked Darius. His brown eyes grew wide. "Like a ghost ship?" "Ooh, spooky," said Nala. "But what if one of us wakes up and can't go back into deep sleep?" Darius continued. "He would be all alone. And he would get old while everyone else stays the same age. I could be an old man by the time you woke up, Carina." "That's not going to happen," she said, trying to sound reassuring, though her brother's words were painting a creepy picture in her head. She gave him a hug. Nala asked, "If we aren't going to sleep yet, what are we going to do? I thought we had all the fuel we needed to reach Earth." "We're going to have the Bathsheba fitted with some equipment at a place called Lakshmi Station." "Lack what?" asked Fern. "Lakshmi," Carina repeated more slowly. "What a strange name," said Oriana. "Why is it called that?" "I don't know. It's probably named after the founder. I'll explain more during "And who decided we're going to this station?" Parthenia interjected. "The people at the meeting. We took a vote." "But what if I don't want to go? What if other people on the ship don't want to go? Don't we get a choice?" Carina sighed. "Jackson spoke for the Black Dogs, the biggest group among us by far, and he voted to go to the station. So if you're trying to make a point about democracy, I'm trying to make a point about my free will." "We always do what Carina says," said Nala. "She saved us from—" "I haven't always wanted to do what she says. And when I didn't, she made me." She clearly hadn't forgotten the time Carina had been forced to enthrall her to get her away from danger on Ostalon. And she would never forget. "I was trying to save your life," Carina protested. "Don't be dumb, Parthenia," said Fern mildly. "If you don't come with us, where will you go?" "This isn't about alternatives. This is about having a say." "Well, you've had your say. Now shut up and let's eat. I'm hungry." Parthenia gave a huff of frustration, spun on her heel, and marched to her bedroom. Aboard a starship, it was impossible to slam a door, but Carina guessed that was what her sister would have done if she'd had the chance. "Phew," said Fern. "Now we can eat in peace." "Don't be mean," Carina scolded. "She's upset." Her sister was hurting, and her pain was apparently bringing all her past grievances to the front of her mind. Perhaps not allowing her to attend the meeting had been a mistake. "Can we get some nice food at Lakshmi Station?" asked Fern. "I'm getting tired of printed stuff. It doesn't taste the same as fresh." "We can try, but they specialize in starship equipment, not general supplies." After a disastrous visit to Magog attempting to restock the ship, they'd been forced to go to Gog, a much sparser, more basic place where they could only buy fuel, not much else. She wasn't too concerned about fresh food, but they definitely needed the complex chemicals required for the nutrient solution in the deep sleep chambers. Fern's question reminded her she needed to check how much they had in store, especially now she knew how long they would be sleeping. What kind of equipment? Darius asked. Just stuff we need. Who's ready for dinner? Later, as she was getting ready for bed, she said to Bryce, I don't know what to do about Parthenia. She threw a fit today after I came back from the meeting. She was so angry I'd excluded her, she went into her room and wouldn't come out to eat. I think I made a bad call.
Maybe. It wouldn't have hurt to have her there. I didn't know she felt so strongly about it.
I knew, but I kept to my guns. I wanted to limit the numbers for efficiency's sake.
Is that the only reason? Would one more person really have made a big difference?
Guess not. She frowned, confused. Why had she been so adamant Parthenia didn't attend?
Do you think maybe you were trying to protect her?
Protect her from what?
I don't know. You tell me.
Carina sat on their bed. Do you think I'm overprotective of the kids?
What?
Bryce exclaimed, raising his hands in mock outrage.
No, never.
She grinned sheepishly. I suppose you have a point. But to be fair, things have been dangerous and difficult for them for a long time, ever since their monster of a father took them out of their estate on Ithia. Bryce joined her on the bed and put an arm around her, pulling her close.
I'm only saying Parthenia has grown up over the last year or so. And even before that, from what you've said, she was older than her years. I know you love your family, our family, and you'd do anything to keep them from harm. But maybe it's time to start treating your oldest sister like an adult. It wouldn't have been a problem for her to come to the meeting, and it would have made her feel like she was being taken seriously. That means a lot when you're 17.
Oh, Bryce. She laid her head on his shoulder. How can I be a good mother to those kids? I don't have a clue what I'm doing.
No one's expecting you to be their mother, and you've already been an amazing older sister. But maybe it's time to loosen the reins a little.
Yeah, I hear you. I'll apologize to Parthenia tomorrow.
Good idea. I'm sure she'll come around.
He touched her chin and turned it toward his before kissing her. Together they fell backward onto the bed. Chapter 3. Carina was in the Twilight Dome when Xiao arrived, sitting in the shadows directly beneath an opaque section of overhead, repaired after the bomb blast. She was in a melancholy mood, thinking about the journey ahead, and didn't feel like talking. When she saw the pilot come in, she shrank into her seat, hoping she couldn't be seen. She'd been avoiding Xiao since the meeting. The pilot's comments about Darius still rankled, but Xiao's sharp gaze soon found her. Carina, I thought you might be here. Yeah, just hanging out. Can I join you?
No.
Xiao came over and sat next to her before looking upward through one of the remaining transparent areas of Hull, where a field of stars glittered in the black. You've come to see Lakshmi Station. Huh? You can see it from here, didn't you know? The pilot pointed in the direction of a brilliant star outshining all the others. I figured that's where we're going, said Carina. But that's the sun the station's orbiting, isn't it? It can't be the station itself. The biggest planet in the system. Look between the planet and the sun. There's a tiny speck. Can you see it? Carina squinted. There was a pinprick of light at the spot Xiao described. Whoa, she breathed. It must be vast. It's quite something, right? And the star it orbits is unusual too. It's spinning super slowly, and its spectrum is wild. Neodymium, strontium, cesium, all kinds of heavy elements. You wouldn't normally expect a star to emit anything like that. Okay, Carina replied. Xiao was a bit of a nerd. Normally she wouldn't mind listening to the pilot's monologues on obscure subjects, but today she wasn't in the mood. Xiao took the hint and was silent for a while. Then she said, About your brother. What about him? I think you misunderstood what I was getting at the meeting.
You do you?
Yeah. The pilot squirmed uncomfortably. I didn't mean he should be responsible for defending us if we're attacked. I only meant... Her words faltered to a stop.
What?
Carina turned to face her.
What did you mean?
Look, Darius might be the most powerful mage in my family, and he might be able to do things the rest of us find impossible. But at the end of the day, he's just a little boy. And more than that, what you have to understand is a lot of what he does hurts him. When we were on Magog and he guessed Kai Wei was a dark mage, it was because he felt the man's evilness and corruption. And when he knew the star whale was in agony from the Regian's binding, it was because he felt her pain. Would you like to live like that?
No, Shao muttered. No, me neither. Even if it meant I could do all the things Darius can. His abilities come at a price, and he doesn't have a choice about it. So when I hear people talking about him like he's a thing, something to be used for everyone's benefit, it pisses me off.
All right, I get it.
Carina took a deep breath, and Bryce's gentle advice came back to her. Moderating her tone, she said, I appreciate you coming to talk to me about it and trying to set things straight between us. I hope you understand now where I'm coming from.
I didn't know that about your brother, that he's sensitive in that way.
I suppose outside the family and Bryce, we don't really talk about what being a mage means. When I was growing up, I had it drummed into me that I had to keep my abilities secret, and my mother did the same with my siblings. None of us is comfortable with discussing this stuff with non-mages.
I'd like to know more, if you're okay with talking about it. I think it's fascinating. I'd love to understand how it works.
You and me both.
You don't know.
The only explanation I've seen for mage powers is in the old documents we found on Ostalon. They were written by the mages who colonized the planet, though the stories were already ancient history by that time. They say the original mages believed they carried a genetic mutation, and the ability to cast was unlocked when someone experimented with drinking mixtures of different substances. It does have to be something in our genes. That's how Kai Wei identified us on Magog, through the saliva samples.
A genetic variation makes sense, said Shao. But that doesn't explain how you do what you do. Transporting from one place to another, starting fires, healing people, locking doors so they can't be opened. None of it has any rational explanation according to the laws of physics.
Beats me. It isn't something I think about. My grandma taught me how to cast, the same as she taught me to read and write. Do you wonder about how you can read?
No, but...
The pilot's brow wrinkled.
I can explain why I can read. I can explain most things if I put my mind to it. I could tell you how the Bathsheba's engines work, for instance, and why it's odd Lakshmi Station star emits heavy metal particles.
Carina shrugged. Shao turned her gaze upward to the star field again and was silent. Carina also concentrated on the speck that was the station, trying to guess how big it was. It had to be at least the size of a substantial moon. After several minutes, the pilot said,
There has to be an explanation for everything, even if we don't know it yet. It took us hundreds of thousands of years to invent deep space engines, but we did it in the end. Maybe one day someone will figure out what makes mages different. Maybe one day splicers will be able to give anyone the same abilities.
I certainly hope so. Life would be a lot easier.
Shao got to her feet. For me too. I'd love to close my eyes and transport myself anywhere on the ship. The Bathsheba's way too big.
I usually walk, said Carina, though I can't deny it's nice to have the option of a shortcut. How long until we dock?
We've been slowing down for a while, a couple of days, assuming they allow us to dock right away.
Why would we have to wait?
Lakshmi's a busy place. There's space traffic all around it. We've been picking up their advertising spiel for days too." "We have? I didn't know." "You should have a listen. It's illuminating." Chapter 4. Lakshmi Station was shaped like two squares superimposed, creating an 8-pointed star. The Bathsheba approached the upper side, in the lane of space traffic. Parthenia watched with Xiao and a few of the black dogs as the station grew gradually larger on the bridge hollow. The pilot would perform the maneuver to dock, but after that she would join the away party. Parthenia wasn't going to the station. Carina had snubbed her again, but she had no interest in business meetings anyway. Father had forced her to attend too many meetings with clients on Ithia. He had made her cast enthrall on the unsuspecting men and women so they would agree to unfavourable terms. She felt sick, and her skin prickled with anxiety just remembering. Participating in the process again would bring back many bad memories, though she didn't think Carina would pull the same underhanded trick to buy space weapons for the Bathsheba. One of the black dogs, a woman called Van Hasty, quietly swore, expressing her wonder at the size of the station. "How far away are we?" she asked Xiao. "An hour." "As long as that?" "Uh-huh. But we stop here. I'm reversing thrust to bring us to a standstill. When I've shut the engines down, I'll fly the Peregrine the rest of the way. Bibic will be along soon to keep an eye on things while I'm gone." The edges of Lakshmi disappeared, and the station took up the entire view, the detail of its hull growing more defined as each second passed. Lines cut across the base of the points of the construction, channels of some kind, separating the triangles from the octagonal whole. More lines crisscrossed the main surface, creating an intricate pattern that Carina guessed was more decorative than practical. There would be conduits, service tunnels, air ducts, and much more running underneath the hull, but there was no reason for these to show on the outside as far as she knew. It looked quite pretty, if a space station could ever be called pretty, which was strange considering its trade. "Shit," said Van Hasty. "I wish I was going with you, Xiao. Must be all kinds of fun things to do there." "You'll get your turn. As soon as we've figured out what we're doing about the armaments, everyone will get their R&R. I could do with it. How long has it been since we had a chance to let our hair down?" "Stop complaining," said another black dog, Reese. "You went planet-side with our friends, the Regians. What more fun could you want?" "Huh, I wouldn't call nearly being made a lava snack fun, but whatever floats your boat." Reese's face creased as he grinned, and he seemed about to fire back a quick reply. But his gaze slid to Parthenia, and he hesitated before eventually saying, "You're welcome to float my boat any time, and you know it." "Yeah, you wish," said Van Hasty. Parthenia inwardly sighed. Reese was moderating what he said because she was present. The black dogs all treated her like a kid. Camille had been the only one who didn't, and now he was dead. A sob welled up in her throat, but she swallowed it. Carina treated her like a kid too, even though they were only 3 years apart. Her sister had apologized for not allowing her to attend the discussion about what to do next, but Parthenia knew she didn't really mean it, and she showed it when she left her out of the away party. There had been a time when she'd thought Carina had begun to see her as more of an equal, but that was forgotten now. The next time something important had to be done, she would be excluded again. She wished Magog hadn't been run by dark mages. She and Camille could have stayed there, abandoning the journey to Earth. She could have had some kind of freedom. Now her fate was tied up with her families and the black dogs. Whatever they did, she would be sucked into it. She had no choice and no say because everyone saw her as a child. "Hey," said Xiao, Listen to this. She did something on her console, and suddenly the bridge was filled with sound.
Welcome to Lakshmi Station, Technology Center of the Sector. What do you need? Space cannon? Mechs? The latest energy weapons? Whatever you want, you'll find it here, guaranteed. The most up-to-date, cutting-edge tech at your fingertips, all for a reasonable price. Or maybe you're only looking for somewhere to get away from the stresses of interplanetary conflict. You've come to the right place. Bars, sim pads, leisure hotels, extra friendly hosts and hostesses. Anything and everything you need to relax and forget the war for a while.
The voice continued at a faster pace and in a more serious tone.
No personal arms allowed on site, and brawlers will be immediately and permanently expelled.
The message began to repeat, and Xiao turned it off.
Extra friendly hostesses? Reese asked, grinning again. I like the sound of the latest space cannon, said Van Hasty. Waking up to a ship invasion was a nasty surprise I don't want to repeat. I hope Carina has the creds to get us the best.
She's paying with the last of the Ember Gems, Parthenia commented. I don't know how much they're worth.
None of us does, said Xiao.
They're a Gerial sector thing. Never heard of them back home.
She'd better watch out, Reese said, or she'll get ripped off.
Yeah, said Van Hasty ruefully.
It happens easily enough. You're still up for a trip to the station after hearing that, Reese? Course, why not? Didn't you hear the bit about no personal arms and brawlers expelled? Yeah, so?
Xiao laughed. I'll explain it to him in simple terms. We're right in the middle of 3 warring systems, and they're all coming here to fill their weapon orders. All of them. What do you think the tension on the station's going to be like?
Reese's eyes widened and he whistled. Holy shit! They'll be at each other's throats.
He's got it, Van Hasty exclaimed sarcastically.
Reese went on. Can't wait to get down there.
You're kidding, right?
asked Xiao. Nah, who doesn't like a good bar fight?
Well, Van Hasty said,
you'd better not get caught or your R&R will be cut short and you won't be getting any more. Yeah, I'll wait until I've spent some time with those extra friendly hostesses before starting anything.
Van Hasty wrinkled her nose.
You! Hostesses? Sex bots, you mean? What if they don't clean themselves properly between...
Reese elbowed her, nodding at Parthenia. Van Hasty gave her a glance and continued, Turns.
Parthenia clenched her jaw.
For goodness sake, I know what you were going to say. I know those words. You can say them around me without my ears falling off or my head exploding.
Sorry, said Reese, but you know what your sister's like. If she gets wind we've been treating you like another merc, our lives won't be worth living.
Yes, Parthenia retorted bitterly. I do know what my sister's like.
She stalked from the bridge.
Chapter 5. The umbilicus snaked out from the Peregrine's airlock. The ship's outer hatches were not compatible with the station's, so the away party was forced to enter it via the slightly more risky method, which meant EVA suits for everyone. At the farther end, Lakshmi Station waited. "Okay," said Carina via her helmet's comm. "Let's go." She reached for the nearest handhold and pulled herself into the tube. As she moved out of the Bathsheba's agrav field, she floated forward, her momentum carrying her almost too fast for her to grab the next bar. The umbilicus was about 20 meters long. Glancing back to check the others weren't having any problems, she saw Xiao, Jackson and Justice in a line behind her. She wished Jace had agreed to come too, but he'd turned her down. He hadn't given much of an explanation, only saying he didn't know the first thing about space weapons or commercial negotiations. The guy was a pacifist at heart and would never change. She had invited Bryce as well. though she had to admit the invitation had been half-hearted. He'd seemed to guess she would prefer him to stay on the ship and look after the kids. Turning a bend in the umbilicus, she saw the station's hatch opening and the light of its airlock. She pulled herself onward to reach it. The station's A-grav quickly settled on her, and she had to twist fast to get her feet under her before she hit the deck. Xiao and the others arrived, the hatch closed, the airlock pressurized, and the inner portal opened. On the other side, the passageway was empty. Carina removed her helmet and peered up and down it. "Huh? What were you expecting?" Xiao asked, tucking her helmet under her arm. "A welcoming committee?" A muffled beeping was coming from inside Carina's suit. She unzipped it and opened the comm. "Party from the Peregrine to proceed to Deck 5, Justice said.
"They want to check we aren't going to shoot the place up before they see us face to face."
"Makes sense," said Carina. There was only one other exit from the passageway, a set of elevator doors. When they were inside, it didn't ask where they wanted to go. There was only one stop. The doors opened at Deck 5. "Welcome to Lakshmi Station," said a man on the other side of a high desk. He and the desk stood behind a deck-to-overhead transparent shield. "You're from out sector, right?" "That's right, except one of us." She remembered Justice's planet, Lotta Krilla, was in Gerial.
"I'm not from around these parts," said Justice, "so I'm probably not on your system either."
"Step forward one at a time for your retinal scans," said the man, "and to receive your visitor ID code. From now on, if you don't show your code on request, you'll be immediately returned to your ship, and your permission to enter the station will be permanently revoked." Carina went first. After looking into the scanner, she had to present the inside of her wrist, where a laser etched a pattern. It stung a bit, but didn't hurt too bad. When they'd all been scanned and received their codes, the man said, "Deposit your suits in the locker room to your left." Carina asked, "Do you—" "Locker room to your left." She trudged to the room. She'd only been going to ask if there was somewhere to sell gems. Lakshmi was not Gog. It wasn't a backwater planet where people could barter for what they wanted. The traders here would only deal in creds. Heck, they probably had showrooms and catalogues. Tall lockers lined the walls in the next room. Along with the others, Carina took off her Eva suit, hung it up in a locker, and closed the door. A square hole opened up. "What's this?" she asked.
"You breathe into it," said Justice. "The locker records your breath signature. It'll only open if the same person breathes into it again."
Her stomach tightened. The last time her bio-ID had been recorded, she, Darius, and Parthenia had been identified as mages. "Does it collect your DNA?"
"Only your breath chemicals, I think."
"You think?"
"I'm not a biosignature expert, Carina."
"It's only to be expected," Xiao commented. "They need to use it for security." "Yeah," said Carina. "But you know what happened on Magog." "It's no big deal, is it?" asked Jackson. "If they wanted your DNA," Xiao said, "they would ask you for something different." Carina sighed and leaned in to put her mouth to the square, hoping the station's security didn't want anything else. A soft snick emanated from the locker. Next, they had to pass through a short, brightly lit tunnel. Carina went first, followed by Justice and Xiao, with Jackson bringing up the rear. Carina stepped out on the farther side.
"Scanning us,"
murmured Justice as he joined her. "Yeah," said Xiao. "They're probably looking at our insides too." "I don't want to see what I just ate," said Jackson. An alarm sounded, and a metal plate slid across the tunnel, shutting Jackson inside. "Shit!" Carina banged on the metal. "Jackson, can you hear me?" She thought she heard some indistinct shouting, then silence. "Uh-oh," said Xiao. Carina turned around. When she'd exited the tunnel, there had been an open door in the chamber on the other side. Now the door was closed. "Additional security check required," said a smooth voice from an intercom. "Please wait." "What the hell?" said Xiao. "He wasn't trying to smuggle a weapon in, was he?"
"I hope not,"
said Justice.
"We'll be screwed if he was. They don't need our business. If we're lucky, they'll only kick us off the station."
"What if we're not lucky?" asked Xiao. Justice didn't answer. 10 seconds passed. "Jackson isn't dumb," said Carina. "He can't be armed, can he?" As the words left her mouth, an idea about why the merc had been detained hit. But before she could state it, the metal plate slid back, revealing Jackson bare-chested. 2 people in armoured suits were walking away from him. "It was your arm, right?" Carina asked. The man's prosthetic was extensive, encompassing his entire right shoulder, as well as the missing limb. Below the elbow downward, it looked like a normal arm, but above that it was covered in a dull, flexy metal skin. The cost-cutting of the cheaper coating on the upper arm and shoulder came as no surprise. The Black Dog's former boss, Tarsalan, had been notoriously cheap. Though Carina had always known about the prosthetic, she had never seen the whole thing before. Jackson must have received quite an injury to lose so much of his body. He seemed embarrassed as he hastened to put on his shirt before answering her. Pulling the lower edge over his hips, he said, "Yeah, they wanted to check I wasn't hiding a fancy gun." The door at the opposite end of the chamber opened. "Looks like we're good to go," said Xiao.
"You know,"
said Justice as they walked out,
"that might not be such a crazy idea. Fitting your arm with a gun, I mean. Once we're out of here, of course. Have you ever considered it?"
"Never thought about it," Jackson replied.
"Or you could get a natural arm regrown,"
Justice continued.
"I don't know about where you're from, but it was a common procedure on my world. You're stuck in bed for a couple of weeks, but after that—"
"Never thought about it," the merc repeated in a harsher tone. Justice shrugged. Jackson's sensitivity was a little odd. Carina had heard him crack jokes about his arm many times. She guessed it was one of those cases where it was okay for him to joke about it, but not anyone else. They seemed to have finally passed the security procedures. They stepped out into a busy thoroughfare humming with life, though not all of it was human. In her short career as a merc, she had encountered several alien species. Most had been humanoid. Evolution seemed to favour bipedal organisms for the development of intelligence. The similarity to humans made them not too hard to get used to. But the first alien she spotted at Lakshmi Station made her jump. It scuttled like a spider, though the creature had more legs and skin rather than a carapace, and its head, what appeared to be its head, stuck up from the centre of its body. It also wore clothes. Fabric draped over it and hung down between its legs. She wondered how long it took to get dressed, and if it was confusing trying to fit its legs through the many holes. 10 or 12 black eyes ran around the alien's head like a crown, and its face contained 4 orifices, the largest below its eyes, and 3 more in a line below that. Fine, short, mottled grey fur coated its body. The alien was making a beeline for them. "Gross!" Xiao exclaimed, backing up. "Shit!" said Carina. The creature seemed to be about to speak to them, but they didn't have a translator. It drew to a halt in front of them, swaying slightly as it poised on its claws. "Welcome to Lakshmi Station. My name is Bongo. I'll be your guide for your free introductory tour." "Bongo?" Chapter 6. A wave of sharp anger washed over Darius. Sadness, a sense of being alone, and something else he didn't know the word for. Misery came with it. Parthenia was back. Though he hadn't seen her enter the living area because he was in his bedroom playing cards with Nala, he felt her arrival as clear as day, the same as always. He recognized all his family by the patterns of their feelings. If someone had blindfolded him, he could have picked each of them out and even made a good guess about how far away they were. The farther they went, the fainter their broadcast became, until at 400 or 500 meters they faded away. He'd never let on how well he could feel his brothers and sisters. He thought Mother had guessed, but he'd never talked to her about it. When he was younger, he hadn't been able to keep his face straight or stop himself from crying when a wave of emotion bashed into him. She would cuddle him, surrounding him with her love, trying to help. It hadn't helped. She was too sad. Mother's sadness had been a deep, dark well no one could ever fill. Not even him. He had tried, but he couldn't do it. If his family knew the truth about how deeply they affected him, it might hurt them. They would be sad and guilty. He didn't want them to have those bad feelings. He wanted them to be happy. He didn't want them to fear or hate him. "Hurry up," said Nala. "It's your turn." "Oh." He picked up his next card and placed it on the pile. Nala was winning again. She always won, whatever game they played, but he didn't mind. He liked playing with her. Fern and Oriana didn't spend much time with him anymore. They were busy designing and printing clothes. Nala was often busy too, searching for information in the Bathsheba's database or translating mage papers. But sometimes she agreed to play with him. He liked Nala best of all his brothers and sisters, except Carina, of course. He loved Carina so much it hurt. He would never forget the day she'd rescued him from the horrible Dirksen men who had cut him. Even then, before he knew she was his half-sister, he'd loved the way her care and concern wrapped around him like a big, soft blanket. Carina's pattern of emotions was strong and powerful. Every so often it wavered into sadness, but mostly it was strong. He felt safe when she was nearby. "I win," said Nala, putting her final card on the top of the pile. "Better luck next time." Darius gathered up the cards and began pushing them together to make a pack. "Do you want to play again?" "No, I'm bored with this game. It's too easy." "What about something else? We could play a different one." "All the games are too easy." "We could learn something new." "Like what?" "I don't know. Maybe we could find a new game on the database and learn the rules." Nala's face twisted as she considered his idea. Her feelings were mixed up. He guessed she didn't really want to play with him, and she'd only agreed to be kind. She didn't want to say yes, and she was trying to think of a way to say no nicely. "How about we do something else?" she asked. "Like what?" "Like—" She leaned closer. He sensed a strange emotion in her, fear tinged with a little bit of excitement. "Would you like to explore the ship with me?" "Is that all?" Darius replied, disappointed. The odd feeling she was giving out had raised his hopes she had something interesting to suggest. "We've explored the ship lots of times. How about we volunteer to be models for Fern and Oriana? They would like that." Nala wrinkled her nose. "I don't want to wear their silly clothes. And we haven't explored all the ship. I found a new place." "You did?" He was surprised and excited. "Like the time you found the ember gems on the Zenobia?" She nodded. "Promise you won't tell anyone?" "I promise." Now he came to think of it, he had been sensing a secretiveness about her lately. "Why don't you want anyone to know? Maybe there are more jewels hidden on this ship. Carina could use them to buy us more stuff." You know what grown-ups are like. If I tell them, they won't let us take a look. They'll say it's too dangerous." "Well, it might be dangerous," said Darius, having second thoughts. "It isn't." She frowned. "And even if it is, you could transport us out of there, couldn't you?" "Yeah, but—" He was still uneasy. If Carina knew they were planning on investigating a secret part of the Bathsheba, she wouldn't want them to do it. "You promised not to tell anyone," Nala reminded him. "If you don't want to come with me, that's okay. I'll go by myself. But you can't tell on me, okay?" "I suppose so," he said grudgingly. "Do you want to come or not?" "Why didn't you go there by yourself already? Were you waiting until I agreed to go with you?" "Kinda." He didn't want to go. Starships weren't adventure playgrounds, as Carina had often said. There were garbage chutes and airlocks that you couldn't mess around with, or you might end up in space. There were restricted areas near the engine that were deadly if you stayed there too long. There were boxes and machinery that could fall on you. But if he didn't go with Nala and something bad happened to her, she couldn't cast to get herself out of trouble. All she could do was use the ship's comm, and her rescuers might not arrive in time. The Bathsheba was huge. If she needed an adult to help her, it would take too long for them to run there. "I'll come," he said. "But if it looks dangerous, we have to leave right away." "Okay," Nala agreed. "But I keep telling you, it isn't dangerous. Let me get my elixir, then we can go." He hopped down from his chair and grabbed his elixir bottle from the top of the cabinet. They went into the living area, where Oriana and Fern were drawing a design on an interface. Parthenia wasn't there. Darius could feel her in her bedroom, a bundle of heartache and unhappiness. He felt sorry for her, but whenever he tried to give her a hug, she would push him away. "Where are you two going?" asked Fern as they headed for the door. We're getting something to eat," Nala replied. "We only ate an hour ago," said Oriana. "You can't be hungry again. Darius is. He's a growing boy. He needs to eat all the time." He elbowed her. Oriana and Fern would think he was a greedy pig. Couldn't she think up a better lie? "Bring us something too," said Fern. "Some of those corn crackers. Carina will be back late from her trip to Laxmi Station." "Lakshmi," Oriana interrupted. "That's what I said. Anyway, we won't be eating dinner until late, and I need something to keep me going." "All right," Nala agreed. "Corn crackers. Do you want anything, Oriana? Could you get me a brother who can speak properly?" Darius and Nala giggled. Fern rolled his eyes. "There's nothing wrong with how I speak." "Should we get anything for Parthenia?" Darius asked. No," said Oriana. "No point. She's given up on eating. I expect she'll miss dinner again too. She's still upset after you-know-what." Darius did know what. The young man Parthenia liked had died. When it happened, her feelings had hit him like a flash flood racing down a riverbed. "Okay," said Nala. "See you later. Come on, Darius." Chapter 7. "Where are you from?" Bongo asked. He spoke through his upper orifice. The ones below were probably only for breathing, though why he needed 3 wasn't clear. The alien scuttled alongside Carina as they walked down the passageway. His head only came up to her waist, and when she looked at him she didn't know which of his many eyes to focus on. "You won't have heard of it. We're from outside Gerial Sector." She didn't want to give him, or her, any more information than necessary. Justice might feel confident no one on Lakshmi would try to steal the Bathsheba, but she wasn't. She couldn't afford to be. The colony ship was all she had. That and the little pouch of ember gems in her pocket. "Outside the sector," remarked the alien. Fascinating. Well, you're all human, so it doesn't really matter. What brings you to the station? We're interested in space armaments. Our ship is already heavily kitted out, she lied. But we heard Lakshmi has some of the most advanced tech in the region. You heard right. You won't find any better within the sector, let alone region. That's good to hear. I'm glad you can speak Universal. We don't have any translators. Do all the vendors speak Universal too? She'd presumed they would be human, but Bongo's existence had made her realise they might not. You don't need to be concerned about translation. If an arms specialist can find a way to part you from your creds, he'll do it, even if it means he has to speak. He concluded his sentence with a sound like someone gargling while at the same time trying not to throw up. Talking of creds, said Carina, we don't have any. Bongo stopped dead in his tracks and his head rotated as he scanned her with all his eyes. Then how do you plan to? We have valuable items we want to exchange. Is there a place we can do that? What kind of valuable items? I'd rather not say, and she certainly didn't want to pull out the gems to show him in the middle of a busy thoroughfare. I see. I can take you to some. A passer-by stepped too close and caught his foot on one of Bongo's many outspread legs. The stranger stumbled, but at half his weight, the alien came off worse from the collision. He flipped right over onto his back, his head bending into his body. "Damn spider creep!" the man yelled, getting to his feet. "Hey, take it easy," said Carina. "It was an accident." Bongo was struggling to right himself. The accident had drawn the attention of the crowd, and a ring of bystanders was forming. Wriggling exactly like an arachnid, the alien was becoming a spectacle. "Yuck!" someone murmured. "Revolting!" Everyone watching was human, and they were having exactly the reaction most humans had when confronted with an insect or spider in distress. Disgust. But Carina had always liked bugs. Nai had discouraged her from making friends, fearing she would accidentally reveal her mage powers, and her home planet hadn't evolved large life forms she could have as pets. So she had taken to playing with invertebrates, constructing elaborate homes for them in her room, much to her grandmother's annoyance when they inevitably escaped. She scooped Bongo up and set him on his feet. Meanwhile, Jackson snapped to the crowd, "What are you gawping at? Nothing to see here." "I can manage," the alien exclaimed. He shook himself like a wet dog and reached up with a couple of claws to adjust the cloth hanging below his belly. "Sorry," said Carina. "I was trying to help." "Are you all right?" asked Xiao. "I'm fine," Bongo retorted irritably. "Where were we? Currency exchange centres, right? I'll take you to some, and I'll show you the leisure and recreation facilities on the way." "We aren't interested in leisure and recreation," said Carina. But he didn't respond. She guessed it was his job to take them on the standard tour. What had been a bare pedestrian transit tunnel opened out into a commercial zone. The congestion eased in the wider space, and the air was suddenly filled with scents of food, perfumes, and other unrecognizable things. The noise increased, sounds of talking, footsteps, and a warbling singer echoing from the 3-tier high walls and walkways. Justice continued unimpressed, but Carina, Xiao, and Jackson halted to take it all in. Stores, restaurants, cafes, offices, and establishments she didn't even recognize ranged around them. She had always kind of known such places existed, but she'd never seen one. The course of her life had never given her the opportunity to visit a high-end market like this. From the way they stared, she guessed Xiao and Jackson's backgrounds were similar. Bongo was waiting patiently for them. Justice had turned around and walked back. "You'll have plenty of time for shopping after the tour," said the alien. They continued on. After a few minutes, Carina realised some of the people in the throng weren't actually alive. At first she'd thought Lakshmi Station held more than the average share of attractive folk. Several of the men and women they passed were head-turners. But when the next one came along, she noticed there was something not quite right about the way she looked. Her skin, eyes and hair were literally flawless, and her face and body were perfectly symmetrical. The other good lookers were the same. These had to be the hosts and hostesses mentioned in the station's broadcasted advertising. Xiao had explained they were androids and what they were for, and it was then she'd decided Parthenia and the other kids shouldn't come to the station, at least not until she'd checked it out. In fact, so far it was tamer than she'd imagined, but they'd hardly seen any of it yet. She didn't want to take the risk of exposing them to things beyond their years, especially considering everything they'd been through. Mind massage, Xiao read from a sign. I wonder what that is. Externally induced meditation, said Bongo. It's pleasant, but nothing to write home about. Do you have sim modules here? Jackson asked. The alien emitted a long stream of air from its 3 lower orifices, causing them to flap and vibrate noisily. The effect was something like laughing. Bongo had holes just for laughing. Do we have sim modules? Sir, we have the best sim modules in all Gerial sector. Military, romance, sensual, adventure, historical, futuristic, theological, whatever you can imagine. We have sim modules that read your deepest fantasies and recreate them for you. And your worst nightmares too, though I wouldn't recommend that option. Cool, Jackson commented. After we figure out what we're doing about the armaments, said Xiao, we should get something to eat. I bet they have all kinds of weird, delicious stuff here. Probably, Carina replied. But we aren't here to have fun, remember? We have a job to do. The black dogs are expecting some R&R, said Jackson. They're in a state of nearly constant rest and recuperation on the ship, Carina protested. Who started that rumour? Said Xiao. I just assumed. Great, Carina muttered. She was beginning to feel like a mother in charge of a bunch of demanding, whiny offspring. Didn't the mercs understand they were on a mission? It was a very long one, she had to admit, but the time for R&R would come later, after they'd reached Earth. I don't have any idea how many creds we'll get in exchange for the... She coughed as Bongo's head swiveled her way. Once we've bought the weapons and supplies, there might not be anything left over to spend on having fun. She felt bad. The mercs had worked without pay for months. They'd joined her expedition to Earth mostly because they had no choice. It was either that or spend the rest of their lives hiding from vengeful Dirksons. She had come to see them as extended family, but in reality they were work-for-hire soldiers who were working for no compensation. An alien of the same species as Bongo approached through the crowd. As the two passed each other, they raised their legs and hit claws in a multiple high five. They entered a leisure and recreation area, which the alien insisted on showing them around, though Carina tried again to explain they weren't interested. Xiao and Jackson made a liar of her anyway, expressing great interest in every place Bongo took them, from the hosted lounges to the soaring rooms, where you could turn off the agrav and fly wearing wings. The latter seemed particularly silly. Aboard starships, losing agrav generally meant imminent disaster. Most of the entertainments were behind closed doors, which Carina was grateful for, though they did see one section open to the public, a hot spring lake, where bathers lounged and lazily swam. The creators had gone to a lot of trouble to make the place appear authentic, shipping in the rocks from a planet. The plants looked real too, from the tall ferns that overhung the water to the moss on the pebble shore. Finally, the obligatory tour of the recreation area was over, and Bongo took them to a currency exchange booth. There was only room for 3 people on the customer's side, or, as it turned out, 1 human and whatever Bongo was. He crawled into the booth with Carina, and then no one else would fit. Xiao, Jackson and Justus waited outside, peering in. Was it a setup? Was she about to be ripped off? She decided to show the assistant only one of the gems and find out how much they were willing to offer before deciding whether to go ahead with the exchange. Another of Bongo's species stepped out through a curtain at the back of the booth. That explained why the counter was so low. It had to be a setup. Bongo had brought her to a friend, relation or associate to fleece her. Was he even an official guide? The sack thing he was wearing didn't display any words or a logo. He spoke with the sales assistant using their mutual language. The sound reminded her of water running over rocks. "Hey," she said, "could you use Universal? I'd prefer to know what you're saying. I was explaining to my cousin you'd like to conduct a non-standard exchange. She wants to know what you're offering." "Cousin, huh?" With a sense of unease, Carina drew out her pouch and removed one of the gems before returning it to her pocket. Squatting down, she put the gem on the counter but kept her finger on it. A second round of bubbling dialogue ensued. She picked up the stone and folded it inside her palm. "Universal." "I apologize," said Bongo. "If that's what I think it is, it's the first time I've ever seen one in real life. My cousin doubts it's genuine and wants to check it for herself." "Yeah, but..." She couldn't think of a nicer way to put it. "How do I know your cousin isn't going to run off with it and disappear, or take it out the back and swap it for a fake?" "Wow," said Bongo's relative. "Rude much? If you don't trust me, you're welcome to take your business elsewhere." "Don't be a stupid," Bongo scolded, using a word from his language. "When are you going to see another Ember Gem?" His head swiveled toward Carina. "It's clear you're from a rougher part of the galaxy. What you have to understand about Lakshmi Station is that it's tightly regulated. Just last week, a cafe owner was found selling coffee from a printer as the genuine article. They spaced him." "Spaced?" Carina exclaimed, looking over her shoulder at her companions. "Yeah, spaced. What do you think they're going to do to my cousin if she tried to steal your gem?" Carina still couldn't believe him. He could be spinning her a tale. "The gem is real," she told the exchange owner. "Assuming I let you verify that, how much will you give me for it?" Bongo's cousin named a sum that would have made Carina's eyes pop if she hadn't been carefully trying to keep a neutral expression. She had made a similar exchange on Gog for starship fuel, and now she knew how badly she'd been screwed over. She wasn't going to make the same mistake again. Bongo had been babbling like a brook to his cousin, who replied at a louder volume. He upped the ante some more, rising to the tips of his claws to lean over the counter. Were they arguing? It appeared so, but really Carina didn't have a clue. He broke off abruptly and said, "We're going somewhere else." "Why?" "Because my cousin thinks she can retire early on a visitor's gullibility." He crawled out of the booth, and she was compelled to leave too. A stream of liquid utterances from his relative followed them. "Bongo," she said, trotting to catch up to the alien. "What's going on?" He halted, rocking on his many legs. His head rotated, each of his eyes scrutinizing her before he replied, "Not many of you humans are nice to us. I get that we remind you of a creature you don't like, but we have feelings, you know. Before, when you helped me to my feet, I was embarrassed, and I'm sorry I snapped. But I was touched by your gesture. It was a kind thing to do. To thank you, I want to get you the best deal I can, and my cousin wasn't going to give you it." He added as he set off again, "She always was a greedy bitch." Chapter 8. Since the Lotokrillin men had gone away, the Bathsheba seemed bigger and more mysterious than ever. Darius was tempted to ask Nala if he could hold her hand as they walked down the empty passageway, but he didn't want her to think he was a silly little kid. Instead, he held his elixir bottle more tightly. Like Nala had said, if anything bad happened, he could easily transport them back to their suite.
Where were we going? Deck 0?
He hadn't known there was a Deck 0.
What's down there?
You'll see. She gave him a quick, excited smile. Nala loved knowing things other people didn't. That was why she spent so long reading stuff in the ship's database and translating the mage papers. She had kept the knowledge of the Ember Gems to herself for ages, actually took them and kept them until the others knew about them. Ordinarily, that would have been bad. It was wrong to steal. But it had all turned out okay in the end, and Nala hadn't been punished. Maybe it was all right to steal from bad people like Lomang. A shiver ran through him. Lomang's feelings had been thick, dark treacle, strong and full of wants. They arrived at the elevator. When they stepped inside, Nala told it to take them to Deck 1. Darius protested,
"But you said the elevators don't go all the way to the bottom. Why not? I think they used to, then someone changed them. Why would they do that? That's what I want to find out."
The elevator pinged and the doors opened.
"I'm not sure we should be doing this,"
Darius said uneasily as they stepped out.
"There has to be a reason the elevators were fixed so they don't go to Deck 0. What if something's living down there?"
"Nothing's living down there."
"How do you know?"
"Because it would need food and water."
"Maybe it has food and water. If it has the whole deck to itself, it could keep enough food and water to last a lifetime."
Nala didn't like this answer. Her annoyance spread out from her in ripples.
"There's nothing living down there. Why would something choose to live there and never come out? We've been aboard the ship for months and no one's ever seen anything. It might only come out during the quiet shift when hardly anyone's about. It might come out and take what it needs from our supplies."
Her sharp anger stabbed at him.
"Do you want to come with me or not?"
"Yes," he replied. Now he'd had time to think about it. He wasn't sure he did. But if he didn't, Nala would go there by herself. And if he told on her, he would be breaking his promise. And she probably wouldn't play with him for weeks. Then he wouldn't have anyone to play with.
"But if we see something's living there, we have to leave right away. We won't look to find out what it is. We'll tell a grown-up."
"Yeah, okay." Her mood calmed, and he felt its cool draft. Walking along the passageway on Deck 1, he wanted to hold her hand more than ever. Hardly anyone came down here. Old broken equipment that couldn't be fixed was stored here for spare parts, as well as things kept just in case, like out-of-date medications and supplies. The place had a creepy, neglected feeling, even though he knew it couldn't really feel anything and was just his imagination. Nala stopped at a hatch.
"We have to climb down the rest of the way."
It was a service tunnel for techs to use when the elevators didn't work, or they had to reach something they couldn't get at any other way. A metal ladder led down into darkness.
"Lights will come on when they sense us in the tunnel,"
said Nala.
"Okay,"
Darius replied nervously.
"I'll go first. Do you have somewhere to put your elixir?"
Darn it, he hadn't brought a bag with him.
"I didn't know I'd have to use 2 hands. Can you tuck it in your waistband?" "I guess so. Whatever you do,"
said Nala with a grin.
"Don't drop it on my head."
She climbed into the hatch and onto the ladder. He peered down at the top of her receding head. Lights lit up the tunnel just like she'd said. He pushed his bottle into the top of his pants. He shouldn't be doing this. He wished Carina was here. When he reached the bottom, he half expected to find Nala standing in the dark, but the lights worked the same as everywhere else. She said. The Sanobots certainly know about Deck Zero. The place looked like the rest of the ship. He wasn't sure what he'd been expecting. Dust, cobwebs. But it was kinda disappointing in a way.
Maybe there isn't anything special here. The people who owned the ship decided one day they didn't need this deck, so they closed it off. That has to be the most boring explanation I ever heard. There has to be a better reason than that. Let's explore.
She strode off, and he had to hurry to catch up to her, while also taking the elixir bottle out of his pants. It looked like their expedition was going to be perfectly safe, but he still clutched the bottle tightly, just in case. The first room they came to was stuffed with piles of clothes. The many-coloured garments were stacked high, higher than he or Nala could reach. She grabbed the edge of something and pulled.
"Don't do that,"
Darius warned. Too late. The pile toppled over, right on top of her. She screamed, but in a giggling, happy way. She'd fallen down, and when she stood up, she was holding on to the piece of clothing she'd pulled out. It was a sparkly dress. Nala held it up to her chest. The dress was much too long and wide to fit her. It was for an adult.
"Look at me,"
she commanded.
"I'm a beautiful lady. Fern and Oriana would love this. There are all kinds of clothes here. We should choose some to take back with us."
He looked around, wondering what they should take.
Oh!
The dress had fallen from her fingers, or rather most of it had. She was holding a straggly bit of it between her hands. She dropped it, and reaching down, she tried to pick up the fallen pieces, but they dissolved into tiny fragments. She pushed a hand into the mound on the floor. It collapsed into dust.
"These clothes must be really old,"
Darius remarked.
"Yeah, they must."
Nala frowned, like she always did when she was thinking hard.
"I hope that's all it is." "What do you mean?"
She brushed the remnants of material from her hands and then brought them up to her face to look at them closely. Then she looked at him.
"Do you feel okay?" "Yeah, I think so."
Now that she asked, he wasn't sure he did. Or was that only because she'd asked him?
"Maybe we should go."
"Maybe, but—" She kicked the dusty pile.
"Let's explore just a little bit more. Once we tell the others about this place, I bet they'll never let us come here alone again. We should take our chance while we can." "All right, but just a few more rooms. Then we'll leave. If we don't go back soon, the others will wonder what's happened to us. And Fern is waiting for his snacks." "Okay, just a few more rooms."
Chapter 9. Holding her wrist under the scanner, Carina grimaced. Not that being scanned to enter the bar, the mystic supernova, was painful. It didn't hurt at all. Her pain was internal. She'd discovered that, when she'd bought the starship fuel on Gog, she'd been royally swindled. She was also deeply pissed off at Justus. He'd been with her when she'd made the transaction. How could he not have known the value of the Ember Gems? His dad had been a trader for Star's sake. Why hadn't he said something? Xiao must have seen her expression as she whispered, "It's not a big deal, Carina. Get over it. We got a great price for the gems, and we won't have to skimp on updates to the Bathsheba. Let's relax and have a good time." Easy for her to say. She wasn't the one responsible for the only money they had and everyone's safety on the journey to Earth. 3 Ember Gems, she hissed back. I paid 3 whole gems just to fill up the tanks. I can't believe I was so stupid. She imagined the Gogian fuel supplier laughing at her behind her back. She had only one compensation, The gems she'd given the Magogian ground dwellers would easily buy enough weapons and equipment to overthrow their dark mage masters.
You weren't stupid, said Xiao, maintaining her quiet tone as they were allowed through the security check. How were you supposed to know? But Justice should have known and told me. The gems are only found on his planet. Of all people, he should know. That isn't always the way, though, is it? The Lotokrillans are the wholesalers. They don't control the point of sale price, and they might not even know how much their export fetches in other parts of the sector. Justice said he wasn't from around here, didn't he? The station doesn't have him on its database. It was a fair point. What does it matter anyway? Xiao went on. What's done is done. We have plenty left to get exactly what we need, and everyone can have some fun too. I'd call that a win.
Yeah, Carina grudgingly conceded. I suppose so. The volume of ambient noise increased as the doors opened, and Justice and Jackson joining them, they stepped into the bar. Wide stairs led down to an open space filled with people and dotted with bar islands. Just a couple of drinks, she announced. Then back to the Bathsheba. I want a good night's sleep before starting negotiations tomorrow. The remaining 4 ember gems were exchanged and the creds deposited into an account, but she still had to decide how best to use them to fortify the colony ship against attack. The armament vendors had given a wide, varied range of options, and as well as sleeping on it, she wanted to discuss the choices with the others. A slide ran down to the lower level next to the stairs. She had thought it was a gimmick, but as she began to walk down the steps, a long creature slid past her on its belly, slim tentacle-like legs held high. When it reached the bottom, it slithered into the crowd. "The kids are going to have fun at Lakshmi," said Jackson. "They aren't coming here," she replied. "Not the little ones, at least." "Oh, come on. You have to let them come to the station. When are they going to get another chance to see all the cool aliens? You could introduce them to Bongo." Bongo had become somewhat of a friend while he'd been taking them to the currency exchanges and then on to the starship armament vendors. Carina was fairly certain his job only required him to show them the basics and then leave them to their own devices. Yet he'd gone above and beyond and had offered to be their guide again when they returned. "Bongo is one thing," she said. "What I'm not sure about is all the other things, especially the sex bots." "Hosts and hostesses," Jackson corrected. "Right," she replied, rolling her eyes. "Hosts and hostesses."
"So we only have to show them our ID codes?"
asked Justice, his eyes bright with excitement. "Yeah," Carina said. "But—" He disappeared into the crowd. "Take it easy," she finished. "Don't worry," said Xiao. "He can't drink the budget. He won't even make a tiny dent in it. That's not what I'm worried about." She didn't want him getting himself into trouble. The story of the cafe owner who'd been spaced indicated there could be dire consequences for stepping out of line. Just then a man loomed up. He was almost as big as Papu, and he thrust his chest out aggressively.
"What planet?"
he demanded.
"Huh?"
she asked.
"It's a simple question,"
he sneered drunkenly.
"What planet are you from?"
The long day, annoyance at being duped over the ember gems, guilt at being forced to exclude Parthenia again, and the stress of needing to make the best choices to defend the ship had all been getting to her before Justice had run off. Unprovoked hostility from this goon pushed her over the edge.
"What planet are you from?"
she spat back.
"The war, remember?"
said Jackson softly.
"He wants to know what side we're on." "This section's only for Quintonese," slurred the man. "You're not from there, are you? Leave, now, before I help you on your way."
"No, we're not Quintonese," she declared, rearing up and glaring at him. And we're not from Marchon or the other side of your goddamned conflict, whatever the hell it's called. We're from out sector, and we're here to have a quiet drink, so get out of my face." "Selan," said another bar patron, pulling on the big guy's arm. "You'll get yourself thrown out. Leave 'em alone." "Yeah, leave us alone, Selan."
"Carina," said Xiao, "cool it."
The drunk grinned lopsidedly.
"It's okay. I thought you were Marchonish. Your clothes are funny, but a Marchonish wouldn't have those balls."
His companion succeeded in pulling him away. Selan staggered off. Jackson's heavy prosthetic hand landed on Carina's shoulders.
"What were you saying to Justice? Something about taking it easy?"
"Carina has balls," joked Xiao.
"Who knew?"
"Bryce, probably," said Jackson. "Let's get that drink," Xiao said. "Someone needs to calm down." Chapter 10. When they returned to the Bathsheba, Bryce was waiting for them at the airlock. He was pale and sweaty, and he looked at Carina with dread in his eyes. Before she could ask him what was wrong, he said,
"I need to talk to you."
He took her to one side while Xiao, Jackson, and a somewhat unsteady Justice passed them by, walking into the ship.
"I'm not sure how to put this."
In all the time she'd known him, and through all the life-threatening situations they'd faced, she had never seen him looking so scared. "Stars, just say it! You're worrying the hell out of me." He swallowed.
"We can't find Darius or Nala."
"What?" A wave of icy fear hit. "What do you mean you can't find them?"
"They left their suite about an hour after lunch, saying they were just popping out to get snacks. But they didn't come back. Oriana and Fern didn't notice until a couple of hours later. They were too engrossed in what they were doing, and Parthenia didn't leave her room until the alarm was raised. Everyone's been looking for them ever since, but there's no trace of them."
She felt numb. The mood in the Peregrine on the journey back had been so good. The visit to Lakshmi Station had been a great success. They had an account fat with creds and access to the best defensive tech the sector had to offer. They would be able to sleep peacefully the rest of the way to Earth, safe and secure. But none of it meant anything if something bad had happened to her brother or sister. A realization broke through the tide of terror rising in her heart, creating an overwhelming sense of relief. "It's fine. I'll just cast Locate." She reached for her elixir bottle. "I don't know why Parthenia and the twins didn't think of it. Darius and Nala are probably hiding somewhere, enjoying the idea of us searching for them. You know what little kids are like."
"They tried that. Oriana, Fern, and Parthenia. They've all tried it over and over again. I told you, we can't find them."
"They can't find them with Locate? That's not possible. Even if they were," she couldn't bring herself to say it, "Locate would always find them."
"Unless they were out of range. That's what Parthenia said."
"Yes, but—" Her mind was whirring. She couldn't think straight. How far did Locate operate? The Bathsheba hasn't changed position since we left, has she?
"No, or if she has, it's just a little from gravitational effects."
"Then the only way Darius and Nala could move out of range would be—" "Carina!" It was Oriana. She ran down the passageway and hugged Carina tightly. Her eyes were red in her puffy face. "We can't find them! We tried everything! We looked and looked! I'm so glad you're back! Can you think of something else we can do? There has to be something else!" She was gazing up hopefully. Carina tried to look calm. In truth, she was barely holding it together herself. It was up to her to be strong, to figure out a solution, to find the way out of a sticky situation again. But she had nothing. She had no idea what could have happened to her little sister or brother, or how to find out where they'd gone. Fern and Oriana appeared. Fern's expression was downcast, and Parthenia looked like Carina felt, utterly distraught. "Let me think," Carina said. "I need to think." She began to walk, though she had no destination in mind. "I'm sorry," said Parthenia. "I should have been watching them."
"No," said Bryce. "It's my fault. I should have stayed in the suite with you guys."
"It's nobody's fault," said Carina. "Neither of you could be expected to watch all the kids every second. They're old enough to look after themselves, and they should be smart enough to not put themselves in danger." "They should be," muttered Parthenia. "No other ship has approached while I was gone?" It was a dumb question. Bryce would have told her if that was the case, but she had to get the possibility of a kidnapping out of the way.
"Absolutely not. Bibic and I searched all the scanner data 3 times. Nothing has come anywhere near the Bathsheba except the Peregrine. Even if a ship could avoid scanner detection somehow, the computer would have registered an airlock opening. There's been nothing, not even a garbage evacuation."
"So they can't have left the ship, which means they must be here somewhere, and that means they must be in range to locate." She halted and swung toward Parthenia and the twins. "Is it possible your elixir is the problem?" "I made it the other day," Parthenia replied defensively. "I've never got it wrong before." "Okay, but let me try with mine. It's from an earlier batch. Does anyone have something of the kids to use?" "I have some of Nala's hair from her brush and Darius's playing cards," said Oriana, taking them out of her pocket and handing them over. Carina walked to the bulkhead and leaned her back on it. She unscrewed the lid on her bottle, and holding Nala and Darius's personal items in one hand, took a swig. Closing her eyes, she concentrated. Casting under pressure was hard. It required focus, which was nearly impossible to achieve when you were worried something terrible had happened to the people you loved. She pushed away the black cloud of fear and went down into her mind. Locate was a 7-stroke character. Carefully, she wrote each glowing stroke in the darkness and sent it out. She waited. If the cast worked, she would soon begin to sense her siblings, bright spots in the grey field of mental space. Time stretched out, measured by each thump of her anxious heart. She continued to wait, longer than she should have. Past the moment she knew, deep down, she had failed. Tears filled her eyes as she finally opened them. Unable to speak, she shook her head. The 4 mages and Bryce stood silently in the passageway. A flash of hope hit, though as she spoke she realized it was irrational. "What about Jace? Has he tried to cast for them?" "He tried many times," Parthenia replied. "He gave up and joined one of the search parties. Despair descended again. If Jace could not locate them, no one could. Only Darius was a better mage."
"Has casting ever not worked for you before?"
asked Bryce. "Plenty of times, when I was a kid and learning. But you can sort of feel if you did it wrong. Even if that wasn't so, it isn't possible that we're all doing it wrong. It can only mean they aren't here, and searching for them is pointless." Another idea occurred. Did the scanners pick up anything strange? Is it possible the Bathsheba was hit by something similar to what killed Lomang and Mesban?
"We checked for that too. There was nothing out of the ordinary the whole time you were gone."
"They have to be here!" she exclaimed. "I can't explain why we can't locate them, but they must be somewhere on the ship." She didn't add the final part of the sentence that sprang to her mind, dead or alive.
"If they're here," said Bryce, "we'll find them eventually. The Bathsheba's big, but she isn't infinite. We won't stop looking until we've found them."
Do you two remember exactly where they said they were going? Carina asked Fern and Oriana. All they said was they were going to get something to eat, Fern replied, which to me meant the galley on our deck. If they wanted something that wasn't there, Oriana chipped in, they would only have to go to the printer on the deck below. They should only have been gone half an hour at most, but it took us longer than that to notice they hadn't come back. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed. Look, said Carina, I don't want any of you to blame yourselves. Yet she could empathise. What had happened wasn't her fault either, but she couldn't help feeling somehow it was. They must have gone to another place. How could they have gone missing between your suite and the galley or the printer? There's nothing dangerous in those areas, not even an airlock. They had to be going somewhere different, and they didn't want to tell you because they knew you would try to stop them. That does sound like something Nala would do, Oriana agreed. I love her, but she can be sneaky. And Darius would go along with it because he wanted to please her, said Parthenia. He wants to keep everyone happy. That's right, Carina agreed. There was no need to state the reason Darius needed the people around him to be happy. What were they doing before they left? Playing cards, Fern replied. The cards were on the bed when we looked into their room to check they hadn't come back without us noticing. His answer was no help. She couldn't see how playing cards could have led the two children to lie and go somewhere forbidden. Has anyone checked Nala's interface? I did, said Fern, but there was no activity on it for the last couple of days. Doesn't sound like Nala. Bryce commented. I checked it too. He's right. There's no way she didn't use her interface recently. She must have wiped the history to cover something up. What about the ship's database? Anyone check what she's been doing on that? Chapter 11. The old schematic of the ship Nala had been looking at before she disappeared showed an extra deck that didn't exist on the more recent plan. Deck 0. Why had its existence been hidden? Carina couldn't think of any good reason why the ship's previous occupants would want to make a secret of an entire deck. She peered down the service tunnel at Deck 1. It disappeared into darkness, but that was innocuous. The lights were probably motion-activated the same as everywhere else. "They're down there!" Oriana exclaimed, leaning over Carina's shoulder. "They have to be!" She launched herself at the opening, but Carina grabbed her and held her back. She understood the impulse. There was nothing more she wanted to do herself than to shoot down the ladder and find her siblings. "Let me go!" yelled Oriana.
She's right, said Bryce. Hold on, we need to be careful. We don't know what's down there. If it's only another deck, why haven't Darius and Nala come back yet?
Fear and anxiety gnawed at Carina. Stupid, stupid kids! If they were okay, she would ground them for a month. If they were okay. "What worries me most is we can't locate them," she said. "The only thing that can block a cast is another mage, but usually you would feel it being blocked. I didn't feel a thing when I cast earlier." Bryce asked, "You're sure it would work, even if they're—" "Yes," she snapped, then immediately regretted it. He loved those kids as much as she did. "Yes," she repeated more softly, touching his arm. "No matter what's happened to them, it would work. Except—" She remembered cremating Ma's body in a shuttle engine's flare. You couldn't locate someone if there was nothing left of them. She calmed Jackson. "Bring 5 black dogs and pulse rifles to Deck 1 ASAP." "Pulse rifles?" asked Fern. "What do you think is down there?" She turned to Bryce. "Could some of the lot of Krillans have re-entered after you spaced them?"
"It would be a miracle, but I have to admit I didn't check the logs. I don't know if any of the other airlocks were activated."
"Could we be carrying lot of Krillin stowaways?" asked Parthenia.
If the Lotokrillans do have Darius and Nala, asked Oriana, why haven't they said anything? They would have asked for a ransom or, I don't know. It just seems weird they would keep quiet about it.
Carina could think of a dark reason why the men might have said nothing. They might be perfectly content with their situation, moving around the ship during the quiet shift, stealing enough food to survive, waiting for an opportunity to sneak away, waiting until everyone went into deep sleep. Then they could take over the ship and fly wherever they wanted. All they would have to do to ensure they never met any opposition was to turn off the stasis system. If her guess was correct, the arrival of Darius and Nala would have thrown a spanner in the works. It would be in the Lotokrillans' interest to silence the children permanently. The elevator doors opened and 6 black dogs emerged in full armor and armed.
You suited up, said Carina. Good idea.
One of them replied, his helmet comm switched to external.
No harm in being cautious.
It was Jackson. He peered into the service tunnel hatch and whistled.
You think the kids are down there?
Yeah, and I think they might not be alone.
It'll be a tight fit in our suits, but I think we can do it.
I'm coming too.
I didn't bring a spare rifle.
I have my elixir. I'll be okay.
Better to let,
ventured Bryce. Carina gave him a hard stare, and he didn't finish his sentence. Let's go. We've wasted enough time. Jackson managed to persuade her to allow himself and the other black dogs to climb down the service ladder first. After the last merc had entered the hatch, she followed. As she descended, she listened for sounds of fighting, but there was nothing. At the bottom, she climbed out into a passageway the same as the others on the ship, empty except for the mercs.
Carina, said Jackson, you've got to leave. My HUD's reporting low O2.
Huh?
Get back up the ladder, or you'll be unconscious within a couple of minutes.
But
I don't want to carry you and those kids. Leave, now.
With great reluctance, she returned to deck 1. By the time she'd reached the top of the ladder, she'd begun to feel a little woozy. She climbed out and sat with her back to the bulkhead.
Did you find them?
asked Oriana excitedly. No, I had to come back because the oxygen's low down there. It was lucky Jackson suited up. His HUD warned him.
So that's why Darius and Nala didn't come back,
said Bryce. She shared a look with him. What does it mean? asked Fern. It means there aren't any stowaway Lotokrillans, said Carina. Oriana exhaled heavily.
Thank goodness for that.
But if you came back right away, said Parthenia, that means the atmosphere must be really dangerous if you aren't wearing armor.
Let's wait and see what the mercs find.
Carina was holding it together the best she could. She didn't want to lose hope or upset her siblings by showing how she really felt, but a scene kept playing through her mind. She could see Jackson emerging from the hatch, carrying Darius in his arms, lifeless. Another merc appeared carrying Nala, her body limp, her skin blue, her chest still. She sank her head into her hands. Bryce sat beside her and put his arm around her shoulders. Seconds crawled past as they waited. Her confusion about why the locate cast hadn't worked didn't matter anymore. All she could do was hope the inevitable wasn't true. It couldn't be true.
Someone's coming,
Fern announced. She leapt up and leaned in next to her brother at the open hatch. She saw the top of a helmet. A child's form rested over the merc's shoulder.
He's got Darius! They found him!
Carina backed out and pulled Fern with her. We have to make room. She took the lid off her elixir and put the bottle down, ready to cast heal. When the merc reached the level of the hatch, she called out, "I'll take him!" and reached into the tunnel to lift Darius off the man's shoulder. She laid the small figure down. He was so tiny. Is he breathing? Whispered Parthenia. Darius was deathly pale. Carina put her ear against his chest. The thump of his heart sounded. It was quiet and slow, but it was there. A dam broke within her, and tears flooded her eyes. He's alive! Distantly she heard Oriana announce, They've got Nala too! Heal her, Parthenia. She was already sipping elixir. She placed a hand on Darius's chest and squeezed her eyes shut. With a great effort, she managed to control her ragged emotions and cast heal. She opened her eyes, expecting her sweet brother's eyes to open soon too. They did not. Nothing had changed. He remained unconscious and just as pale. She thrust her ear against his chest again. His heart beat at the same slow rate. Next to her, Parthenia had done the same. It isn't working! Her sister wailed over Nala's motionless form. Why isn't it working? Chapter 12. Carina's understanding of the dreadful situation was confirmed by Jace later in the sickbay. Before he mentioned the problem, however, he asked how Darius and Nala were doing. They're alive, she replied, her throat tight. That's the main thing. The doc says it's going to be hard to tell how the oxygen deprivation has affected their brains until they wake up. She's put them under sedation to help them recover. We'll know more tomorrow. The children looked better than they had when they'd been found. As they lay in the sick bay beds with oxygen masks on their faces, their skin was pink and plump. But they'd been unconscious for hours, the oxygen-depleted atmosphere slowly sapping them of life. Black Dog medics had hooked them up to life sign monitors, which displayed their steady heartbeats, respiration, blood pressure, and other figures. The screens provided the brightest light in the quiet room.
I heard they were found on a deck no one knew existed,
Jace asked, sitting down. Deck 0. It must have been abandoned decades ago. The Bathsheba is centuries old, and at some point the atmosphere management system began to struggle to maintain safe oxygen levels down there. Whoever was running the ship closed the deck off. I doubt even Lomang knew about it.
But why isn't there a warning somewhere?
There is, on the computer. But the database is in the original colonist script, remember? Some of it is converted to Universal now, but not all of it. Nala must have found out about Deck 0, but she didn't fully understand what she was reading.
No signs outside the service hatches?
She shrugged. There are no signs anywhere on the ship. Maybe the colonists didn't use them, or they were taken down. Who knows? It doesn't matter now. Jace ran a hand through his hair.
Thank the stars they didn't die.
She nodded. According to the doc, they wouldn't have lasted much longer if we hadn't found them. Then Jace brought up the second awful event on both their minds. He said quietly,
You tried casting heal, didn't you?
It was a statement, not a question. She nodded again. The suffocating blanket of alarm and fear she'd been feeling tightened around her.
It didn't work, right?
She shook her head. There was nothing else to say.
I've tried them all, he went on. Every cast I know. Rise, fire, break, obscure, transport, lock, and the rest.
None of them worked?
Not one.
She had tried to lock the sickbay door and cast Rise on the water in the beaker next to Darius's bed. These were simple casts a mage child could do. Her experience mirrored Jace's. A pause stretched out as the significance of their failures expanded. Have you ever heard of this happening before? She asked.
Never.
He met her gaze.
You remember Magda?
Of course. How could she ever forget the old spirit mage?
I listened to all her stories. I never heard a single one about mages losing their abilities.
She stroked the back of Darius's hand. What did it mean? She had never imagined there might be a time she could no longer cast. Mages retained their abilities until death, only losing the capacity in old age in the same way that old people's minds didn't work so well. Even with the evidence staring her in the face, she couldn't imagine no longer being able to cast. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Her ability was part of her, like talking, eating, and walking. Losing it felt like having a limb sawn off. Do you have any idea what might have happened?
I'm as much in the dark as you. How have Parthenia and the others taken it?
While we were waiting for the medics, we realized that might be why no one had been able to locate Darius and Nala, that it was because the casts hadn't been working. Then the medics arrived and, after that, it's all a blur, honestly. I was so worried the kids were going to... Jace put a hand on her back. I calmed Parthenia to tell her what the doc had said, but I haven't spoken to her or anyone else since. I don't know how they're doing. Bryce is with them.
Would you like me to talk to them?
Please. Bryce loves them like his own, but he isn't a mage. He won't understand what this means or how they'll be feeling.
I'm not sure I do myself yet. It's hard to take in.
You can say that again. He rose to his feet.
Darius and Nala were found alive. That's something to be grateful for. Tomorrow will bring us more good news, hopefully. They're young and healthy, and that will help with their recovery.
That's what the doc said, and today I discovered the ember gems are worth an absolute fortune. If I have to use it all to pay for medical treatment at Lakshmi Station, I will.
There are hospitals there?
They have everything there. She sighed. I was so happy when I got back, looking forward to telling everyone about our good luck and deciding the best ways to protect the ship. And then this happens. She looked up at her towering friend. Do you think it might only be temporary, that we'll get our abilities back?
Your guess is as good as mine. If it had happened after you'd returned from your trip, I would have wondered if you brought back a virus that had infected us. But the effect began earlier than that. My locate casts didn't work while you were gone. To find out whether the problem is temporary, we need to discover what's causing it. And at the moment I don't have any ideas. But I'll think about it. That's all we can do.
That and get used to being normal.
You said it. I'll go and talk to the kids.
Normality. To be like 99.9% of the rest of humanity. It was a weird feeling. There had been many times she'd considered her magehood to be more of a curse than a benefit. It had caused so much pain in her life. Ma had suffered years of torment due to it, and for Carina herself it had meant living with loneliness and constant fear of discovery. Yet it was also a fundamental part of her identity, like the colour of her eyes or her interest in bugs. It was who she was. If she could never cast again, she would feel like a different person. And what did it mean in terms of the journey to Earth? The reason she wanted to go there was to try to find a home where her family could live safely. She hoped things were different there now, thousands of years after mages had departed. But if none of them was a mage anymore, was there any point in making the long voyage? Might it not be better to find a quiet backwater planet and live out their lives like regular people? Chapter 13. Carina was in a long dark tunnel. The air was humid and stuffy, and thick cobwebs stretched from wall to wall. She turned, trying to find a way out. At one end was impenetrable darkness, at the other a pinprick of light shone. How had she come to be here? She couldn't remember. All she knew was she had to get out. She pushed through a sticky web, breaking it apart. Thick threads clung to her face and hair as she walked toward the light. She tried to pull them away, but they stuck to her skin and trailed behind her. Another web and another effort to break it and pass through. At this one, something unseen scuttled away along the ceiling. The spot of light grew larger. She was hot, sweating in the still, warm air. Her legs were already growing weary, though she didn't think she'd gone very far. Perhaps this was a high-G planet. She did feel heavier than usual. Or maybe there was something different about the air. It felt thick and syrupy. Figures were moving in the light, silhouetted by its brightness. They were moving toward her slowly, shuffling. She could see 3 distinctly, but there might be even more behind, judging from the grey shadows in the brilliance. She turned and looked back. Might it be better to retreat into the dark? But what lay that way was unknown. The least she could expect was more of the webs and the creatures who had made them. She went on. As the light increased, it grew softer. A cool wind blew from the same direction, drying her sweat. She could make out the first figure. It was a woman wearing a dress that fell to her feet, her long hair arranged carefully on her head. Carina gasped, "Ma!" She ran into her arms and hugged the thin woman tightly. She felt so small, so frail. Carina was frightened she might hurt her. She let go and stared into her mother's deep brown eyes. "What are you doing here? Are you okay?" Ma didn't answer, only smiled sweetly and pointed behind her. Ba was here too. He raised a hand in greeting, but before Carina could run to him, she saw someone else she recognized farther down the tunnel. Hobbling forward, hunched over by age and long years of gathering semi-precious stones, was Nai. Tears sprang to Carina's eyes. She couldn't believe it. Here were 3 people who meant so much to her. Who to speak to first? She hadn't seen Ba since she was 3 years old, and Nai had raised her, dedicating her life to protecting her and teaching her how to be a mage. Then she saw the others. Behind Nai walked ranks of other people, all appearing familiar. She could see Nai's, Ba's, and Ma's features in their faces. These were her ancestors, going back down the ages. Mages who had lived before her in different places and on other planets across the galaxy, all the way back for thousands of years to the people who had fled Earth. "Carina," said a quiet, high-pitched voice. She opened her eyes. She was sitting down, bent forward, resting her upper body on a bed, Darius's sickbay bed. She sat up. He was awake and watching her. "Were you dreaming?" "I think I was. How are you feeling, sweetheart?" He looked healthy, and the fact he'd spoken to her was a good sign. "I thought you were dreaming. You were talking. I think you said Nai." "I was dreaming about our family. The family who had been mages for hundreds of generations. Was the line going to stop with her and her siblings? How are you?" She stroked his hair. "I've been so worried about you." He began to cry. "I'm sorry I was bad." "Hey," she said softly. "It's okay. We found you. That's the most important thing. What do you remember?" "I was with Nala on Deck 0 and—" He sat bolt upright. "Where is she? Is she—" "She's still asleep." Nala's unconscious form hadn't moved while they'd been talking. The sickbay door slid open and a medic appeared. "How are my young patients?" he asked cheerfully, adding,
One's awake, I see. Excellent.
He seems to have fully recovered.
I certainly hope so. You are looking chipper, young man. If your sister would kindly step outside, I'll do some checks.
No, Darius protested. I want Carina to stay. It'll be fine. It's just for a few minutes, right?
That's all.
The medic leaned down and fake whispered in Darius's ear.
And I have candy Carina wouldn't approve of.
Darius giggled. I'll see you soon, said Carina, stepping out. While she waited, she rested her back on the bulkhead and folded her arms. Closing her eyes, she wished she could send to Parthenia to tell her Darius was awake and was apparently okay. She could calm her, of course, but there was something special about casting send. It was a more emotional, meaningful act, in the same way an embrace felt different from hearing the words, I love you. And casting was something that drew them together. All that appeared to be gone now, perhaps forever. If she couldn't cast, she would need to learn a new way of being, like learning to walk again. She calmed Bryce.
Fantastic, he
said, when she told him her brother seemed okay.
I haven't slept all night, worrying.
Guilt niggled at her. She had left Bryce to look after her siblings again. She relied on him so much.
How about Nala?
She hasn't woken up yet. There's a medic in with both of them at the moment. I'll see what he says, but if Darius is all right, I think Nala must be too.
Good. Let me know, okay?
Of course. What's been happening there? He paused before answering.
Jace came over to talk to the kids.
He paused again.
They haven't taken the news they've lost their mage abilities very well.
Neither have I. I guess it's only to be expected. It's a big shock for all of us. I never imagined this could happen.
It's a bummer, but it isn't that big a disaster, is it? You're all still healthy.
It's more than a bummer, Bryce. I don't think you really understand what this means to us.
You're right. It is hard for me to understand. Oriana hasn't stopped crying since Jace told her, and Fern's acting like he's just got hit by a truck. Parthenia hasn't left her room, though to be fair she hasn't left it much at all lately. Is it so bad to be an ordinary non-mage person like me?
No, but...
What?
I'm sorry, I can't explain right now. The medic emerged from the sickbay room. I'll talk to you soon, she told Bryce before cutting the comm. What did you find out? The man's expression stopped her heart. They're going to be okay, right?
I performed cognitive function checks on Darius, and he doesn't seem to be suffering any major impairments.
The medic looked down for a second before continuing.
Nala woke up while I was working with her brother, so I ran the basic tests on her as well. The doc will be along soon to run more advanced checks, but it seems clear the hypoxia has caused some brain damage.
What? What kind of brain damage?
She's suffering memory loss, and her gross motor skills have been affected. We'll be able to tell you more after the doctor's seen her.
No! Poor Nala!
It's still early days. We'll begin treatment right away and do everything we can to help her regain her abilities.
Will she ever be the same again?
It's hard for me to say,
he replied, though his tone implied he was only trying to be kind.
The doctor will be able to give you a prognosis for her recovery.
Thanks. Can I see them now?
Go ahead.
Chapter 14. At last, said Parthenia sarcastically, a gathering I'm invited to. Carina bit back an equally acid reply. They were facing their greatest challenges yet, and her eldest sister had to make it about her.
A very important gathering,
said Jace.
Let's get started.
Carina had invited the older mage to the kids' suite to lead the discussion on what they would do to face the latest developments. Bryce was present as well as the mages and Nala, who had curled into Jace's side on the sofa, sucking her thumb. It was hard to look at her. Nala had sucked her thumb sometimes in the earliest days Carina had known her. It wasn't hard to guess why the little girl had retained the baby habit. Her father had been a monster, and their dark mage brother, Castiel, had mercilessly manipulated and later tortured her. What was harder to understand was the amazing resilience and adaptability she had shown as soon as she was free of these two terrible influences. The thumb-sucking had stopped as the little girl bloomed. Nala had developed into a very smart, savvy child, despite all the trauma she'd endured, and her discovery of the Ember Gems had saved them all. Now her little escapade had resulted in brain damage that was probably irreversible. According to the doctor, she had lost a lot of memories and cognitive ability, leaving her with the mental capacity of a child half her age. She also struggled with walking, using a knife and fork, and operating an interface. When the doc had shown her a screen, she hadn't even seemed to understand what it was. She could still speak, but with a limited vocabulary. With treatment, the doc had said, she should make some progress, but it was most likely she would never return to the sparky, quick-witted youngster she had once been. The advanced tests on Darius had revealed he'd escaped his sister's fate, possibly due to his younger age or another factor they didn't understand. His brain seemed unaffected.
"Do you know why this has happened to us, Jace?"
Oriana asked plaintively.
"Why can't we cast any more?"
It was a pointless question. Everyone knew what he would say, but Oriana appeared to hope if she asked again, she might get a different answer.
"I'm sorry," he replied patiently. "I don't know."
"Which means," said Fern, "we might get our ability back. If we've randomly lost the ability to cast, we could randomly regain it." "Being a mage isn't random," said Carina. "It's genetic. That's what I always guessed, and we found out for sure on Magog. They knew we were mages after taking DNA samples." "Then has something gone wrong with our genetic code? Can that happen?" "I talked to the doctor. He said space radiation damages DNA, but the ship's hull and the EVA suits protect us from it. And if there had been a radiation breach, alarms would have sounded."
"True,"
said Bryce.
"Anyway, Carina, you were away when whatever's happened to you all happened. If it was due to radiation on the Bathsheba, you wouldn't have been affected. Are we sure it happened while Carina was visiting Lakshmi Station?"
asked Jace.
"We didn't notice the effect until we were searching for Darius and Nala, but we could have lost our abilities prior to that. It will help to pinpoint the event if we all try to remember the last time we cast successfully."
Carina thought back. It was hard to bring to mind the last cast she'd made. She definitely hadn't done any casting at Lakshmi for fear of being noticed. Before that, she frowned.
"It's so hard," said Oriana. "I don't do it very much anymore. There's no need to cast on a starship where everything's close at hand and all we do is mess around all day."
"I remember," said Parthenia. "I cast Locate 5 days ago for something I'd lost. It worked then."
"So," said Jace, "sometime in the last 5 days, we all lost our mage ability."
Silence settled over the room. Nala snuggled closer to Jace, who wrapped a protective arm around her.
"I know it must be hard for you all," said Bryce, "but looking at it over the long term, does it really matter? Carina, you've told me so many times how hard it is to be a mage, always living in fear of discovery, facing the threat of slavery and torture. If this thing that's happened is permanent, you aren't at risk anymore. No one has a reason to capture or hurt you. Surely that's a good thing."
"No, it isn't a good thing," Oriana snapped. How would you feel if I cut off your leg and told you how much fun you'll have hopping? Cool it, sis, said Fern. Bryce is only trying to help us feel better.
I'm sorry, said Bryce. I'll shut up. Please don't, said Jace. Your opinion is valued and welcome. We need to discuss this calmly and figure it out.
Is there a lot to figure out? Carina asked. We don't know why this has happened, so we don't know how to put it right. I've been wondering if it's related to our genes, said Parthenia. But not in terms of damage, more like a genetic clock counting down. I don't know how it works exactly, but maybe Mage's powers have been ticking down over millennia until now. And suddenly they're gone. No mages are able to cast any more. It's over. You mean it could have affected all the people we left behind too? Asked Fern. None of the mages back home can cast now? I'm just speculating. My most urgent concern, said Carina, is what it means in terms of travelling to Earth. Is there any point now? Bryce was right when he said we have nothing to fear any longer, or at least no more to fear than regular people. So why should we continue our journey? As she spoke, the dream she'd been having when Darius awoke sprang to her mind. Ma, Ba, Nai, her great-grandparents, great-great-grandparents, and on, back in time, farther into the light. They had all had one thing in common, but she didn't share it with them any more. Mentally dragging herself back to the present, she asked, why spend the money from the Ember Gems on fitting out the Bathsheba when we could use it to settle down somewhere? You mean you want to give up everything you've worked for all this time? Asked Oriana. When you put it like that, I want to say no. But going to Earth was my idea. I feel like I've hauled you and the black dogs along with me. I don't know if that was right. What's happened has made me rethink everything. It's all a mess in my head. Camille and I might have settled down on Magog, Parthenia blurted. He wanted to anyway. I wasn't sure. He wanted me to give up being a mage, abandon the voyage, leave you all behind, and live there with him. She finished with a croaky voice, and a fat tear ran down her cheek. She wiped it away with the back of her hand. So that's what you two were arguing about, thought Carina. I'm glad you didn't. I would have missed you. We all would have, said Fern quietly. Parthenia's confession subdued everyone to a second silence. After a few minutes, Jace said quietly,
We have another item to discuss today. Nala.
She had fallen asleep, her thumb still in her mouth. What's wrong with her? Darius asked timidly. Carina realised she hadn't told him anything about his sister's medical status. The news had been a shock she hadn't quite recovered from herself, without the additional necessity of explaining it to her brother. She's sick. What else could she say? How to explain to a 7-year-old that his sibling would probably never be the same?
Her brain is hurt,
said Jace gently.
That's why she's acting differently.
Oh, said Darius. Did it happen when we fell asleep on Deck 0?
Yes, that's right.
When will she get better?
We don't know. Maybe never.
Oh, no! Nala's going to need our help from now on, said Carina. We'll have to be patient as she learns to do things again. I can teach her. I'm sure you'll be a great helper. Carina turned to the others. I don't know how useful this discussion has been. We don't have any idea what to do to get our powers back, and I guess it's too soon to accept they're gone forever. Until we know that, we can't decide if we want to continue on our journey to Earth. But I do know one thing. We have to pour our resources into helping Nala. At Lakshmi Station they have the most up-to-date medical facilities in the sector. I propose that I take Nala there tomorrow and find out what they can do for her."
"I think we can all agree on that,"
said Bryce. Chapter 15. Parthenia hadn't spent much time aboard the late Mesban's ship, the Peregrine, and she wasn't in a mood to explore it now. Sitting on the bridge reminded her of the time Camille had taken her to the Duchess, the Black Dog's crippled military ship that remained attached to the Bathsheba. He'd frightened her by not telling her where they were going, and she'd had to explain to him what being a mage really meant. He'd seemed to try to understand how she had to be constantly vigilant to protect herself, though she wasn't sure he'd really succeeded. It wasn't something easy for others to comprehend, unless you grew up as a mage, unless you lived it, day in, day out. It wasn't possible to know how it felt. Nor was it possible to understand how it felt when it was all taken away from you. "Parthenia," said Carina, "I think you should know some things about Lakshmi Station. There are androids there called hosts and hostesses, and—" "I know what you're talking about. You don't need to explain." She had been tempted to reply, "The sex bots? Oh, I know all about them," just to embarrass and annoy her sister. But Darius and Nala were here. "You do?" Carina asked. "How come?" She was holding Nala on her lap, though she barely fit, while Darius was next to Shao, who was showing him the flight controls. "Some of the mercs were talking about them." "Oh, okay." Her sister looked worried and concerned. "For goodness sake," Parthenia said irritably, "I'm not 12. You don't have to protect me from that kind of thing. Do you really think that after growing up with mother and father, I don't understand what happens between adults?" She was tempted to say more about the times father would stare at her with a certain look in his eye, or when he would stand too close and touch her too much and in the wrong places. But she didn't want to burden Carina. She didn't hate her that much. Her sister looked deflated. She stroked Nala's hair and replied, "I was forgetting." "Lucky for you. I can't forget so easily." Carina sighed. "What I'm trying to say is, when we get to the station, be careful to stick with us. The place is huge and confusing, and it's easy to get lost. It's also full of all kinds of people, mostly visitors from the 3 warring systems. There are strict penalties for breaking regulations, but I'm sure plenty goes on the station officials don't know about, or at least they don't find out about until it's too late." "Yeah," said Shao, speaking over her shoulder as she sat at the controls. "Carina nearly got in a fight on our last trip. Jackson and I had to hold her back." The pilot was clearly trying to lighten the atmosphere, but Parthenia wasn't in the mood for it. Carina seemed to feel the same. After registering their looks, Shao gave a small cough and faced her console again. "So, Darius, do you want to take a turn?" His jaw dropped. "Me? Fly the ship?" "Sure, why not? I can trust you not to do anything stupid, right?" "I won't, I promise." "Then scoot over and sit here." The pilot got up, and Darius just about leapt into her seat. Shao opened a ship-wide comm. "Trainee pilot at the controls." Then she leaned over Darius to swipe the screen, stating, "Switching to manual." As she fastened her safety harness, Parthenia smiled. She was touched by the pilot's kind gesture and sensitivity. Darius hadn't said much, but he'd been quiet and glum since finding out about his sister's problems. He probably felt guilty, and Shao was doing a great job of taking his mind off it. Carina moved Nala to her own seat and strapped her in. As Parthenia secured her belt, the Peregrine suddenly dipped, and her stomach seemed to rise above her head. "Whoops," said Darius, giggling. Shao reached forward and gently moved his hands from the console. "Take it easy, Speed Racer." A swipe of her finger brought the ship level again. Did you think you were training to pilot a fairground ride? Nala had squealed at the sudden movement, but then she started giggling too.
That was fun! Do it again!
No, thank you, said Shao. Straight and steady, Darius, like I showed you. He bent his head down as he concentrated on the controls. The ship continued with small swerves and jumps for a few minutes. Then Darius's legs began to kick, which was a sure sign he was either bored or needed the bathroom. Shao appeared to recognize the signs too, as she said, "Is that enough for now?" He nodded and closed his fingers, causing the peregrine to swoop again. An alarmed yell came from the passageway. Someone had decided to ignore the pilot's order to strap in. "Whoa!" said Shao, switching to auto. Darius unfastened his harness and jumped out of his seat before running to Nala.
Did you see me flying the ship? Yeah, that was really cool. Did you see me, Carina, Parthenia?
We did, Carina replied. Do you want to be a pilot when you grow up?
Nala, do you want to?
The boy's voice faltered and his face fell. What's wrong? Carina asked.
I was going to ask Nala if she wanted to look around the peregrine with me.
He didn't need to say any more. Everyone knew what had happened the last time he'd gone exploring with his sister. It's okay, sweetheart, said Carina. As long as you stay out of restricted areas, there's nothing here that can hurt you. His features brightened.
What about it, Nala? Do you want to come with me?
Nala tried to undo her belt, but she couldn't manage it. Darius leaned in and did it for her. She hopped down from her seat and Darius took her hand. Together they walked out. Parthenia saw Carina's gaze following their youngest sister. Nala now walked unsteadily with a pronounced limp. It was heartbreaking to watch. She knew exactly how Carina felt.
Maybe we'll find someone to help her at Lakshmi.
I hope so. Carina looked drained and tired. She'd spent the entire night in the sick bay after they'd found the children, and she probably hadn't slept much since. Maybe Bongo can help us. Bongo? He was our guide the first time we went to the station. Nice guy. You'll like him. Arriving at Lakshmi, Parthenia was initially underimpressed. The place seemed bare and boring, yet the mercs who had accompanied them for their R&R, as they called it, weren't fazed by its appearance. As they completed the entry procedures, they bantered with each other excitedly. The black dogs reminded her of big kids sometimes. Big, muscled, lethal children. She had to have an ID code etched onto her wrist, which was mildly painful, and then she passed through a scanner. When she stepped into the main area, her illusion about the station fell away. Sound and light crashed in on her. Lakshmi Station was humming with life and activity.
It's quite something, isn't it?
Asked Shao, raising her voice.
Have you ever been anywhere like it?
No, never. The closest comparison Parthenia could make was the spaceport at Ithia. That had been thronged with hundreds of people too. It had been there Darius had spotted Carina and run up to her, thus revealing her existence to Father. What would have happened to them if Darius hadn't seen their sister? Carina had rescued them from the Shuras, escaping their flagship, the Nightfall. Would they ever have broken away without her help? Mother was already very sick by then, and Father had refused to have her transferred to a planet for treatment. After Mother died, they would have been stuck aboard the ship indefinitely. With a heavy heart, she was forced to admit that without Carina, she and her siblings would still be enslaved to their father's clan, casting to help Shura businesses and military offensives, imprisoned forever in their gilded cages. Here he comes, said Carina.
Are you sure that's him?
Asked Shao. Yep, I'm sure.
How can you tell?
Carina shrugged. Parthenia peered into the crowd of people and aliens, trying to see who they were talking about. From among the sea of bodies, an alien ran straight at them on many legs, its claws tapping the floor tiles. She took a backward step. Was it going to attack them? Where was the guide Carina had mentioned? Could he make the creature go away? "Hey," said Carina as the creature reached them. "Thanks for meeting us." "Hello again," it replied. "I got your comm. I have a few medical centres lined up. Want to make a start?" "Yeah, I brought Nala's information from our ship's doctor." She and Xiao began to follow the alien, Carina holding Nala's hand while Xiao held Darius's. This was Bongo. Carina looked over her shoulder. "Are you coming, Parthenia?" Chapter 16. "Hey, Bryce," Jackson said, approaching him in the refectory. "Fancy a space walk?" He put down his fork. "Now? After you finish eating? Me and Justus were thinking we need to get visuals on the damage the Regians did when they boarded the ship. The diagnostics can only tell us so much. If we're going to upgrade her, we need to know what we're facing." "Sure, but you should know I've never spacewalked before." "That's what I thought. It won't hurt for you to get some practice. You can never tell when stepping into the black might come in handy. If it's an emergency, you don't want to be doing it for the first time." "Okay, sounds good. Meet you at airlock D, this deck." As Jackson left, Bryce shoveled the remains of his rice and beans into his mouth. His first spacewalk would be a good distraction from the current situation. He'd come to the refectory to get a break from Fern and Oriana, who were taking the loss of their powers badly. They'd given up their usual activities and spent all their time lying around listlessly, occasionally attempting a cast. When it didn't work, Oriana would burst into tears, and Fern would stomp into their bedroom dramatically and throw himself on the bed. Bryce was sympathetic, though he knew he couldn't properly empathise with the teenagers. But being around them brought him down too, and he was already upset about Nala. He needed a breather. Jackson and Justus were suiting up when he arrived at the airlock. The two men seemed in a good mood, laughing about something. Bryce edged past them to lift a suit from the store. As he did so, he caught a whiff of alcohol. He halted. "You two been drinking?" Jackson replied. "I had a beer with lunch. Is that a problem?" "I thought we aren't supposed to drink before going outside." "Man, you sound like your girlfriend. Carina's no Cadwallader. Damn, that woman's a hard ass. No offence." "He's got a point," said Justus. "It is a little too soon to go out after having a drink. Maybe we should wait a couple of hours." "Says the guy who could barely walk when we got back from Lakshmi." "That was different. I wasn't planning on stepping into the black then." "I had one beer. I've lost count of how many spacewalks I've done. If I can't be trusted at the end of a tether after a single beer, I might as well shoot myself." Justus seemed to debate with himself for a moment before saying to Bryce, "Don't worry, it'll be okay. We're only taking a look around out there. If we were doing some work, it would be different. But if you're not comfortable, you can join us another time." The two older men continued to fasten up their suits. They'd worked on starships most of their adult lives, whereas Bryce had only ended up on the Bathsheba by accident. He couldn't remember what his ambitions had been while growing up on Ithia, but he knew they hadn't involved space travel. It was only after meeting Carina the idea of leaving his home planet had crossed his mind. But now this was to be his way of life for the next few years. He supposed he should learn all the ropes. "No, it's fine. I'll do it." Starship Agrav didn't extend to the hull. You couldn't successfully walk on a ship's exterior if you were constantly pulled toward her base. To compensate for the lack of gravity, Evasuit boots could be made magnetic, so the wearer's feet clung to metal surfaces, and tethers attached the suit's wearer to the hull. Additionally, if spacewalkers became separated from their vessels, nozzles at their elbows and back could expel pressurized gas to control movement. A final safety measure was a constant positioning signal. Providing you didn't somehow end up very far from the ship, you could usually be picked up in time to save your life, even if your suit sprang a leak. In short, it was very hard to die on a spacewalk. As he looked out into the cold, dark, airless expanse beyond the airlock's outer hatch, Bryce found these facts comforting. Yet it didn't change his impression of how vast, empty, and dead it was out there. He'd become used to living aboard the Bathsheba, forgetting that only a few meters of hull separated him from— "Com check," came Jackson's voice inside his helmet.
"Check,"
said Bryce. "You need to check your suit's levels too, Bryce," said Jackson. "Everything in normal range?" He studied his HUD, mildly annoyed. He had trained as a space soldier. He wasn't a complete greenhorn at wearing an EVA suit.
"Yep."
"Okay, let's start aft and work our way forward. As well as the D airlocks, we can reach airlock C and E on decks 3, 4 and 5. I'll take 5. Justus, you take 3. Bryce, you cover this deck."
"What am I looking for?"
"I expect we'll see acid damage from the Region attack, but look for any kind of wear and tear too. Your helmet will pick up heat leaks. The computer is telling us the lasers are fully functional, but this ship's damned old. Who knows when they were last checked?"
"Got it."
Jackson pulled the tether out from his waist, reached beyond the airlock and clipped it onto the hull. Then he grabbed the edge of the hatch, hauled himself through it, twisted sideways and moved out of sight as the A-grav lost its grip on him. There were 2 clunks as his boots stuck to the metal.
"You're next,"
said Justus. Bryce copied Jackson's movements and soon found himself looking at the outside of the Bathsheba for the first time. A metal plane stretched far and wide beneath his feet, and above it hung a void peppered with points of white diamond. The hull was also peppered, but with dents and scorch marks. Long scratches had been gouged from it too, the results of encounters with space debris over the centuries, he guessed. An aura hung around the edges of the ship, brightening the black, light from Lakshmi Station's star on the ship's far side.
"Give it a minute before you move around,"
said Justus as he emerged.
"Helps to steady yourself and get your bearings."
He must have given the command to close the hatch, for it slid shut. Darkness closed over them like a blanket, alleviated only by the diffused light from the nearest star. Bryce's helmet switched to night vision and his view took on a steely tint. Jackson was already several meters away, walking the high-stepping, long-striding gait imposed by magnetized boots. Justus also set off. Bryce waited the advised minute, surveying the small laser weapons several meters distant from him, pointed toward the airlock. Their purpose was to defend against boarders. In the Region's case, that had been a bust. He scanned for heat loss, but none showed. It was time to take a closer look. He lifted a foot to break the magnetized contact. Weightlessness seized him and he wobbled. His sense of balance was all over the place until his foot met metal again. 4 lasers surrounded the airlock, mounted an angle to point at an edge of the square portal. The first laser Bryce checked didn't appear to have anything wrong with it, though, despite Jackson's advice, he wasn't sure what he was supposed to be looking for. He connected with the ship's computer and searched for the device's schematics. When the image representing the laser's exterior came up, it matched what he was seeing. He moved toward the second laser. Jackson cried out, "Help! Help!" Then just as his voice sounded in Bryce's helmet.
"What's wrong? What's happened?"
Jackson yelled, I accidentally activated one of the lasers. Ah!
He sprawled on his side, attached by one boot to the hull. Bryce began to sprint in the direction of his injured shipmate, except he couldn't sprint. Each movement of his legs required breaking the magnetic hold, slowing him down to little more than a fast walk. Should he use his pressurized gas pack to help him get to Jackson's side faster? Justus was heading for their shipmate at a similarly restricted pace. He couldn't see exactly what was wrong with Jackson, but he must have been hit by a laser, which meant a suit leak. If they didn't get him inside quickly, he would suffocate. Bryce demagnetized his boots and his feet lifted a fraction off the hull. The smallest push would send him floating away from the ship. He checked his tether and then fired a small spurt from the nozzles at his elbows and on his back. The effect was far greater than he'd anticipated. Within less than a second, he was tens of meters from the hull. The Bathsheba continued to recede from him at an alarming rate. The downed Jackson and run-walking Justus reduced to dolls on the expanse of pock-marked metal. He adjusted the direction of the nozzles and angled his body forward before firing a second spurt of gas, even smaller than the first. He moved headlong this time, traversing a line parallel to the colony ship. That was better. His tether looped out below him, a reassuring link to safety. Justus had almost reached Jackson. Bryce cursed. He should have walked, not attempted this ridiculous effort. Turning his head toward his companions, he fired a third burst of gas. By slow manoeuvring and several corrections, he managed to bring himself back to the hull, nearby Jackson. To Bryce's confusion, the man was standing by the time he reached him and acting normally. He didn't seem to be hurt. Bryce realized he hadn't heard anything from either of his shipmates for a minute or so. Then laughter exploded into his helmet. Jackson and Justus had cut their comms to him. They'd been laughing all the while he'd been making his way over. When Bryce's boots finally snapped to magnetic contact with the hull, Jackson slapped him on the back. "It's good to know I can rely on you in a crisis."
"I haven't seen anything so funny in a long while,"
said Justus, gasping for air.
"Thanks for that."
"Come on, fellas," Bryce remonstrated, but he knew there was no use in saying any more. The mercs loved to have fun at others' expense, even if it cut close to the knuckle sometimes.
"Did you set me up right from the beginning, or was this a last-minute joke?"
"Right from the start," Jackson replied. "Even gargled a mouthful of beer just so I could breathe it out on you." He leaned closer. "Word of advice, don't ever go spacewalking with someone who's been drinking. Not even just one beer."
"Okay,"
said Bryce ruefully.
"I get it."
It was a hard lesson but well taught.
"Did you make up the part about checking the lasers too?"
"No, we need to do that. Take a look at Deck 4 Sea-Lock. I'll carry on checking this one." Justus continued to chuckle as he high-stepped toward another set of lasers. Bryce began the slow walk to Deck 4C. He hadn't gone far, however, before Jackson exclaimed, "Holy shit!" Half expecting another prank, Bryce turned to see what he'd found. Jackson was bent over a laser, pulling at something. There was a blinding flash, momentarily wiping out Bryce's night vision. When he could see again, Jackson was collapsing, and an object was floating away from him, spinning lazily in its own orbit. It took Bryce a second to realize the object was an arm. Chapter 17. Nala looked glum, and Parthenia knew exactly how she felt. This was the 5th medical centre they'd visited, accompanied by the strange alien spider creature Bongo, and at each one her little sister had been questioned, prodded, poked, scanned and tested.
She didn't seem to understand what was going on, but she had to be exhausted. Parthenia only had to watch and wait as the medics did their work, and she was exhausted. Nala's prospects didn't look good. After an hour or longer of investigation, the conclusions of the doctors at the previous 4 establishments had been the same. There wasn't much they could do. While medical science had cracked the problems of regenerating every other human tissue and organ, triggering the brain into repairing itself remained elusive. "You can expect to see some improvement," said the head of the latest centre, "if you follow our treatment program. Nala is young and her brain is still developing. Some of the functions that were lost in the hypoxia incident will be taken over by the remaining healthy areas. But will she ever return to her former state? I would say, according to what I've seen, it's unlikely." "It would be hard for us to stay here for a long course of treatment," said Carina. "I was hoping something could be done for Nala over the short term." "Out of the question, I'm afraid. Your sister requires months of therapy to make any progress. I think perhaps you're underestimating just how much brain damage she sustained. But Darius was deprived of oxygen over the same period, and he seems fine." "With respect, you don't know that. I could run some tests." "No more testing." Addressing her siblings, Carina said, "Come on, let's go." The doctor murmured. "There's the small question of payment for—" "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I'll pay on my way out." "I'm sorry we can't help you." Carina didn't reply as they left the office. At the receptionist's desk, she held up her ID code to the scanner for the centre to extract their fee. The figures on the screen were a drop in the ocean of the amount they had available. But creds weren't worth much when they couldn't help Nala. "If we could just cast heal," Carina muttered. "What now?" Parthenia asked. "Find Shao and Bongo. I want to talk to some weapons suppliers and get a feel for what we should buy for the Bathsheba." "So we're still going to Earth?" Carina sighed. "Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what the hell we should be doing anymore, but it won't hurt to explore our options." Shao had balked at attending Nala's 4th round of testing and had gone to find her merc buddies. Bongo had left them when they'd arrived at the 5th centre, though he'd said he would be back soon. Carina had purchased the local comm and translation devices on her previous trip, and Parthenia waited, holding Nala and Darius's hands on the busy thoroughfare, while her sister contacted the missing members of their party. Bongo was the first to appear, dodging between the many pedestrians with ease. He was clearly accustomed to it, even avoiding the people who jumped in random directions, startled by his approach. "Any luck?" he asked. "Nope," Carina replied. "Sorry to hear that. Do you want to try another place? There are a few—" "There's no point. They're all going to say the same thing." "You're probably right. The medical centres compete for custom, so they're all pretty up to date on the latest treatments, though I would say they're best at combat injuries. Where to next? Military equipment suppliers, I guess. Starship defense armaments." Parthenia demurred. "What?" "The children are hungry and tired, and so am I. How about we find somewhere to rest and eat?" "Yeah, you're right." Carina rubbed her forehead. "I was forgetting." "If food and relaxation are next on the program," said Bongo, "I know just the place." "Is Shao meeting us here?" Parthenia asked when they arrived at the restaurant Etheric Edibles. "I can't raise her," Carina replied. "She isn't answering her comm." "What about the other mercs? She must be with them." "Yeah, you're right. I'll try Van Hasty." Bongo was speaking to the maitre d', another, different alien. This creature was humanoid, but extremely tall and thin, and completely hairless. After a short conversation where Bongo explained all the humans were from out sector, Parthenia had the impression the maitre d' was female, beckoned them with a long-fingered hand, and led them between the occupied tables to the rear of the restaurant. Her movements seemed full of effort, as if she was struggling with the local gravity.
"I can give you an hour and a half," she said. "I have a booking for this table."
"Thanks," Carina replied. "We won't be here that long." "Did you manage to speak to Van Hasty?" asked Parthenia.
"No."
Carina ushered Darius and Nala onto the bench between her and Parthenia. Bongo dragged over a low seat with a hole in the base and squatted on it, announcing, "I recommend the fungus and larvae. I've eaten it here before, and it's delicious." Parthenia swallowed. Table manners, especially when dining with guests, had been ingrained into her from a very young age. She smiled politely. "Is that a local specialty?" "It's a Marchonish dish, very tasty." "Are you from Marchon?" "Stars, no!" A bubbling sound came from the alien's orifices as he appeared to laugh. "My species' home system is a very long way from here, and our culture is peaceful. We would never end up in a conflict like the three-system war." "Fungus and larvae, Carina asked, scanning the menu. "You aren't serious?" Parthenia mentally questioned her sister, but she didn't want to offend Bongo by speaking aloud. She was about to ask their guide about the war when Carina continued, "The larvae are dead, right?" "Well, they're frozen," Bongo replied. "So, technically..." "Yeah," said Carina. "You're not exactly selling it. I think I'll pass." Her head down, she carried on reading. Parthenia was also reading, trying to find something Darius and Nala wouldn't reject out of hand. One of the noodle dishes seemed a fair bet. She made the suggestion. "I want to choose for myself," Darius exclaimed. "I want what Darius wants," said Nala. "Fine," said Parthenia. "Let Carina know what you decide." She wasn't particularly hungry. As she waited for the others to pick their dishes, she decided to try an experiment. She had brought her elixir along. Carina hadn't wanted her to, but the small bottle of liquid hadn't triggered any alarms. She wanted to try a cast. It could be something aboard the Bathsheba that was preventing them from working, or something in the ship's vicinity. After checking no one was watching, she took the bottle from its bag at her waist and unscrewed the lid. Carina looked up at precisely the wrong time, from Parthenia's viewpoint, and saw what she was doing. Her sister gave her a severe frown and shook her head sharply. "Is something the matter?" Bongo asked her, his many-eyed head swiveling from one sibling to the other. "No, nothing at all," Parthenia replied, taking a sip of elixir while meeting Carina's hard stare. She closed her eyes. A small cast would do for a test, something simple. She wrote the send character in her mind, followed by a message, "You don't own me, sis," and then released it. From the lack of reaction on Carina's face, it was clear the cast had failed. Her heart settled like lead in her chest. Even at Lakshmi Station, she no longer had her special ability. "I'm no longer a mage." The words in her head sounded unreal. It seemed impossible they were true. Perhaps reading her expression, Carina's look became sorrowful and sympathetic. Darius and Nala called out their meal choice, which was something that sounded deep-fried and very unhealthy. Parthenia said she wouldn't be eating anything. The food took only a few minutes to arrive. The center of the table retracted and steaming dishes rose on the flat top of a column into the gap. Bongo reached over the tabletop with two limbs and picked up a bowl of something looking suspiciously like chopped-up fungus peppered with frozen maggots. The maggots were rapidly thawing and beginning to wriggle. He placed the dish in front of him, scooped out a handful, or rather a clawful, of food, and put it underneath his chair. When the claw reappeared, it was empty. That explained the hole in his seat. Parthenia was deeply pleased she'd decided not to eat. Thankfully, Darius and Nala were too occupied by their own food to notice and make a rude comment. Carina, if she registered what the alien was doing, didn't react. After waiting a few minutes, Parthenia asked, "Bongo, can you explain about the Three Systems War? How long has it been going on, and what's it about?" "Ah, do you want the official story or the truth? What do you think?" Carina asked in return. "I'll give you both, seeing as one kind of explains the other. But don't ever repeat what I tell you to a Marchonish, Quintonese or Gugongian. You'll get yourself banned from the station, or worse." Chapter 18. Jackson had lost an arm but gained a Regian one. He was staring at the alien limb stupidly while his severed prosthetic dripped fluid.
"You need to get out of your suit,"
said Justice as the airlock's outer hatch closed and atmosphere hissed in. Jackson raised his head. "What? Oh, yeah." Bryce had expected the man to be in worse condition, but his suit had only lost pressure to the top of the remainder of his arm. A seal had activated, preventing air from escaping and providing a tourniquet to slow blood loss. "You know what this means?" asked Jackson. The airlock's inner hatch opened. Justice removed his helmet.
"You fancied trying a different kind of arm?"
He began to unfasten Jackson's suit for him. The merc was clearly in shock, which wasn't surprising. Amputation via laser beam would shock the most hardened veteran, even when the limb in question wasn't made of flesh and blood. Justice removed Jackson's helmet, and his voice switched from calm to natural as he said, "It explains how the Regians got around the laser defences." As if suddenly hit by revulsion, he dropped the insectoid appendage. Black and shiny, it lay on the deck. The limb must have been stuck in the laser emitter ever since the Regian attack. It had travelled with the Bathsheba all the way to Magog and Gog, and the millions of miles the ship had voyaged afterward.
"They swarmed them,"
Bryce said.
"The Regians threw themselves at the lasers to give their buddies time to crack the airlocks."
"Yeah," agreed Jackson. "Their usual offensive tactic. Overwhelm your opponent by sheer force of numbers, whether the enemy is another species or a weapon."
"Sick bastards,"
muttered Justice.
"Step out,"
he ordered. He had removed Jackson's suit down to his knees. "Hey," the merc protested, apparently only just noticing what Justice had been doing. "I can do it." He pushed the legs of his suit down with his remaining arm and lifted his feet out of the boots.
"I'm not a freaking kid. Does your arm hurt?"
asked Bryce, wondering if the prosthetic had a biofeedback linked to Jackson's brain. "Nah, it stung a little when the beam cut it, but the pain sensors shut down after that."
"Well, one thing's for sure,"
Justice commented, beginning to remove his own suit.
"We've got to replace all the lasers. They shouldn't misfire like that, even if someone's tugging at them like you did. But we would have had to get rid of them anyway. I've never seen such antiques. They must be centuries old."
"Assuming we're still going to Earth," said Jackson, "and we need defences."
"Why wouldn't we?"
asked Justice. Bryce explained.
"Carina's been reconsidering the options since she and her brothers and sisters lost their powers. She's not sure there's any point in continuing the journey anymore." "That's news to me. Don't we get a say? If we don't go to Earth, I'm not sure where I'd go. Lot of Krilla's closed to me now. I can't go back there after what happened to my old shipmates. I'd be executed for desertion."
"But you didn't desert," said Bryce.
"Doesn't matter. In my culture, it's all for one, not every man for himself. I'm expected to defend my company or die trying."
"No need to fret," said Jackson. "You're a de facto black dog now. Wherever we go, you come too."
"Says who?"
"Says me." Jackson patted his shoulder.
"Thanks. That means a lot. So I guess you'll have to get that arm replaced now." Yep, another item on Lin's shopping list. While the two men talked, Bryce had been taking off his suit and helmet and stowing them. The remains of Jackson's prosthetic continued to drip on the deck. Another antique to be replaced. His brow wrinkled and he lifted the short stump to peer at the end. Feels weird. Never thought I'd lose it like this. How long did you have it? Asked Bryce. I dunno. Long time. So long it felt. Bryce's ship's comm bleeped an urgent signal. He slapped it. What?
You have to come to the bridge, Oriana cried. Right now! The ships are firing!
The three men sprinted down the passageway. What a time for an attack! Shao, their only experienced pilot, was on Lakshmi with Carina. Would Bibic be able to perform evasive manoeuvres? Could the mammoth Bathsheba even move evasively? Bryce assumed that other black dogs had been alerted and someone had taken charge of the ship's weapons, such as they were.
Why the hell are they firing at us? Jackson asked breathlessly. We don't have anything to do with their stupid war. You'd think they would give us a warning at least, gasped Justice. They reached the bridge and the door slid aside, revealing Oriana, Fern, Bibic and a couple of mercs watching a holo playing in the centre of the room. What's happening? Asked Jackson. Have we taken any hits? Did you put up the force shield, Bibic? Why would I do that? The young merc replied mildly, raising his eyebrows. Jackson said, To defend the... He paused and studied the holo closely. Wait, they're not firing at us. Oriana, said Bibic. I told you they would get the wrong idea from what you said. Sorry, guys, I think she got overexcited. The scene playing out on the 3D image was of two fleets in battle, against each other. Pulse bolts streamed across space as the ships appeared to crawl slowly to new positions, though in reality they were moving fast.
Sorry,
Oriana said sheepishly.
I thought you would want to see it, Bryce.
I do, but maybe explain what you mean a bit more clearly next time.
It's so cool, Fern exclaimed. I think the one on the left is winning.
Not so cool when you're in the middle of it, said Jackson. Don't you know that? You must have been in some space battles in your time, youngster.
Yeah, but this is different. It's like a vid game.
It's not a game when your life's at risk. You'd do well to remember that.
Jackson's expression became serious and contemplative. How many battles had he taken part in? It had to be a lot, considering the grizzled man's age, and the fact that he wasn't even sure how long he had had his prosthetic arm. Carina had told Bryce once that Jackson had taken part in the first attempt to rescue Darius from the Dirksons. How many of that team of black dogs was still alive? Not the captain, Spiedel, certainly. Carina had spoken sadly of how he had died in the second successful attempt. Others had died since. Atoy, who had lost her life to the Regians, and Halliday, who had perished in a glider crash on Magog. He guessed Jackson and Carina might be the only remaining survivors from the original rescue team. Mercenary life was generally brutal and short. If the old merc made it to their journey's end, where he could live out the rest of his life in peace and safety, that would be something. Chapter 19. So, said Bongo, adjusting his position in his seat as if getting comfortable. The official reason for the conflict between the governments of Marchon, Quinton and Gugong is a territory dispute. There's a rogue planet roughly equidistant between the three systems, and each sovereignty claims it as its own. What makes the planet so valuable? Asked Parthenia. Nothing, as far as I'm aware, and I've done a fair bit of research into it. It's a small place, barely bigger than a moon. Nothing at all? Exclaimed Carina. Shh! Bongo gestured downward with a claw. This is a sensitive subject around here. You never know who you might offend. He made a burbling sound. That's the name of my people. We have to be careful to remain neutral about the war. Feelings run high, even after 80 standard years of fighting. Maybe because of 80 years of fighting. They've been at war for 80 years? Carina exclaimed again, equally loudly. Bongo's head swiveled as each of his eyes glared at her in turn. Sorry, she said, continuing more quietly. They've been at war for 80 years. 83 to be exact. Over a worthless rogue planet. He's already told us that, Parthenia reminded her. I'm just checking. It's a real war, right? She asked Bongo. With people dying and everything. The estimated death toll passed into the hundreds of millions decades ago. Parthenia asked, How long have you been here? This will be my 14th standard year at Lakshmi. I'll probably make it around 15 before heading home. I'll have saved enough by then to retire, providing I'm frugal. That's not to say I haven't enjoyed my work here, but you can only listen to the same biased, dogmatic opinions from each side for so long, you know. I can't tell you what a relief it was to hear you guys are from out sector. I suppose it must be hard to stay out of the argument when you're right in the middle of it, Parthenia commented. You don't know the half of it. To keep the war going, the governments on the 3 planets feed their populations all kinds of propaganda, and the people believe it because, well, why wouldn't they? They never get to meet each other except here at Lakshmi, and then they segregate themselves. Most service jobs are carried out by non-humans. Prior to the recruitment drive for workers from other areas of the sector, the fighting on the station used to be a lot worse. What do their governments tell them? Parthenia asked. Oh, all sorts of nonsense. That the other side beats their children, practices slavery, creates human-animal mutants, is planning to take over the sector, and so on. I forget who says what about the different sides. It's all bullshit, but there's no point in reasoning with them. They've been told this stuff all their lives. It's best to not get involved. They're in too deep. But they must interact with each other at least a little, Carina said. We were accused of coming from the wrong planet in a bar the other day, so it happens. It's kind of hard to believe they see and speak to the people from other planets, and yet never question what they've been told. Some probably do question it, but they don't dare to say anything. It must be hard to speak out when the war's gone on so long, and everyone you know believes the propaganda. I think I understand, Parthenia commented. They've been fighting for generations, and the war has become a part of their identity. They're all invested in it, every family, and every family must have people who died in the fight. Propaganda aside, that gives them a reason for hating their opponents and continuing the war. They want revenge. What an identity to have, said Carina. I'm glad ours wasn't. She stopped speaking, firmly closing her lips. Parthenia guessed exactly what her sister meant and what she'd nearly said. The same thought had sprung to her own mind. From what she'd come to learn about mage culture, they were essentially pacifistic, like Bongo's species. It was a far better identity to have than to belong to a warlike society. But were they even mages any longer? Speaking softly to Bongo, she said, You mentioned something about the real reason for the war. Ah, yes, he replied, before making his strange burbling sound again. Now I'm wishing I hadn't. He tapped 2 claws on the tabletop before continuing. You must promise me you'll never mention this to another soul at the station, or to anyone among your crew who can't be trusted to not pass it on. You must especially promise me that, if you do mention it by accident, you never tell anyone it came from me. We promise, said Carina. Yes, Parthenia said. We'll never speak of it. She checked Nala and Darius, who definitely couldn't be expected to keep any such promise, but they were playing a game with the condiments, oblivious to the conversation. Perhaps I don't actually need to tell you, said Bongo. You seem like intelligent people. I'll give you some facts and you can draw your own conclusions. I told you the war began 83 years ago, didn't I? Do you know how old Lakshmi Station is? 80 years, Carina guessed. Wrong. She tried again. 75? Construction must have begun after the war started. Someone saw an opportunity to make money selling weapons to the three sides, and so they built the station. Wrong again. Oh! Parthenia moved her hand to her mouth as the realization hit. 70? asked Carina. No, Parthenia said. Lakshmi isn't younger than the war, is it, Bongo? It's older, right? Her sister frowned. But why? The frown disappeared and was replaced by open-mouthed horror. Stars! You don't think... The owners of Lakshmi Station are fabulously wealthy, and so are the arms dealers, medical professionals, and everyone else who services the war machine, including the government leaders. Tears pricked Parthenia's eyes. You said hundreds of millions have died? The figures are probably into the billions by now, and that isn't counting all the injured, permanently disabled, orphaned and bereaved. Could it really be true? Could the war between the three planets only have come about in order to make a small group of people rich? She guessed some high-ranking individuals from Marchon, Quinton and Gugon must have worked together to hatch the plan. They must have begun to build Lakshmi in preparation. Then when the time was ripe, they'd whipped up the planet's inhabitants into a frenzy of xenophobic hatred and staged an incident to trigger the war. She'd known some terrible people in her time, such as her own father, but she'd thought his personality was rare. She'd been wrong. Lakshmi Station had to be making money for lots of people. Carina echoed her thoughts. Do you think everyone who profits from Lakshmi Station is aware of what's going on? I can't say. I've never talked about it to anyone outside my own kind. And if you weren't from out sector, I wouldn't be talking about it with you either. If the conspiracy was revealed and the populations turned against their governments, a lot of powerful people would lose everything. They would never risk it by allowing a blabbermouth to live. He bent his head forward conspiratorially. That's the real reason I want to leave. I profit from Lakshmi Station along with everyone who works here. It makes me uncomfortable, and by buying weapons here, we're complicit too. Don't be dumb, said Carina. We didn't know about the reason for the war before we arrived, and we still don't know for sure. Bongo could be wrong. She addressed him. You don't know this for sure, right? You're only guessing. Before he could answer, Parthenia retorted, It's a damned good guess. Think about it. What other reason could there be to go to war over a useless lump of rock floating in interstellar space? Then the people are stupid for not figuring it out and doing something about it. Stupid or brainwashed? Same thing. How can you be so callous? Parthenia asked her sister, nearly rising from her seat in anger. Darius and Nala, who had been happily chattering as they played their game, fell silent and looked from one sister to the other. I'm not callous, Carina said. I'm just not interested in other people's wars. I have a family to take care of, and if it means striking deals with self-serving warmongers, that's what I'll do. They were back to the old argument they'd had on Ostalon. Carina didn't feel responsibility toward her fellow human beings. Parthenia's anger eased. It was only to be expected. Carina had been alienated from non-mages for most of her life. She saw ordinary folk as different, with the possible exception of Bryce and Nala. She didn't really care about other people, and probably never would. Well, I think we should complete our business transactions and leave at the earliest opportunity. Now we're here, we don't have much choice about buying what we need, but I don't want to be a part of what's going on any longer than we have to." "You won't hear any argument from me about that," said Carina. "But I wish we could do something for Nala." "Oh dear," said Bongo. "This is bad. This is very bad." What?" Carina asked. "Your companions are in deep shit." Chapter 20. An hour earlier, Shao had found Rees, Van Hasty and the other mercs enjoying their R&R in the Nebula Ooze on the upper level of Deck 32. Why they'd chosen this place was beyond her. Compared to the rest of Lakshmi, it was a real dive. Most of the bartenders were Bongo's species, and they certainly needed their plentiful legs to serve the customers who crowded at every bar. The men and women looked like the lowest class of Lakshmi visitors, starship maintenance crews or space fleet grunts. Their clothes were the cheapest prints and were falling apart even so. Their hair was shaggy and unkempt, and some bore visible scars. Skin repair was cheap and widely available, so they were either too poor to afford it or were substance addicts, preferring to spend their limited funds on their kicks. The decor matched the clientele. The furnishings were shabby and dirty, and the only decoration on the walls were stains and scuff marks. Underlying the smell of alcohol and the smoke of narcotic herbs were the odours of sweat and bad breath.
"What are you doing here, guys?"
she asked when she reached the merc's table, raising her voice over the hubbub. "What's wrong?" Rees asked. "Don't like the atmosphere? Seems pretty cool to me." His pupils were dilated, and Shao didn't think it was only due to the low lighting.
"It's a dump. Come on, let's go somewhere else."
"Relax," said Van Hasty. "Sit down and have a drink. I'll get you one. What do you want?"
"They don't have table service."
It was another indication of the bar's poor quality. There were 3 standards of service in bars and restaurants, staffed by trained professional servers, the highest standard, entirely automated, and staffed by low-skilled, badly paid migrant labour. This place clearly fell into the last category. "It's not a problem," said Van Hasty. "I like seeing those spider things pouring drinks. You know they can serve 3 people at once. It's like watching a show at the fair."
"I don't think we should stay here. There must be a million better bars than this. Why'd you pick it?"
Rees shrugged. "We just wandered in. If you don't like it, we can leave."
"Great, let's go."
"Just have 1 drink while we finish ours." Shao relented. 1 drink wouldn't hurt.
"Okay, I'll have whatever you guys are having," she told Van Hasty.
The merc left the table and shouldered her way through the crowd. The patrons were tightly packed, but she was a tall, powerful woman and had no trouble in forcing a passage through the throng. Shao pulled out a stool from under the table and sat down. Rees turned to the merc sitting next to him and said something Shao didn't catch. He was smirking and his head wobbled, as if he was under the influence of something. Damn it! The black dogs hadn't had a chance to unwind in months, and they'd come close to dying horrible deaths at the hands of the Regians. She knew from her years working with them what was coming next. They were going to really let loose and have a blast. Most likely they wouldn't be able to make their own way back to the Peregrine. They would have to be carried. Though she wouldn't do the same herself, she didn't have a problem with it per se. The men and women risked death while they were on a job. It made sense that they lived their lives to the full while they still could. But they were at Lakshmi Station. Carina had lectured them on the severity of the laws here. But Shao had a feeling the mercs hadn't taken her as seriously as they should. Carina had a rep for being a hard-ass, and the black dogs were used to bending the rules while out of sight of their commander. Cadwallader's iron-fisted leadership style had trained them to it. That, and the fact that average Merc had the mentality of a teenager, spelled trouble in a situation like this. Van Hasty returned with her drink. Steam or smoke curled from the bright violet liquid. Xiao checked the glasses on the table. They were half full of the same cocktail. Oh well, I got what I asked for. She took a sip and winced as the sour, viscous fluid slipped down her throat. Then it hit. The room swam before her and took on a different hue. She grabbed the edge of the table with her other hand. What the hell is in this? Who knows? Van Hasty replied, lifting her own glass to her lips. It's called sudden death. Sudden death, huh? Xiao carefully put her drink down. A woman sidled up to Rees and placed an arm around his neck before bending low to whisper in his ear. Her large breasts performed a gravity-defying miracle as they remained inside her dress. Xiao took a double take. It wasn't a woman, it was a hostess, and not an expensive model. Even in the bar's dim lights, her skin's sheen appeared artificial, and her long curly chestnut hair looked fake. Rees reached up and cupped one weighty breast, while his other hand disappeared behind her, or rather it. Van Hasty and Xiao shared an ew look. In another moment, Rees was up on his feet and staggering off into the crowd, one arm around the hostess's waist. Seriously? Xiao asked Van Hasty. I know. I think he has a fetish. A group of youngsters standing nearby had been edging closer to the table since Xiao had arrived, pushed in by the sheer number of people jostling for space. The young people looked different from the rest of the patrons. They were well dressed, their clothes intricately made, and the women wore jewellery that appeared authentic. They seemed oblivious to their encroachment on the Merc space. What were they doing here when they could obviously afford to patronise more upmarket bars? Perhaps, like Rees, they had a fetish for sleaze. The crowd pressed closer, and a young man in the group stepped backward, bringing his behind right up to one of the Mercs' heads. Pamuk yelled, "Hey, I can smell ass!" Standing, she tapped to the man on the shoulder. "I don't feel like sniffing your butt today. Find somewhere else to shove your backside, okay?" In response, he grinned and grabbed her before grinding against her and saying, "If you don't like my backside, how about my front?" Pamuk's elbow shot back and she landed a punch that had his eyes rolling up before he collapsed into his companions. "Cut it out!" Xiao hollered. "You'll get us all in trouble!" But she might as well have shouted into the void. Another man in the group leapt at Pamuk, but Van Hasty was already on her feet and in his way with her fists up. The three remaining black dogs weren't far behind, and neither were their antagonists. Before Xiao could say another word, a full-on brawl was taking place. Rees appeared from nowhere and dove into the combatants. The bar's patrons drew back, forming a circle of gawkers. The man who'd been punched unconscious lay at the fighter's feet, heedless of what he'd started. Xiao hesitated. Should she stay to help pick up the pieces when the Mercs inevitably beat the rich kids to a pulp? Or should she leave and let them deal with their own problems? From what she understood of Lakshmi, there would be severe repercussions for the fight. Loyalty made her stay. Chapter 21. Bongo's species was apparently telepathic. While Carina had been talking with Parthenia about the war, he'd received a tip-off from a friend, warning him the Mercs had been taken into custody and were in danger of being spaced. Leaving Parthenia to look after Darius and Nala, Carina raced with the alien to the security centre, where Xiao, Van Hasty, Rees, and 4 others were being held. "Why didn't I receive a comm about this?" she asked Bongo as they ran, dodging the ever-present crowds. "You would have, eventually, but maybe not until it's too late. That's the way they do things around here." They inform the relatives and friends after the sentence has been carried out and pay compensation if the accused is found innocent on appeal. They call it retroactive justice. That's a hell of a system. It certainly keeps most everyone under control. Not the Bathsheba's crew, obviously. They don't know about the law around here. Well, said Bongo, they just found out. I don't get it. Some meathead nearly started a fight with me the first time I visited. Why would he do that if the laws are so draconian? It was probably all show. There's plenty of audacious talk goes on in those places, especially when people are buzzed, but hardly anything ever comes of it. Most visitors aren't that dim-witted. The 5th Point Justice Office where the black dogs were being held was kilometres away. Carina had to take the metro with Bongo for an hour and a half, changing trains twice to reach it. Along the way, she'd asked him if there wasn't a faster way to travel. There was. A second network of tunnels for autocars connected all the areas of the station, but it was only available to a minority of Lakshmi residents, not visitors or migrant workers. By the time they arrived at the relevant district, she was a frazzled mess, out of her mind with worry she would be too late to save the mercs. She still hadn't received a communication from the authorities that her companions were under arrest. To be on the safe side, she had calmed Parthenia, telling her to take the kids to the Peregrine and wait there. She couldn't risk them accidentally contravening the station's strict regulations. She wouldn't have time to fix a second problem. This district was far quieter than the commercial zone. The metro car had been nearly empty as it pulled into the station at the end of the line, and the platform all but deserted. Overhead, the ceiling was so high it was lost in darkness, the lights on the walls too weak to penetrate it. "It must cost a fortune to heat this place," she commented, partly to alleviate her anxiety as they entered the exit tunnel. "It costs hardly anything at all," Bongo replied. "Lakshmi derives its power directly from its sun, with minute energy loss. The invention of the tech was one of the things that made the building of the station possible." "Did the inventors share the knowledge with the local systems?" "Guess. Of course not. It's one of the station's best-kept secrets." When they left the metro, Carina had to hold out her wrist for her ID code to be scanned. Bongo seemed to have a free pass because his barrier opened automatically. Outside, she stumbled and almost fell. A blue sky stretched wide above them, looking entirely authentic. It even had clouds. For a second she had felt as though she was suddenly walking on a planet's surface. Is that real? It's an illusion, but a good one, as I understand. Is that what the sky looks like on your home planet? She thought back. It had been a long time since she'd left the planet where she had been born. Yes, but it wasn't so blue. The Justice Office is this way. What colour was the sky on Bongo's world? Only a few pedestrians walked the streets, which were lined with trees and shrubs, some in flower. The differences between here and the zone built for visitors continued to make their impression. Long-term Lakshmi residents had created a pleasant home. She swallowed as she remembered it had been built with the blood of billions. If only Bryce were here. She was afraid that when she met with the justice officers, she might fly off the handle and ruin everything. A tall, wide building of pale cream stone occupied centre stage in the street. Pillars supported an overhang at the top of its steps, and beyond them stood a series of open double doors. Bongo led the way up the stairs, his many legs making short work of the climb. They walked through a set of doors into a huge lobby. Despite the size of the space, there was only one counter, and one officer sitting behind it. A line of 6 or 7 people had formed. "Shit!" Carina blurted as they joined the end of it. "This is fucking ridiculous! Calm down! Losing your temper will get you nowhere here. If we're lucky, they'll only turf you out, but that'll be the end of your chance to help your friends." She took his words to heart. While they waited, she closed her eyes and recalled the techniques Nine-Eye had taught her to steady her mind and body. She took control of her breathing and mental focus as they moved closer to the front of the line. By the time they reached it, most of her tension had eased, and she could address the person on the other side of the desk composedly. "Some of my companions were brought here, and I'd like to see what I can do to help them." "Names?" the officer asked, not looking up from her interface. Carina began to state them. Before she was halfway through, the officer interrupted, saying, "Yeah, they're here. They have some pretty serious charges. Causing a fracas, disturbing the peace, assaulting a justice officer. You're lucky you arrived in time to see them before their sentence is carried out. They're due to be spaced in 15 minutes. She looked up. "You want to see them, right? Say a final goodbye and hear their last wishes." "No!" Carina yelled, her calm demeanour falling away in an instant. The officer frowned and reached for a button on her counter. "Sorry," said Bongo. "Please, there's no need to summon anyone. We aren't here to make any trouble. What my companion means is, yes, we would like to see them very much. I understand there's a fee involved." "Can't we?" said Carina, the sound of her blood pulsing in her ears. "Isn't there anything?" Something hard and sharp touched her hand. She looked down. Bongo had put one of his claws on it. Was he trying to calm her or console her? "Yeah, there is a fee," said the officer. "Let me see. It's per person, and there are 7 in custody. Do you want to see all of them?" I don't." What a question! Of all the mercs who had gotten themselves into trouble, the only one she knew well was Xiao. Did she want to see them only to say farewell before they faced an excruciating death? Yes, all of them. Numbly, she held up her wrist to the scanner as the figure appeared on the screen. "Through there," said the officer. A door opened in the wall to the rear of her desk. Carina trudged toward it, every step leaden as she dreaded what lay beyond. Bongo scuttled beside her. "Hey!" called the officer. "She only paid for herself, not you too." The alien hesitated. "Oh, what the hell? Go ahead. I'm feeling generous." Chapter 22. The Peregrine felt silent and empty to Parthenia, despite the racket Darius and Nala were making as they raced up and down the passageways. She'd never been the only adult aboard a starship before. It had been stressful enough finding the way to the right exit from Lakshmi and getting the children into their Eva suits and through the umbilicus by herself. What if something went wrong? Carina had seemed very anxious when she left the restaurant with Bongo. The mercs were in trouble and Xiao was with them. What if Carina couldn't help them? Bongo had said they might be spaced. Lakshmi law was extremely strict, but she hadn't known it was that strict. What if she had to take her siblings back to the Bathsheba? She didn't have a clue how to fly the ship. Darius probably knew more than her. If she had to resort to allowing him to take the controls, who knew what he might do? The children had been playing for ages, and she had been growing more and more irritated by their noise. She was tired, and she felt nauseated as well, as if she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her, though she hadn't had anything at the restaurant. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe she should have eaten something. She strode to the open doorway to tell her brother and sister to be quiet, but what she saw changed her mind. She'd thought they were having a regular running race, though Nala's limp would slow her down. But in fact Nala had an arm over Darius's shoulder and he was helping her, not very successfully, which was causing them to giggle and shriek as they staggered along. A lump rose in her throat. "What's wrong, Parthenia?" Darius asked, picking up on her feelings right away. There was no point in telling him she was fine. He knew she wasn't, and he would be hurt or confused by the lie. "I'm wondering what's happening with Carina and the black dogs." Darius and Nala had drawn to a halt. Her brother said, "Why don't you ask her?" Lakshmi comms don't work outside the station. Oh, then why don't you send to her? I can't. Didn't he know? Why not? Did you forget your elixir? No, I have some, but, Darius, we can't cast any more. Didn't anyone tell you? The little boy's eyes grew round. No, no one told me. How come? We don't know. It just happened. That's why it took us so long to find you when you were on deck 0. We were casting locate, but it wasn't working. It seemed remarkable Darius wasn't aware the mages had lost their ability. But when she thought about it, it made sense. He'd been unconscious when they'd realised what had happened. And since then he'd been recovering with Nala. He must have missed their discussions, or he hadn't been listening properly. That's bad, he commented. I like casting. So do I. Will it come back? No one knows. Maybe one day. I hope so. You're like me now, said Nala. Yeah, Darius replied, crestfallen. I don't feel like playing. He stepped out from under her arm. It's okay. Don't be sad. Let's run again. But Darius was walking away from her, heading for the bridge. Darius, I need you to help me run. I'll help you later. I want to rest. He passed Parthenia and sat in the co-pilot's seat. Will you help me run, Parthenia? Nala asked. Of course. She took her sister's hand. For a few minutes she trotted slowly alongside as Nala hobbled up and down. But then Nala said, I want to stop. I'm tired. Parthenia suspected she wasn't actually tired. She guessed she didn't find her older sister half as much fun to play with as Darius. Why don't you sit down for a while? Is Carina coming back soon? I think so. When would Carina return? It had been hours since they'd parted ways. Surely she must have fixed the problem with the mercs by now. Not being able to send to her was frustrating. As she stepped onto the bridge, Parthenia was confused to see Darius head down, with his eyes closed and his lips moving silently. He appeared to be sending to someone, though she knew that was impossible. She helped Nala to sit down and opened an interface to give her something to do. Darius continued to have a private conversation in his head. Then she noticed her elixir bottle on the console in front of him. The cap was off and a few drops sat on the surface. He clearly hadn't believed her when she'd told him the mages could no longer cast. He'd wanted to try for himself. Poor Darius. He was suffering the same shock and unhappiness she and their siblings had experienced. It would take him time to get used to the fact. He opened his eyes and looked up. Carina says hi. Parthenia froze. I can cast. You were wrong. Darius. He had to be deluded. Darius, are you sure? It's okay. Carina was surprised too. Was it possible? He seemed very confident, and it wasn't like him to lie. Well, goodness. Parthenia sat down. No one had tested him. When they'd learned they'd lost their abilities, everyone had been so devastated, no one had thought to check if the same applied to their youngest brother. Even Jace hadn't suggested it, and Darius hadn't been aware of the news, so he hadn't tested himself. But it was possible he was the odd one out. As a spirit mage, he was different. You really sent to Carina? Uh-huh. That's wonderful. I'm so happy you can still cast. What she said was true, but she couldn't help feeling somewhat jealous as well. What was worse, she knew Darius was aware. Me too. Now I'll be able to cast for everyone. So it won't be so bad for you after all. Thanks, that's kind, Darius. What did Carina say when you spoke to her? Is she on her way back with the mercs? No, she didn't talk about that. Parthenia, she was really sad, but she wouldn't tell me why. Chapter 23. The guard opened the cell door. As Carina went in, Bongo said he would wait for her outside. The black dogs were a sorry sight. Rees had a black eye and a busted lip. Van Hasty's nose and knuckles were bleeding, and though Shao didn't have a scratch on her, Carina had never seen her look so down. Did the mercs know they had about 10 minutes to live? 5 minutes, the guard said. That's all you get. But that's it. We need time to get them to the airlock. Gotta keep to the schedule, or there's hell to pay. He closed the door and the lock faintly hissed as it shut. What did he say? Rees asked. Something about an airlock? They didn't know.
Thank the stars you're here, said Shao. What took you so long? Can you get us out?
Or can you get us separate cells at least? Asked Van Hasty. There isn't room to spit in here. What the hell were you thinking? Carina yelled. Didn't you hear the warning I gave you on the Peregrine? Shao, I can't believe you let this happen. You were with me on the first visit. You know how strict they are here.
I know.
The pilot winced. I tried to stop the fight, but things got out of hand. When the guards arrived, I kept my distance, but the bar patrons pointed me out and said I was with them. Great, just great.
Is it really bad? Do you know our sentence? Are we going to be here a long time?
Carina choked up. Her chest heaved and she fought not to cry. She had had her fallings out with Shao, but she counted the woman as a friend, one of very few. And though she wasn't close with Rees, Van Hasty or the other mercs, they were like extended family. Why, oh why, had she come to Lakshmi Station? The trip had turned into a disaster. The mages had lost their powers, and now 7 mercs were about to die, including the only experienced pilot they had.
We're what?
Shao asked.
Carina, what's wrong?
We could apologise to the guys we scrapped with if it would help, Rees offered. I'm not apologising, said Van Hasty. They started it. Carina was tempted to ask what had happened. Where were the people the mercs had fought? Were they going to be spaced too? Or were the Lakshmi authorities picking on the outsiders? But there was no time. They had only a few minutes left. She took a deep breath. There's no good way to say this, but your sentence for what you did is execution. You're going to be spaced very soon. If there's anything you want me to tell anyone, any message you want me to pass on, you have to say it. Her words were lost in the merc's cries of dismay and outrage. Rees got in her face and demanded she do something to save them. Van Hasty began wailing, while Shao only looked blank with disbelief. Shut up! Carina shouted. Shut up! She pushed Rees's chest to get him away from her. There's nothing I can do! I told you! I warned you! And then, like a bunch of dumb morons, you go ahead and get into a fight anyway! What did you think would—
Carina?
The voice came from inside her head, and it was very familiar. Darius? The mercs continued to holler and sob. A couple of them were banging on the cell door, demanding to be released.
Hey, Carina,
said Darius.
What's up? Where are you?
Darius, you can send?
Yeah, I can. Parthenia said we can't cast anymore, but I thought I would try anyway, and I can. It's great, huh?
Yeah, it's great. She swallowed. Grief and dread over the mercs' impending deaths, at war with wonder and relief that Darius hadn't lost his mage ability.
You don't seem very happy. Is something wrong?
Yes. No, I mean, I can't talk to you now. I'll see you later when I get back, okay?
Okay. The cast is fading now anyway. See you soon, Carina.
He was gone. The mercs were quietening down. The reality of what was about to happen no doubt settling on them.
How long do we have?
Asked Shao, pale-faced. A couple of minutes at most.
That's it?
I'm sorry. It was all too much. The tenuous grip she'd been holding on herself broke, and tears overflowed her eyes. "I'm so sorry. If there was anything I could do." Silence descended, except for Van Hasty's quiet sobs. "No," said Pamuk. "I'm sorry. I should have kept my cool when that guy grabbed me." "No point in going over it now," said Rees. "What's done is done. I never thought I'd go out like this. Thought I'd get killed in battle, or my ship would get blown up, and that'd be it. I always knew the black would get me in the end," another merc muttered. The cell door opened. "Time's up," said the guard. "Can't we have just another minute?" asked Carina, still weeping. None of the mercs had told her their last wishes yet. "Time's up," repeated the guard. "Unless you want to step outside without a suit too." "Stars, I'm going." She found herself suddenly enveloped in a tight hug. Xiao had grabbed her. "I'm sorry for what I said about your brother. It's okay." Carina cried into her shoulder. "I forgave you days ago." The guard coughed. "I have to go." "I know," said Xiao, releasing her. "It's been good knowing you, Carina." "And you. I hope you make it to Earth." Carina took a final look at the 7 men and women before leaving. Bongo accompanied her as she plodded toward the exit. The other cells appeared empty. Unsurprisingly, most visitors to Lakshmi weren't so stupid as to get into a bar fight. But the mercs must have fought other people. Where were they? Weren't they going to be spaced too? Or had they already been executed? What happened to the others who took part in the fight, Bongo? Do you know? "No, but I guess they or someone they know must have paid the fine. Like I was saying at the restaurant, the people who profit from Lakshmi are fabulously rich, and it's usually only those types who get into—" "What?" She had been so deep in despair, the sense of what the alien had said took time to filter through. "What fine? No one told me there was a fine. Why didn't you tell me?" "Oh, it's very expensive. You probably don't want to. Where do I pay? Do I still have time?" She picked up her pace. "Where do I go? Tell me where to go." "The accounts section is— let me see. I'm not sure if I remember." Swiveling to face the alien, she scooped him up and held him at eye level. His many legs uselessly windmilled in mid-air. "You'd better remember, fast. If my friends die, you're the next one who'll be spaced." Chapter 24. Though Bongo's culture was pacifist, his species didn't give a shit about each other, not if money was involved. He hadn't imagined for a second Carina would be willing to spend more than half the large sum she possessed to buy her companion's freedom. His omission had almost cost the mercs their lives, so it was with mixed feelings she said goodbye to him when she left Lakshmi Station for a second time. As she pulled herself through the umbilicus to return to the Peregrine with the mercs, Xiao spoke to her over the comm. "He really didn't tell you until after you left our cell." "Of course he didn't. Do you think I would have let you all believe you were going to die as a joke? It's just hard to understand. I mean, he's a different species. You can't expect him to think like us." "I know, but he seemed nice." "He is nice. But remember how his cousin tried to fleece us? Money has an even higher value to them than to us. You'd think after all that time at the station he would understand humans better. You said that other people in the fight had paid their fines too, so he's seen what we do." "I asked him about that. He said that amount of money is nothing to rich Lakshmiites." Xiao whistled. "Holy smoke! I didn't realize the quantity of creds washing around that station even existed in the galaxy." Carina reached the Peregrine's airlock and hauled herself inside. Van Hasty, Rees, and the other mercs were already waiting. "You don't know the half of it. Wait till I tell you where the rich got their money." Her boots hit the deck. When Shao arrived, Rhys shut the outer hatch and activated pressurization. "Where?" the pilot asked. At the same time, Darius sent.
"Carina, are you back?"
"Yes, sweetheart. See you in a minute." Her HUD showed normal atmosphere. She removed her helmet. "I have to see the kids. I'll talk to you later." Said Rhys. He was holding his helmet awkwardly. She paused. "Did you want to say something?" "Yeah," said Van Hasty, her head down. We're sorry about the fight," said Rhys. "Yeah, we're sorry," Van Hasty echoed. "And we want to thank you for paying all that money to save us from—" She faltered. "It's not a problem." In fact, it was. With more than half their funds gone, they were now restricted on fitting out the Bathsheba with defensive weapons. The Merc stunt could cost everyone their lives in the long run, and they knew that. "Well, thanks anyway," Rhys said. The other black dogs nodded in agreement. Carina quickly removed her Eva suit and set off to find Darius, Nala and Parthenia. Darius hadn't said where they were, but she guessed they would be on the bridge. It turned out she was right. Darius greeted her with a hug, and so did Nala after she'd limped over. Carina's heart ached at the reminder that the visit to Lakshmi Station had been a disappointment on another level. It was hard to face the reality that her little sister would never be the same. In many ways she hadn't changed. She was still cheeky and adventurous, but she'd lost that spark of brilliance that set her apart. "Isn't it wonderful that Darius can cast?" Parthenia asked, apparently unable to keep the note of envy out of her voice. Carina knew how she felt. She was happy for their brother, yet she couldn't help feeling a little jealous too. "Yes, it is." Turning to Darius, she said, "You always surprise us with what you can do. I'm glad we still have one mage in the family." Another child his age would have taken her words at face value, but Darius felt the emotions underlying them. He smiled sadly.
"I wish you could cast too. Maybe you'll be able to again one day."
Parthenia put her hand to her head and squeezed her eyes shut. "Are you okay?" Carina asked.
"Not completely. I've been feeling ill since we got back."
"Go and lie down. Shao will be here in a minute to fly us to the Bathsheba. One of the ship's doctors can take a look at you." "Yes, all right." It wasn't like Parthenia to agree so easily. Carina looked at her more closely. She did look pale. After the episode with the Mercs, she didn't feel so great herself.
"What happened at the station?"
Parthenia asked, halting in the open doorway. "What took you so long?" "That's a long story, and not one for telling in front of the kids. I'll fill you in another time. But you should know we're not as rich as we were."
That's a shame.
"I hope we can still afford some treatment for Nala." When Carina arrived at the Bathsheba, she discovered another disaster had occurred in her absence. Jackson's prosthetic arm had been severed in an accident with the lasers on the hull. "I don't believe it! I can't leave you guys alone for 2 minutes without something terrible happening. What'll it be the next time I step out of the ship? Is she going to blow up? Is someone going to fly her into the star? Or invite the Regians to a party?" "Calm down," said Bryce. "He only lost his prosthetic. It could have been a lot worse." "It is a lot worse. I haven't told you what happened on Lakshmi yet." "Yeah," said Jackson. "What went down over there? Van Hasty and Rhys look like someone stole their puppy." "Before you tell us," Bryce said, "you should know the second bit of bad news. It's probably better to get it all out of the way now." Carina pressed her palms to her face. "Are you sure I need to know?" Bryce patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, no one's died." "Thank the stars for that. Things were touch and go for a while on Lakshmi. I don't think I could stand another life and death crisis." "Jace is in sickbay." Her hands dropped to her sides. "What's wrong with him?" "The docs don't know. They're still trying to figure it out. I went to see him and found him in bed.
He didn't want to bother anyone. Kept saying he'd be okay after a good sleep. I called a medic to take a look at him, and she recommended sickbay right away.
Shit. Parthenia was also feeling unwell. Was it related? She would have to tell her sister to get checked out. Is that it? No other catastrophes to report?
That's it. You can tell us what happened on Lakshmi now.
Well, said Carina, wondering where to start. Then everything went black. Chapter 25. Carina opened her eyes. She was on her back in a bed, and the air smelt faintly medicinal. Sick bay? She moved to sit up. 1,000 hammers beat on her skull, and the room lurched. Her stomach began to force its way up into her throat. Swallowing hard, she lay down. She remained motionless, recovering, though her head didn't stop hurting. The second time she tried to move, she only ventured to look to one side. Parthenia was in the neighbouring bed, her eyes closed. This time it was Carina's heart that lurched, as she feared the worst. But her sister was only asleep, breathing regularly and gently. There was a pink flush to her skin. She didn't attempt moving again. It only made the hammers beat harder. As she watched her sister, she went over what she remembered. She had been talking with Bryce and Jackson. Jackson was missing his prosthetic, and Bryce had said something about... She frowned. Jace. He had said Jace was in the sick bay. Now she and Parthenia were here too. 3 mages all sick at once? It was too much of a coincidence. Something was going on. Was someone targeting the mages? It couldn't be anything to do with Lakshmi because Jace hadn't been there, and no one on the station knew about him. It had to be the work of someone aboard the Bathsheba. Was that why they'd lost their ability to cast? Had someone discovered a substance that would take away their abilities? It seemed unlikely. As far as she knew, no one understood how or why mages could cast. So it should be impossible to know how to affect the process. Plus, their sickness had begun days after they'd lost their abilities. The two things weren't related, or only tangentially. Everyone knew what had happened to them. It was possible their enemy had only decided to make their move because they felt safer now. Not that she or anyone else would have cast to hurt them anyway, but they probably didn't know that. Perhaps the person had spiked their food or drink. That might explain why Darius and the twins hadn't been affected. They tended to choose and print their own food. She began to run through the people who had the opportunity to adulterate her meals or drinks. It was a short list. If the water dispenser in the galley nearest her suite had been contaminated, it would have affected far more people than just her. And she usually ate with Bryce. If their dishes had been poisoned, he would be in sickbay too. An impossible idea began to form in her mind. Surely it couldn't have been. Bryce walked in.
The doc conned to say you'd woken up. She said she'll be in soon. She's waiting for some test results. How are you feeling?
He drew up a chair and sat down. Like shit. What happened?
You fainted. Jackson caught you one-handed. It was pretty impressive.
Fainted, huh? Now she thought about it, she hadn't been feeling great for a while. The farce with the mercs at Lakshmi had distracted her. And what were you doing while all this was going on?
Watching in wonder.
He was smiling, but then his expression turned serious.
You gave me a fright. The doctors don't seem to know what's wrong with you.
How long have I been out?
An hour or so.
What about Parthenia? And Jace? Did the doc say anything about them? His expression grew more serious.
You can add Fern and Oriana to the list. They're in another room.
The twins as well? Damn! Darius?
He's fine.
Thank the stars.
The docs think you all have the same problem, whatever it is.
Makes sense. The throbbing in her head surged, and she let out a groan. Bryce gently touched the side of her face.
It's really bad, isn't it? Parthenia said she felt like buffaloes were stampeding through her brain before the sedative kicked in.
She did? That's why they put her out?
Yeah, they said it would help her to get some rest. Carina, Darius told me he can still cast. Is that right?
It is. He sent to me when he was on the Peregrine and I was in Lakshmi. What a bunch of idiots we were to not check with him. I could have sworn I'd asked him to try a cast, but apparently not.
But if that's so, can't he heal you all?
It doesn't work like that. Heal fixes injuries, like cuts, wounds, burns, and broken bones. It doesn't cure diseases. Don't you think I would have cured you when you had Ithian plague if I could? It would have been easy. And I would have healed Ma in a heartbeat. You know that.
Of course, I wasn't thinking.
She didn't go on to tell him heal also couldn't save people near death. It wasn't strictly true. A spirit mage could do it, but only at the risk of killing themselves in the process. Darius had done it for her once, and she didn't want him to ever be put in the same position again. It was better to not remind Bryce of the fact. She looked at her sleeping sister. They'd had their differences, but she didn't know what she would do if anything bad happened to her. Watching Parthenia, Bryce said quietly,
"Have you ever considered the fact she might be your full sister?"
Carina almost sat up in surprise, but managed to stop herself just in time, mindful of her aching head. "What makes you say that?"
"You look incredibly alike. Anyone who saw you would guess you were related. And though I only saw your mother a little, I'd say you both resemble her closely. I can't see anything of Stefan Scherer in Parthenia."
Carina had been 3 years old when Stefan had tricked Ma and Bar into revealing themselves as mages and taken them prisoner. She didn't know the exact dates it all happened, but it was possible Ma had already been pregnant when Stefan raped her. She might not have known, or she might have kept the fact secret the rest of her life, fearing her tormentor would kill Parthenia if he found out. Stars. You could be right.
Something to think about. You share similar traits too.
What kind of traits?
Oh, I'll let you figure that out.
They were both stubborn, argumentative, and sometimes difficult to get along with. It was definitely something to think about. Though Bryce had spoken in a teasing tone, his face remained full of concern.
"I'll ask the doc to give you a painkiller."
He began to get to his feet, but at that moment Dr. Asher arrived. The Black Dogs had 2 military doctors, Asher and Baxter. Dr. Asher was a woman in late middle age who had worked for the band ever since Carina could remember, and Baxter was a man in his 20s who had joined just before Carina reconnected with the band. He was young for a merc. Most had completed a few tours by the time dishonourable discharge, mental instability, or a traumatic event drove them to pursue professional soldiering. To Carina's knowledge, Baxter had never explained why he'd chosen the more haphazard, riskier life among the Black Dogs over a Space Fleet career and guaranteed pension. And, as was usual, no one had asked him. Carina preferred Dr. Asher. She wasn't exactly what you would call motherly, unless motherhood entailed barking at people with any non-life-threatening ailment that they needed to get over themselves. But if she took your injury or ailment seriously, you could trust her to do her level best to help, and she never treated the kids with anything less than her utmost care and concern, whereas Baxter was always distant and offhand, regardless of the severity of his patient's condition. "I have to hand it to you, Carina," Asher said as she walked in. "You guys have us stumped. You don't know what's wrong with us?" "Not a clue. You're hurting, right?" Asher held up a pressure syringe. Bryce helped Carina sit up. "This won't knock me out, will it?" she asked as Asher lifted her sleeve. "I want to talk to you." "No, it won't knock you out. It'll just take the edge off." A cool blast from the syringe spread through her veins. The pain in her head eased. She could still feel it, but the medication also made her care less. You really have no idea at all what's wrong with us? I know what you don't have. You don't have any of the hundreds of viruses our antivirals can tackle, or a bacterial infection. You don't have cancer, and you aren't suffering from radiation sickness. The tests didn't show any genetic abnormalities only manifesting now either. Carina found her last comment interesting. Whatever was different about Mage genes, it didn't show up as abnormal. I was wondering if we'd been poisoned. The doctor's eyebrows rose. You too, huh? A tox screen was the first test I ran. Zilch. That doesn't mean we weren't poisoned though, does it? Only that the test didn't pick it up.
Isn't that a little paranoid? Bryce asked. Who would want to poison you?
It was the first test she ran, Carina protested. It was, but I have a complete lack of faith in humanity. It seems I'm not alone. So what happens now? Asked Carina. We continue to monitor you, and Baxter and I will rack our brains trying to figure out what's wrong. We haven't exhausted all possibilities yet, only ruled out the most common ailments. How are the twins and Jace doing? About the same as you. Only Fern and Oriana complain more. Does the order we fell ill in mean anything? Not necessarily. You all exhibited symptoms within 24 hours. That's a standard range, given the variability of the human response to illness. Do you think it has something to do with losing our mage powers? The correlation would certainly be worth investigating if we knew the first thing about what you do, or used to be able to do, but unfortunately we don't, so we'll be ignoring that for now. Unless, of course, you can shed some light. Carina shook her head. I'm as much in the dark as you. That's what I thought. Chapter 26. Carina had been in sick bay a week, and she was going out of her mind. Would you please stop huffing and puffing? Parthenia snapped. It's bad enough being stuck in here as it is, without having to listen to you all day. I can't help it. Something's going on, but I don't know what. Bryce hasn't been in to see us today, and I heard a commotion outside this morning. Since then, it's been silent. Why hasn't anyone told me what's going on? Because you're sick. They don't want to bother you. It's more of a bother not to know. Why the big secret? Why would knowing what's happening hurt me? Because you would fret and worry and get annoyed when they won't let you stick your oar in for once. I wouldn't be sticking my oar in. I'd be giving them the benefit of my advice. Anyway, I'm the unofficial leader of the mission. If something important happens, I should know about it, even if I am sick. Oh, it hurts to be left out, Parthenia asked archly. Who would have thought? Carina cast a glance at her sister. She wasn't looking at her as she spoke. She was watching something on an interface propped up in bed. They were both on high doses of painkillers, anti-nausea medication, and other medicinal treatments that counteracted their ever-worsening symptoms. If it hadn't been for the meds, neither of them would have been able to function at all. As it was, watching endless hours of mindless entertainment was about all they were capable of. That and sniping at each other. More than once, Carina had contemplated asking the docs to transfer her to another room. Spending time with Parthenia only added to her problems. She guessed they'd been put in the same room so they could keep each other company. What a great idea that had been. She thought about Bryce's guess that they were full sisters. As the day had passed, she had begun to believe he was right. From certain angles, Parthenia looked like a slightly younger version of herself. If they'd had the same hairstyle, their similarities would have been even more apparent. Personality-wise, their characters were not quite so alike, despite Bryce's hints. but their differences could be explained by their upbringing. Parthenia was far more fussy and particular, especially about things like manners and decorum. Carina couldn't have been more different. Spending your adolescence on the streets and then living among mercs didn't exactly teach you the refinements of polite society. Their greatest difference was Parthenia seemed to feel responsible for the welfare of all humanity, while Carina, she freely admitted, only really cared about the people she knew. That could be explained by their upbringing too. Parthenia had grown up the eldest child in a very dysfunctional family. She had had the concept of duty to others drilled into her, whereas Carina had been trained by Nai to look after herself and trust no one. "Do you have to do that?" Parthenia asked, looking at her from the corners of her eyes. "Sorry." Carina turned away. She hadn't mentioned Bryce's guess about their shared parentage, and she wasn't sure she should. It might make her sister dislike her even more. "What are you thinking?" asked Parthenia. "I'm still wondering what's happening out there." "For goodness sake! If it matters that much, why don't you go and find out?" "You know, I think I will." "No, I didn't mean it. We have to rest. That's what Dr. Asher said. And it's doing us a lot of good, isn't it? We're getting sicker and sicker every day, and every day they up our doses. What's going to happen when they can't increase them any more? I can't stand lying here like an animal waiting to be slaughtered. I'm going to find out what's going on or die trying." Even she had to admit her words were melodramatic. She didn't think they were close to death. She hoped they weren't, if not for her own sake, then for Jace and her siblings. But her current situation was beyond frustrating. She felt helpless and useless. She had to act. Pushing back her covers, she swung her legs over the side of the bed. "Carina, cut it out! Stay where you are or I'll call the medic." Carina had argued with the docs over their constant surveillance. Being watched all the time made her uncomfortable. She had made them agree to turn off monitoring when at least one of them was awake and able to sound the alarm. "Why do you have to be so prim and proper all the time? It's okay to break the rules now and then." "That isn't what rules are for, and you know it. Look what happened on Lakshmi when the black dogs broke the rules." "Parthenia, my dearest sister, would you please shut up?" Carina had eased herself down from her bed while they bickered, and was now standing unsteadily next to it. Her prolonged inactivity made her weak. Coupled with her illness, she could barely stand. She felt like getting back into bed and having a long nap. But it would seem like she was obeying Parthenia, and that would only happen over her dead body. She pulled on a robe and shuffled toward the door. "Come back," Parthenia called. "You're sick. Go back to bed." When Carina didn't respond, she continued, "You look pathetic. You're making a fool of yourself." Carina winced, not because the words stung, though they did a little, but because they weren't something Parthenia would ordinarily say. She was echoing her monstrous father. Stefan Scherer had probably said exactly that kind of thing to Parthenia and her siblings while they were growing up. Not her monstrous father, Carina corrected herself. Her monstrous stepfather. As she reached the door, it slid open. She stepped out into the triage room, which was empty. In the center of the deck were a few spots of blood. Someone had been hurt. Increasing her pace to a slow walk, she crossed the room to peer through the windows into the twins' and Jace's rooms. All were sleeping. Relieved that none of them seemed to be injured, she continued her journey, sneaking past the staff office and into the passageway. Her legs were already aching. Her surroundings seemed to be underwater, moving to and fro as if in a choppy current. Propping herself with one hand on the bulkhead for support, she went on. If only she could cast transport. The Bathsheba was so goddamned big, and she wasn't sure where to go. She couldn't comm anyone. They would only alert the medics about her escape. A little voice at the back of her head that sounded suspiciously like Nai scolded her for being dumb, but something drove her on. She couldn't let the others take over the running of the ship. What might happen to her siblings if she wasn't there to protect them? Ma had entrusted them to her care. She wasn't going to let her down. She stumbled and fell. The effort to get back to her feet threatened to take the last of her strength, but she managed it. As she became upright once more, she heard distant voices. There seemed to be a lot of them. The black dogs must have got together for some reason. Were they fighting? That would explain the blood on the triage room deck. It would be odd if the mercs were attacking each other. Though they weren't the most stable people, they'd generally gotten along pretty well since they'd escaped the Regians and dealt with the lot of Krillin's mutiny attempt. Adversity had bonded them more than ever, she'd thought. But maybe the trouble with Van Hasty, Rees, and the others at Lakshmi had divided them. The 7 mercs were responsible for losing over half the ship's funds. That wouldn't sit well with the rest of the black dogs. Weakness was overcoming her. If she tried to go back to the sickbay and act like nothing had happened, she would never make it. Better to press on and hopefully find out what was being hidden from her. The voices were growing louder. She was heading in the right direction. She could even hear snatches of conversation.
"I've already explained," someone said. "This isn't a commercial venture."
"Bryce, we understand," another voice replied. "We're here to appeal to your sense of human decency. Won't you at least consider our request? We have so much to offer you. Skills, creds, healthy females for breeding." Healthy females for breeding? Carina let out a gasp. The deck seemed to rise up at her, and that was the last thing she remembered. Chapter 27.
"You have to stop making a habit of this,"
said Bryce as she came around for the second time. She was back in sickbay. It was like she was living a waking nightmare, passing out, waking up in a sickbay bed, passing out, waking up in a sickbay bed. Yet it was better than not waking up. "What's happening?" she asked groggily. "Am I going to be used for breeding?"
"What?"
Bryce put a hand to her forehead.
"Are you getting another fever? You don't feel hot." "Oh."
His features cleared.
"You overheard the leader of the party from Marchon."
"Marchon?" Carina mumbled. Brain fog was clogging her thinking. But it still sounded wrong that people from Marchon were aboard the Bathsheba.
"I was going to tell you about it later after we dealt with them. I didn't want to worry you unnecessarily."
She was about to say something similar to what she'd told Parthenia, that she worried more when she didn't know what was going on. But she couldn't utter so many words all at once. All she managed was, "What's happened?"
"We have visitors. Jackson and Justice are with them now. I wanted to check you were okay after the medics got you back into bed. You know, if I hadn't heard you fall in the passageway, you could have been lying there a while before someone found you. Please don't do that again. I'm sorry, but I have to go now."
Her head was beginning to clear a little. She touched his arm. "Tell me what's going on." He hesitated.
"It would take too long to explain. Jackson and Justice need my input to sort this problem out. But you can see it all on the security vids. I'll find them for you."
Dr. Asher burst into the room, her expression full of fury. "I'm reliably informed you were found unconscious in a passageway 100 meters from here." As she spoke, she marched to Carina's side. "So you repay all my hard work in treating you by leaving your bed and wandering around the ship." She pushed up Carina's sleeve to her shoulder and pressed the cool steel head of a pressure syringe into her biceps. The relief from confusion and aches and pains that spread out from the injection was blissful. "Listen to me, young lady," said Asher, leaning closer. "As it apparently wasn't obvious to you that you need to stay put, I'm making it an express order. You have been warned. Defy me at your peril. I'll be back soon to see what damage you've done to yourself. One of my more deserving patients needs me right now." She stomped out.
"Well, that's you told,"
Bryce remarked.
"Seriously, Carina, that was a dumb stunt you pulled. You're not invincible, and you're not vital to the running of the ship. We can cope without your input, and we want to. Everyone wants you to get better, not kill yourself."
He reached for the interface next to the bed and gave commands for it to bring up the relevant vid feeds.
"Can you sit up?"
She nodded. He helped her to a sitting position and swung the screen around on its arms so it faced her.
"Take it easy. I'll come back and update you as soon as I can."
He bent down to kiss the top of her head, and then he was gone. While all this was going on, Carina hadn't been able to see Parthenia's reaction. Predictably, her sister was giving her a hard-eyed stare. As soon as their gazes met, Parthenia curled a lip in disgust and turned away. A heavy weight settled on Carina's chest and her ribs felt constricted. She struggled to breathe, but it wasn't anything to do with her illness. Blinking away the blurriness in her vision, she told the interface to play the vids. The first was a recording of the exterior of the ship. Another vessel was approaching, a battered, pockmarked craft far smaller than the Bathsheba. Most starships were. Her thrusters reversed and the ship slowed to a stop. Frustratingly, there was no audio with the recording. The foreign starship must have hailed the Bathsheba. Carina would have liked to hear the conversation that took place, but her mind was too befuddled to find the recording made on the bridge. The colony ship's weapons were too old and inadequate to protect her from sustained attack, but no one aboard her would have gone down without a fight. No pulses had been fired, however, which meant the black dogs had agreed to meet the visitors. A short, rigid umbilicus extended from the newcomer's ship and disappeared out of view as it attached to the Bathsheba's hull. The recording showed nothing more. The umbilicus was opaque, but the visitors must have crossed it and come aboard. What had happened in the triage room? Who had dripped blood on the deck? Bryce had found the vid for her. She watched the sickbay doors draw apart and men pour in. A few were black dogs. Bryce was there too, but most of the rest were unfamiliar. Dressed in leathers, rough-shaven and shaggy-haired, the men looked nothing like the people she'd seen on Lakshmi. She guessed only soldiers or wealthy citizens could visit the station. These men were different. They were clustered around an individual who sagged, supported by his companions, his arms over the shoulders of two of them. Dr. Baxter appeared from the staff room. "Please help," said one of the men. "His bleeding won't stop and our blood generator's broken." "All right, put him over there." But as the men moved, the patient slipped from their grasp. There were too many people around him to see what happened, but Carina heard the thud of him hitting the deck. They gathered him up quickly and carried him to the bed. Conversations went on between the visitors and Bryce and the black dogs while Baxter did his work, but there were too many and the voices too indistinct to hear. She watched intently. Where had the Marchonish man gone after Baxter treated him? With surprise and alarm, she saw him carried into a room. He was still in the sick bay. Fern and Oriana were here, and Jace too. They were all ill and could no longer cast. What if the stranger tried to hurt them? She pushed the interface out of the way and moved to get out of bed. "What are you doing?" Parthenia demanded. Don't tell me you're going to get up again. Someone's here, in the sick bay. What are you talking about? I think you're being delirious. I'm calling Dr. Asher. But there was no need. An instant later, Asher walked in. Her gaze took in Carina's position, half out of bed. Her lips pursed and her eyes narrowed. Am I going to have to permanently sedate you, Carina Lin? The man they brought in, the Marchonish man, where is he? Is he still here? Is he under guard? Who's protecting the mages? How did you? Asher's gaze drifted to the interface. I see. Her expression lost some of its rigidity. You don't have anything to worry about. I really wish, Carina said through her teeth, mustering the little energy she had. People would stop telling me not to worry. After giving an exasperated sigh, the doctor said, The man from Marchon isn't currently in a position to do anyone any harm, considering he's under general anaesthetic while having a damaged artery repaired. Does that answer your questions? Carina flopped backward onto her pillows and closed her eyes. Honestly, Asher went on, your lack of confidence in others is alarming. Do you think you're the only person capable of doing anything around here? Or that we would put your siblings and friend at risk of harm? No, Carina murmured, lifting a weary hand to rub her eyes. I just feel so useless. This seemed to soften Dr. Asher's attitude somewhat. Baxter and I are doing everything we can to get to the bottom of your illness. But you have to let us do our job and stop making things harder for everyone. Okay. Good. Now stop Asher paused and smiled, tight-lipped. Remember, everything is under control on the ship. You should get some sleep. Would you like something to help you drift off? No, I'm fine. When Asher had left, Carina pulled the interface in front of her again. Chapter 28. Darius peeked around the edge of the door into the mission room. The Marchonish men were lounging around, sitting on the tables, resting a foot on a chair, or leaning against the walls. A couple were lying stretched out on the floor. They were waiting for something. Bryce, Justus, and a few black dogs had gone into another room and closed the door. Darius guessed the visitors were waiting to be told something, and Bryce and the others had to decide what to tell them. Maybe it had something to do with the weapons Carina wanted to buy at Lakshmi Station. Maybe the men from Marchon wanted to offer them a better price. He didn't like them. They felt dark and dangerous, kind of like Castiel and that man on Magog, Kai Wei, but not quite the same. The darkness in the Marchonish men was cloudy and murky, while Castiel and Wei's had been hard and sharp, like a black diamond. Nala giggled behind him. I want to see too, she whispered. Okay, swap places. He let Nala go in front of him to take a turn at watching the visitors. He wasn't sure they were supposed to be here, but on the other hand, no one had told them to stay away. Everyone had been busy lately. First, they'd been talking about Carina and the others being sick, and now they were talking about the men who had turned up and asked to come aboard. He hadn't been able to hear everything they said, but he thought maybe they wanted to come with them to Earth. Their leader had said something about them being tired of the war and wanting to start a new life somewhere else. They'd spotted the Bathsheba near Lakshmi Station, and so they'd come to find out who owned her. He didn't think any one person owned her. Everyone owned a little bit of her, even him and Nala. Nala looked over her shoulder and whispered, They're so big and ugly. That was a bit rude, and he didn't join in her giggles. But Nala couldn't help it. She'd been different since the attack on Deck Zero. It wasn't only her body that was different. She couldn't walk properly anymore. She was different too. She wasn't interested in finding things out, and she was always happy to play with him now. Before she'd only played because she wanted to be kind. Now he felt like he was the kind one. At first he'd been glad he didn't have to keep asking to get her attention. It was fun to have a full-time playmate, but then he'd felt bad. She was like that because she'd had an accident that was partly his fault. If he'd been thinking better, he would have transported them out from Deck Zero before they fell asleep. Then Nala wouldn't have been hurt. He still loved her, but he wanted the old Nala back, even if it meant returning to being lonely sometimes.
"Hey," said a voice, "we have a little spy."
"What? Where?" "Oh yeah, I see her." Oh no, Nala had been spotted.
"Come here, little one. We won't hurt you."
Darius grabbed the back of her shirt. He hissed, "Don't go in." She didn't understand the men were bad. "I want to," she protested. She pulled her shirt out of his hand and limped into the room. "That's it," said a voice. "What a cutie." Darius didn't know what to do. Should he tell Bryce what Nala was doing? They probably shouldn't be here. It was like Deck Zero all over again. Clutching his elixir bottle, he followed her. This time he wouldn't let Nala down. She was smiling up at a tall man. This one looked older than the others, and though his friends' muscles showed on their stomachs and arms, they weren't wearing shirts, only vests for some reason. The man Nala was looking at was softer and flabbier. His gut overhung the top of his pants. If he'd been a black dog, the mercs would have teased him about it. "What's your name?" the man asked Nala.
"There's another one," someone called out. "This place is a nursery. Kids everywhere."
"It'd be good if they'd let us fill it with our kids," someone else grumbled. "I'm Nala," Darius's sister replied, "and he's Darius." He wanted to tell her to be quiet and to get out of here. But now he was in the room, the men would hear him. "Nala and Darius," said the tall man. "Nice names. And you're a pretty little thing." He put a finger under Nala's chin and tilted it to look at her face more closely. Darius didn't think anyone had ever told Nala she was pretty. His family didn't talk much about how people looked, unless they were commenting on Fern and Oriana's new clothes designs. Nala seemed to like the compliment because she smiled wider. "Take another turn about," said the man. She frowned. She didn't understand, but Darius did. He clutched his elixir bottle tighter.
"Damn, I wish those mercs would hurry up and come to a decision," said a Marchonish man.
"I don't," someone replied.
"They can take as long as they like, as long as they say yes. What do they have to talk about? We made them a great offer. Men, supplies, female companions. This is a colony ship, but it's damn near empty from what I can tell. They need more bodies if they want to survive." "You're right. How many have we seen? 10? 20? And all the time we've been waiting, we've seen no one else except these brats. Ship's damn near rattling like a pod with only 3 peas. You know, we might even outnumber them."
This drew a pause from the group. Again, Darius knew exactly what was going through their minds. He would have to tell Bryce what he'd heard, but he wasn't going anywhere without Nala. He couldn't leave her. He wouldn't leave her alone with these men. "Kid," the tall man said, appearing to remember her presence. "I said take a turn about." "I don't understand."
"Walk around the room."
Darius was confused too. Frowning, Nala stepped away from the man. She had walked badly ever since the accident. One of her feet dragged because her leg didn't lift it high enough and she had to rise up on the other leg. It made her go up and down when she walked. She looked a bit strange, but Darius had never said anything about it. The tall man laughed. "This one's defective, guys. They should send her back to the shop." The other Marchonish men joined in his laughter. Nala halted and turned. She wasn't as smart as she used to be, but she wasn't so stupid she didn't know when she was being laughed at. Her hands clenched, and she looked like she was going to cry.
"Be quiet," Darius said to the men. "Don't be mean."
"Oh, she your sister?" asked the pudgy one. "It's okay, we're just having fun."
"Come on, Nala, let's go."
She hesitated, but then set off toward him. The men burst out laughing again. Darius thought it would all be over when Nala reached him and they would go, but one of the men walked in front of her, blocking her path. "Don't leave us, honey. We love to watch you. Walk over there." He pointed at the corner of the room. Nala tried to step around him, but he was too quick. Everywhere she tried to go, he was there first. His friends were laughing loudly now. Nala's face crumpled and she began to sob.
"Leave her alone!"
Darius shouted. He ran over to grab her hand and drag her away, but the man thrust a hand onto his chest and forced him back. "Probably shouldn't do that," the tall man said. "They won't mind us messing with her, but it'll piss 'em off if we hurt one of their sons." The man blocking Nala didn't take any notice. He pointed at the corner again. "Over there with your funny walk, little girl."
"No!"
she yelled, her face red and wet. Darius couldn't stand it any longer. He should probably go and find Bryce or someone else and tell them what was happening. But that would mean leaving Nala alone. And who knew what the horrible visitors might do to her while he was gone? He didn't have a choice. He had to protect his sister. He unscrewed the lid of his elixir bottle and took a sip. Chapter 29. The black dogs had taken the men from the visiting ship into the mission room. That's where they'd been when she'd heard them talking. The security vid showed the mercs telling the men to sit down and explain why they were here. Thankfully, this vid had audio. "Isn't it obvious?" a man who had introduced himself as Porcher asked. He was taller and older than the rest, though far less fit. He seemed to be their leader. "The same reason as you." "Which is?" asked Van Hasty. She'd mostly healed up since the bar fight on Lakshmi, only the cut on her nose remaining. Giving her a dismissive look, Porcher addressed his reply in the general direction of the male mercs. "We're colonists too. We want a better future for our sons. As it is, they'll have to choose between dying in battle or making a miserable living in a munitions plant or mine. We plan on leaving Marchon and settling somewhere else, preferably a virgin planet. But we're open to suggestions." "What happened to the guy in sick bay?" Jackson asked. "A disagreement that turned into a fight, that's all. Tensions are high on Marchon. Our government's been pushing for another assault on Gugong. Some of us want to stick it to them. Others want peace, saying the war's gone on too long. People are going crazy. We're at each other's throats. The man responsible for the injury apologized when he'd cooled down, but we couldn't stop the bleeding. We're grateful for your help." "You say you're colonists," said Van Hasty, "but you didn't come here on a colony ship." Again, Porcher acted as though a male merc had spoken, focusing on them for his reply. "That's what we've come to discuss with you." Van Hasty's eyebrows rose, and she held a hand in front of her face, as if checking she existed. Carina smiled. Porcher's weird behaviour hadn't gone unnoticed among the black dog men either. Jackson's gaze met Van Hasty's before he returned his attention to the Marchonish leader. "Let me guess, you want to be colonists, but you're missing one essential requirement, a colony vessel. So you're here to hitch a ride." With an abashed grin, Porcher nodded. "We spotted your ship 10 days ago.
but it took us a while to gather everyone and make our way to you. We've been planning this for years, though to be honest, at times it seemed like an impossible dream. We've brought plenty of supplies as well as equipment for settling the new planet. Ground breakers, seeds, water purifiers, generators, medicines, dwelling kits, the lot. And we're young and strong. We didn't bring anyone over 50. I barely made the cut-off myself.
He smiled again and ran a hand over his hair.
Over the years, as we talked about leaving Marchon, the biggest problem was we didn't know where to go. We're at war with the nearest habitable planets. We would never be accepted there. And to be honest, we aren't exactly sure what the other options are. All we knew was we needed a bigger, more powerful ship than we had, if we wanted to go anywhere else. And then you guys turned up. The galaxy's a big place, right? There has to be a better world, a better life for us somewhere.
Carina stopped the recording. She felt a smidgen of sympathy for the would-be colonists. Despite their odd attitude to women, decades of war must have taken its toll on their world. Rather than working to improve the general standard of living for all their citizens, their labour had been hijacked to increase the wealth of a small elite. Stars, their lives had been hijacked, sacrificed in bloody, pointless military campaigns with enemies who were just as hoodwinked and ignorant. But the black dogs didn't know that. She hadn't had a chance to tell anyone what Bongo had said. She had fainted before she got the words out. "Parthenia?" "What?" her sister replied sullenly, not looking at her. "After we got back from Lakshmi, did you tell Bryce or anyone else about the real reason for the Three Systems War?" "I was too busy vomiting. Should I have?" "I was just wondering. You know about the Marchonish visitors?" "I'm right next to you, Carina. How couldn't I overhear what Bryce said?" A simple yes would have been enough, but she let it go. "They want to join the ship. What do you think?" "Join the ship to go where? We haven't decided if we're still going to Earth, remember? Personally, I'd be happy to survive another couple of weeks." "You think you're going to die?" "I think we're going to die. You have the same disease, don't forget. We've been getting sicker and sicker, and no one knows why. Asher and Baxter are good doctors, but even they can't figure it out. What does that tell you?" Parthenia had been focused on her interface for most of her speech, but she turned to Carina as she asked her question with fear in her eyes. "It tells me..." Carina bit her lip before continuing hastily. "We shouldn't worry about things we can't control." "Nice cop-out, sis." Carina rested her head on her pillows. Were they going to die? If they died, Oriana, Fern and Jace would die too. Bryce would have to raise Darius and Nala by himself. Darius would be alone as a mage. Strike that. He was already alone as a mage. But with his brothers and sisters around, at least he would have people near him who knew what it meant. The idea of Darius and Nala losing their entire family was too painful to contemplate. She decided to concentrate on the problem of the visitors from Marchon. Two groups occupying the same ship for a long voyage had been a recipe for disaster in the past. The Lotokrillans had mutinied and murdered Calverley, and they could have killed Jace too. But, thinking about it, the idea of living alongside the men from Lotokrilla had been doomed from the start. The Merc's introduction to them had been a hard-fought, bloody battle. How could anyone have imagined the two sides would ever get along? The Marchonish colonists didn't have any history with the Black Dogs, and they would be coming along willingly, unlike the Lotokrillans, who'd had little choice in the matter. As she saw it, the biggest sticking point was Marchon culture. Their dismissive behaviour toward Van Hasty and the comment about females for breeding were telling. If they did join the Bathsheba, she could foresee difficulties ahead as their poor attitude toward women came up against Van Hasty's fist. A wistful pang hit as she remembered Atoy. What would she have made of the Marchonish men? Something broken and bloody, probably. But maybe, if they were willing to accept a different way of thinking, it could work. It would certainly solve some of the problems she and the black dogs faced with manning the ship during her long journey. Greater numbers meant less time spent with the Bathsheba flying on automatic. Was it worth the risk? "What are you thinking about?" Parthenia asked. "What we should do about the party from Marchon." "You want to let them join us?" "I haven't decided. What do you think?" "Why should we help them? They're stupid, aren't they? They deserve everything they get." Ugh. Parthenia was referring to their conversation at the restaurant on Lakshmi Station. "I didn't say that exactly." "Yes, you did. You said the people from the planets at war should just rise up and take over their governments. And they were stupid for not doing it." Carina was silent. "But things aren't so simple, are they?" "Okay, I admit you have a point. Seeing them and hearing them speak throws a different light on things. So what do you think we should do with them, Smarty Pants?" "I think we should leave it to the black dogs to decide. They're the majority here, and since we lost our mage powers, there's nothing special about us to give us any greater say in the decision-making." She sighed. "All I want to do is to get better. Whether the Marchonish group stay or go, I only want to be well again." Carina held out her hand across the gap that separated their beds. Parthenia looked at it for a moment before grasping it. "Me too, sis," Carina said. "Me too." Chapter 30. Darius opened his eyes. He was in the Twilight Dome, and Nala was with him. She hugged him tightly. "Thank you, Darius. Thank you for taking me with you." "Of course I took you with me. You're my sister." She released him and looked down. "I'm different from you, though. I can't cast like you." "You're not different anymore. I'm the only one who can cast now. I'm the one who's different." Nala looked up and smiled brightly. "It doesn't matter. Those men were horrible, weren't they? I thought it would be fun to talk to them, but they were nasty." "Yeah, they were." Darius thought for a moment. "Let's stay here a while. I don't think it was a good idea to cast in front of them, but I didn't know what else to do. If I'd left you there, they might have hurt you. I'm glad you didn't." She turned her gaze upward to the starscape shining through the transparent sections of overhead. "Look, it's so pretty." Darius nodded. The old Nala would have told him the names of the stars and planets, and probably what types and how far away they were too. All the new Nala saw was their prettiness. It hurt. He sat down and tried hard not to cry. "What shall we do?" asked Nala. "I don't know. Play hide and seek?" The room seemed a good place for the game. It was full of tables and chairs of all different kinds, and there were bars in the corners and along the walls. The lighting was dim too, which meant lots of shadows. "Okay," Nala agreed. "You hide first while I count." "No, you hide and I'll count." He didn't feel completely safe here. He was worried the Marchonish men might be looking for them. Maybe they weren't done with teasing Nala. The Bathsheba was so big the men would probably never find them. But it was better to be careful. He had to keep his sister safe. He covered his eyes and began counting. As he counted, he heard Nala moving around as she looked for a good place to hide. She wasn't being careful to be quiet. He could hear she had gone to the left-hand side of the room. 35, 36. They hadn't agreed whether he should count to 50 or 100. As they were only playing in one room, 50 should be enough. But if he stopped there, Nala might say he was cheating. He reached 50 and stoically continued, though he couldn't hear her any more. She had found her place to hide and was waiting for him.
"You can look for me now,"
she called out. He took his hands away from his face and rolled his eyes. She had given her hiding place away just about. She had shouted from somewhere on his left, near the hull. Should he make a show of looking for her everywhere else first, so she didn't feel bad about being found quickly? He set off. But someone was comming him.
"Hi,"
said Bryce, sounding relieved.
"Where are you?"
When he told him, Bryce went on,
"Darius, did you go to see the people from Marchon?"
Before he could answer, Bryce added,
"It's very important you tell me the truth."
His guts seemed to squirm. Nala popped up from under a table.
"Who are you talking to?" "Bryce."
"What?"
Bryce asked.
"I was speaking to Nala."
"She's there with you?" That was my next question.
"Yeah, she's here. Do you want to talk to her?"
"No, Darius. I can calm her too, remember? Did you go to see the Marchonish men?"
The tone Bryce was using, as well as his reminder to tell the truth, was making Darius uncomfortable. A hot feeling spread up from his neck and over his face.
"If you did, it's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. No one told you to stay away from them. I thought you were both in your suite, but it doesn't matter. That's my fault, not yours. Only, I need to know if they've seen you."
"Yeah,"
Darius admitted.
"We were spying on them, but they saw us.
He swallowed.
They were mean to Nala, Bryce. Really mean."
"I can believe it. What else happened?"
His distance from Bryce meant he couldn't feel his emotions, but he heard something in the man's tone. He was trying to make what he said sound unimportant, but in fact it was very important. Bryce was asking if he'd cast in front of the Marchonish men. He wanted to deny it. Mother and Carina had told him many times he mustn't cast around people who weren't mages. He wanted to explain to Bryce why he'd been forced to do it, how he hadn't had any choice. But all that came out was a very soft, quiet,
"I cast transport."
Bryce's heavy sigh rattled out of the comm button.
"Sorry."
"You don't have to be sorry. You're just a kid, but it's made things tricky for us. Can you promise me something?"
"Yes, what?"
"That you'll stay right where you are. Some black dogs will be there in a couple of minutes."
"I promise."
"You and Nala, right?"
"Me and Nala."
"And please don't cast again, not unless your life depends on it."
"Or Nala's."
"All right, or Nala's."
Bryce cut the comm.
"We have to stay here?"
asked Nala. She had walked over while he'd been talking and must have heard the last part of the conversation.
"Yeah, but we can carry on playing, I guess. I don't feel like it."
She slumped into a seat.
"What else do you want to do?" "I don't feel like doing anything."
He sat down beside her.
"You know when you were showing me how to use my interface yesterday?" she asked. "Uh-huh."
They'd watched a show together, and she'd wanted to know how to find more things to watch.
"I found something I wrote before my accident." "You did?"
He feared what was coming next. Emotions were pouring out of Nala like a waterfall tumbling over a cliff. Sorrow, confusion, and worry.
"I didn't understand it," she said. "How come I wrote it, but now I can't understand it? How's that possible?"
He didn't know what to say. Even if he knew a doctor's explanation for what had happened to her, which he didn't, he felt she was asking something more. How could it be right that she'd gone from being so smart to someone who could barely read? He didn't know how to make her feel better. Since they'd come to Lakshmi Station system, everything had gone wrong. Nala and he had nearly died on Deck 0, and she would never be the same again. Carina and his other siblings had lost their special abilities. And they'd all gotten so sick he couldn't bear thinking about it. Then the people from Marchon had arrived, and now they knew he could cast. The doors opened and light from the passageway lit up the entrance, creating silhouettes of the 4 heavily muscled figures who stood there. For a terrifying instant, Darius thought the Marchonish men had found them, but then he recalled his conversation with Bryce. He also noticed one of the figures had lost an arm. "Hey kids," said the one-armed man, "Uncle Jackson's here to look after you." Chapter 31. Bryce closed the comm to Darius. Shit, shit, shit. Jackson had listened into the conversation and immediately left with Reese and 2 more black dogs. Bryce didn't doubt the mercs would protect Darius and Nala with their lives, but the situation was getting seriously out of hand. The group from Marchon had turned from an annoying problem into a real threat, and if he hadn't been paying attention to what a Marchonish man said, he might have missed it. He'd sensed a change in the atmosphere when he'd returned with the mercs to the mission room. There was something different about the way the men looked at them, something hidden behind their friendly smiles and greetings. A menacing intent had entered their expressions. Jackson picked up on it too. He faked scratching his back to turn to Bryce and whisper, "Something's up."
"Do you think they guessed our decision?"
"Nah, it isn't that." Jackson faced the group again, his eyes narrowing. Porcher stepped forward.
"We appreciate your consideration of our proposal and are anxious to hear your response."
Jackson had agreed to let the older man deliver the news. If Carina were well, she would have handled it, only she was so ill she had him seriously worried. Would she think they'd come to the wrong decision? Maybe not, though she would be pissed off no one had asked her opinion. But what help was her opinion when she clearly wasn't thinking straight?
"I'll get right to the point," said Jackson. "We've given your request serious thought, but the answer's no."
"I see," said Porcher, not losing his fatuous smile.
"Are you going to grace us with your reasoning? I guess you deserve that at least. 2 groups on the same ship won't work. We tried it in the past, and the other group ended up taking a spacewalk with no suits. We're not prepared to take the same risk again. That's about the long and short of it, though several of us said they'd be happy to take your women."
"Our women?" Porcher echoed before bursting into guffaws. He turned, amazed and amused, to his companions, who shared his reaction. A short period followed where the Marchonish men laughed, and Bryce and the mercs watched them in silence. When Porcher's laughter subsided, he wiped his eyes and said sarcastically, "A most generous offer. I can see why you would want our females, but they are not available." Bryce had a strong suspicion he entirely misunderstood the mercs' motivation. He thought the black dogs wanted the women for sex and children, but it had been Van Hasty who had suggested accepting the Marchonish women onto the ship in order to save them from the men who treated them like cattle. It didn't matter. Only the men were aboard the Bathsheba. The women were waiting on their ship and inaccessible. They would probably never learn they'd had a chance to escape their planet, but their men had refused on their behalf.
"So that's it?" asked Porcher. "We leave now and you continue on your journey without us?"
Jackson replied testily,
"I'm not sure what else you expect. You came here uninvited, and we were gracious enough to allow you aboard and listen to what you had to say. You asked and we answered. The discussion's over."
The tension in the room moved up a notch. Jackson had anticipated trouble. Every merc was carrying a handgun. A condition of entry for the Marchonish party had been that they were unarmed. That should have been the end of it. It would be suicide to go up against the mercs considering the imbalance of firepower. But the Marchonish men were surprisingly uncowed.
"What if we refuse to leave?"
asked Porcher.
I can't believe you would be so stupid, Jackson replied. Still the men didn't move. You're missing out on a great opportunity, said Porcher. Maybe you should think it over some more. We'll escort you back to your ship now, said Jackson. Porcher's arms jerked up, causing the mercs to reach for their weapons. He gave a fake yawn and stretched his arms wide. No need to get jumpy, boys. We won't outstay our welcome. Someone muttered, You already have. Slowly and lazily, the men who had been sitting got to their feet. The others began to move slowly toward the exit, the black dog stepping aside to give them room to pass. Some lacked Porcher's faux nonchalance and were grumbling and mumbling as they walked by. We didn't have to give up so easy, one of them said. Don't worry, his friend replied. Once we get the word out about that kid, they won't be going anywhere. That was all Bryce heard, but he didn't need to hear any more. Dread rose up in him. There were only 2 kids on the ship the men from Marchon could have seen. He hadn't known they were in this section. The last time he'd seen Darius and Nala, they'd been playing happily in their room. No one would have any reason to get the word out about Nala. She was only a little girl battling the effects of her accident. But Darius? There was a lot to be told about Darius, or rather one thing in particular, and if anyone outside the Bathsheba knew about it, a world of trouble could descend on their heads. Wait, he blurted. All movement in the room stalled. What's up? Jackson asked. He was at the door, waiting for the last of the visitors to leave. I think we were too hasty. We should talk it over some more. Jackson frowned. I don't think so. Everyone had their say and we voted, so... You're going to discuss it again? Asked a Marchonish man hopefully. We don't have to leave? No, said Bryce. You don't have to go yet. He pushed through the throng to the doorway, where Jackson was eyeing him quizzically. He called down the passageway to the departing men. Come back in here. We're going to have another discussion about your proposal. Porcher had been leading his men back to the airlock. His head turned and he called, What did you say? Jackson said, Bryce, what the fuck are you doing? Ignoring him, Bryce answered Porcher. You and your men can stay here tonight. We need more time to... Jackson grabbed his arm. Trust me, he hissed. Jackson gave him a dark look, but he released his hold. Yeah, you can all stay another few hours while we, hear some more opinions.
Chapter 32.
We have to kill them, said Van Hasty. What other choice do we have? After we've killed them, we board their ship, kill any other men we find, bring the women here, and then blow the ship up. The women don't know about Darius, and if we leave the system with them right away, when they find out it won't matter. Bryce couldn't help but think her opinion was coloured by attitudes to gender in Marchonish culture, but she did make some good points. They couldn't risk knowledge of Darius's abilities to leak to Marchon or anywhere else. Even a non-aggressive society would be very interested in a kid with mage powers, let alone 3 militaristic ones on the Bathsheba's doorstep. Yet he still had nightmares over the time they'd spaced the lot of Krillans. He wasn't sure he could do the same thing again or be a party to it. He didn't like the Marchonish men and thought their attitudes were ridiculous, but they hadn't actually done anything threatening. All they'd done was put their case for inclusion in what they believed was a colonization expedition. It wouldn't be right to kill them for something they might do. I know what you're thinking, said Van Hasty, watching him, but we aren't in court. We're not judges or a jury. We're talking about the life of a little kid, and all the rest of our lives too. It's them or us. You know what the fuckers would do if they got a chance.
We do, Zhao agreed. But how do you know their women won't do the same?
Why would they when we rescued them from those pricks?
Bryce sighed and shook his head.
I wish Jace was well enough to be here.
Jackson snorted.
Jace would want us to invite every bastard in the 3 systems aboard.
He had given over guard duty to other mercs, who were currently guarding Darius and Nala in their suite, while the Marchonish men had been taken to the Twilight Dome to sleep.
He would try to find a non-violent solution to the problem,
said Bryce.
That's what we're missing. There has to be an alternative to killing probably 100 men, and who knows how many women, because some of them saw something they shouldn't have. It's so ruthless.
The Black's a harsh place, said Jackson, in a tone that made Bryce grateful he didn't add a patronising kid at the end of his sentence.
You have to be ruthless to survive. I might say something,
asked Justus. He hadn't taken part in the first discussion, saying he was a guest himself, so the decision should be up to the Black Dogs. But now the question had broadened out, he'd been invited to the meeting.
Go ahead, said Shao.
Whatever we do with the Marchonish, we have to factor in our business on Lakshmi. We aren't done there yet. We haven't upgraded the Bathsheba's defences, and we were planning on restocking supplies before we left.
Why does that matter? Van Hasty asked.
Because we're aboard the biggest ship in the sky. The Marchonish group saw us, and we can be sure plenty of others are watching and listening in our direction too. If one of our visitors manages to get word out during your proposed slaughter, Marchon military might turn its attention from its enemies to us.
So you're saying we should complete our business before we kill anyone? Asked Van Hasty.
Not exactly, but close,
Shao explained. He's saying we need to finish dealing with Lakshmi before we deal with our problem here.
That's it,
said Justus.
And what is our business with Lakshmi?
Bryce asked.
Carina hasn't been able to talk much since she got back, but as I understand it, no one on the station could help Nala.
That's right, said Shao. That's what she told me before she got sick.
Damn,
said Jackson.
You need to talk to the doctors about replacing your arm,
said Justus. That's not a priority now. I'm left-handed, so it isn't a big deal. Justus scoffed.
You're planning on going all the way to Earth one-armed when you have the best medical facilities in the sector right here?
He's right, said Van Hasty. Stop playing the martyr and get it fixed. I don't want to fight beside you unless you have 4 functioning limbs. How are you going to suit up, moron?
All right, I'll get a new arm. But what are we going to do about the assholes in the dome?
You know what I think, said Van Hasty. Nothing anyone says will change that. I'm going to check up on Carina while you guys make a decision. Her departure brought a pause to the discussion. Eventually Bryce said,
There has to be another option than massacring a bunch of unarmed men.
If there is, said Jackson, I'm not seeing it. Not if we want to keep Darius out of the hands of the first space fleet that manages to board our ship.
One child's life against 100 others?
Asked Bryce. One innocent life against a load of worthless shitheads, Jackson countered.
What do you think, Justus? I see both sides. I'm military too, and I've seen more soldiers die in a minute than we're talking about here. But I'm sick of fighting and bloodshed. If there's a way we can avoid murdering those men, I'm willing to hear it.
I feel the same, said Shao. I can see the necessity, and if we were measuring the worth of one life against another, I would say Darius deserves to live more than anyone we've seen from Marchon or anyone here. The kid has a special gift that could be used to do a lot of good and improve the lives of millions. We have a duty to protect him at all costs. Plus, as we know, if we allow a hair of his head to be harmed, Carina will kill us all.
True,
Bryce agreed.
I'd rather face the Marchon, Quinton and Gugon space fleets put together.
But at the same time, Shao continued,
The idea of executing the men just because of something they know leaves a sour taste in my mouth.
This is all fine and good, said Jackson, but I'm not hearing an alternative. There has to be another solution, said Bryce. What about taking them with us, but marooning them somewhere along our way? Too risky, Jackson replied. Once they're all aboard, I'm pretty sure they'll outnumber us. We would end up not waking up from deep sleep.
No one mentioned the idea of swearing the Marchonish men to secrecy. That was plainly ridiculous. Jackson's comm chirruped.
Porcher wants a chat,
said a voice at the other end.
Damn, said Jackson. He must have guessed something's up. Maybe, said Bryce. I'll come with you.
The Marchonish men had spread themselves out in the twilight dome, sprawling on the sofas and deck, making themselves at home in a way that left Bryce feeling uncomfortable. They were already acting as though they owned the place, and Porcher had an arrogant look in his eye.
Over here,
he said, beckoning. Jackson calmly halted and tucked his remaining thumb into his belt, refusing to bend to Porcher's power play. The Marchonish man was forced to walk over to them. A smile and a scowl struggled for control of his face.
I was wondering how the talks are going.
That's it? Jackson asked.
That's why you made us come up here? You'll find out how the talks went when they're over.
He turned to leave.
That's not all. What else do you want?
Jackson growled, turning back.
There's something else you should know. What? Before we came here, we told a lot of people where we were going. Parents who were too old to come along. Friends and relations who wanted to stay on Marchon. They'll be waiting for news. If they don't hear from us soon, they'll inform the Marchon government, which will be interested in finding out what's happened to its citizens. That it? That's it, for now.
After they left, Bryce said,
You were right. He's guessed this isn't any longer about whether they can join us. Do you believe what he said about the Marchon government? Why would it give a shit about a couple hundred opportunists leaving its system? But it shows they aren't going to wait patiently for days on end for us to make up our minds. And we can't forget about the men they left behind on their ship. I'm going to double the guards on the airlock and the dome door. We need to come to a decision fast.
Chapter 33. A shadow fell over Carina and she opened her eyes. A tall woman stood next to her bed, blocking the light.
Van Hasty?
Hi. The merc dragged a chair over. Carina winced at the noise of chair legs scraping on tile.
How are you doing?
Van Hasty asked as she sat down.
It's nice of you to come and see me.
If this woman was paying her a visit, she must be dying. Van Hasty wasn't renowned for her compassion toward her fellow mercs, or anyone else for that matter.
No problem.
She rested her hands on her spread knees, bent forward and peered into Carina's face.
You look like shit.
Thanks. Carina turned onto her back and tried to sit up. After watching her for a couple of seconds in confused silence, Van Hasty helped her by grabbing her shoulders and hauling her upward. Then she bent her forward while adjusting her pillows and then thrust her into them.
Is that better?
Carina felt like she'd just finished basic again with the Shurers.
What's happening? No one's telling me anything.
That's what I thought. We have a big problem to sort out. Shao and the guys are talking about it now, but you should know what's going on too. It concerns Darius.
Huh?
She sat up straighter.
He's fine, but let me tell you what's been going on.
Van Hasty began to explain the events of the last few hours, during which Carina had been wondering why Bryce hadn't been to see her, and why Asher had looked so worried when she had checked up on her. As she listened, her heart beat faster. Before the merc had finished her tale, she guessed where it was headed and broke in,
They know about Darius's ability.
Van Hasty nodded grimly. damn it.
Yeah, what are they going to do? That's what they're talking about. I gave them my opinion and came to see you.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
But Carina didn't know what to tell the merc. She could barely think, let alone get up and go to the defence of her brother, which was her first impulse. Since she had collapsed in the passageway after trying to find out what was happening on the ship, she had felt sicker and sicker. Moving her limbs was a Herculean task. An industrial compactor had set up in her head, and even thinking about food caused her to retch for minutes at a time. Parthenia, meanwhile, seemed to have passed out entirely. She hadn't opened her eyes in hours. Carina wasn't sure if Asher or Baxter had given her a sedative, or it was the effect of their illness. She couldn't remember if the doctor had given her something. Her memory was hazy as she drifted in and out of consciousness, seeming to sense she wasn't capable of forming coherent thoughts. Van Hasty got to her feet. I shouldn't have bothered you. I didn't realise you were so sick.
No, stay, or call Asher for me.
When the doctor arrived, Carina asked her for a stimulant.
Why?
Asher looked from her to Van Hasty as if suspecting they were colluding to commit a crime.
I have to think something through, but I can't. My brain won't work.
Out of the question. You're already on the maximum doses of medications to control your symptoms, and you're far too weak. If I give you anything else, it could stop your heart or give you a stroke. I don't think you understand how sick you are.
Oh, I do. Believe me. But I have to be able to think. Darius is in danger. We all are.
You mean the group from Marchon?
The doctor pursed her lips and frowned at Van Hasty.
It was very unwise to come here and bother her with this.
To Carina, she said,
Other people are perfectly capable of dealing with the problem. Leave them to it and concentrate on getting better.
Stop bullshitting me,
Carina spat, though her voice was pathetically weak.
I'm not going to get better. You said yourself you and Baxter don't have the first clue what's wrong with me. Only one outcome is possible now. I don't have much time left, but what time I do have, I want to spend helping my brother. Give me something so I can think.
The older woman stared at her, and for a second her stony expression broke, revealing anguish and guilt. She turned on her heel and marched out of the room without another word. Van Hasty raised her eyebrows. An uncomfortable pause followed. Do you think she's gonna... The door slid open and Asher returned, holding a syringe aloft like a weapon. She halted at Carina's bedside. Do you take full responsibility?
Yes. The
doctor had forced the syringe against her upper arm, and its contents exploded into her bloodstream. A cleansing wave washed over her. Suddenly she knew how it was to be completely well again. Her mind cleared, the ache left her muscles, and she no longer felt like a lead weight was holding her down on the bed. Then her pulse began to pound, and her skin was instantly wet with sweat. Her hands began to tremble. But she could think. At last she could finally think.
I might know a way. Just give me a minute.
We have to kill them all, right? Said Van Hasty. Carina glanced at her sister, pale, thin, and asleep on the neighbouring bed. Maybe not. It took her longer than a few minutes to think up a plan, but when she had it, she felt confident it would work, and she hadn't forgotten anything. She told Van Hasty. As she spoke, the stimulant started to wear off. The lead weight began to descend again, pinning her to the mattress. The hammering in her head resumed, and the dreadful nausea returned. Dr. Asher had waited by her bed the entire time, watching the figures on the wall interface, tutting and shaking her head. When Carina had finished her short explanation, Van Hasty said, I'll tell them.
They might not agree, but I'll tell them. There wasn't anything else she could do. She was descending to the depths of her illness for what seemed like the last time. As Van Hasty was leaving, Carina asked Asher, "Am I dying? I haven't given up hope yet, and neither should you." Van Hasty halted at the door. "Everyone dies, Carina. The only win you get in life is outliving your enemies." Chapter 34. Porcher reached out and grabbed Bryce's hand before shaking it forcefully. He did the same with Justice, but, moving to shake Jackson's right hand, he hesitated, forgetting it was missing. He grinned and grasped his left hand instead. He awkwardly nodded at Shao and Van Hasty, and then, redirecting his attention to the men, he said, "I can't thank you enough. You've come to the right decision. You won't regret it." "We have some things to do before we leave the system," said Jackson. "You'll have time to get settled in. The Bathsheba's a big ship. There's plenty of room for everyone. I'd suggest spreading yourselves around, rather than all of you settling in one spot. It'll help you to integrate." "Right." Porcher paused and smiled uncomfortably. "I think we would prefer our women to remain aboard our ship for now. Maybe when we begin our voyage, we will bring them aboard. It will be necessary in order for them to go into deep sleep, naturally." "You what?" asked Van Hasty. "They can't come aboard?" Bryce nudged her with his elbow. "We understand you might be worried about them mingling with the black dogs, but you don't have anything to fear on that account. I've lived with the Mercs for over a year. Contrary to their looks, they're very well behaved." "Thanks for the glowing endorsement," Jackson muttered. "Nevertheless," Porcher countered, "it would be better for all our females to stay apart from your company for the time being. Speaking as a Marchonish man, I can assure you that's what they want." Van Hasty burst out, "Well, aren't they lucky to have you?" "If that's what's best," said Bryce, "we'll take your word for it." "It is," said Porcher. "Now, if you don't mind, I'll tell my men the good news. Then some of us will return to our ship to begin bringing our belongings aboard." Porcher left with a spring in his step. "That's that done," said Jackson, after waiting for him to pass out of earshot. "So we aren't as bad as we look?" he asked Bryce. "Not quite." Jackson cuffed his head, though not hard. "I mean," Bryce went on, laughing, "you do have a few redeeming features." Jackson cuffed him again. "Quit it," said Shao. "He was only feeding the Marchonish prejudices. That's right, isn't it, Bryce?" "Yeah, something like that." Bryce suddenly remembered Carina, whose idea they were following, and his chest grew tight. The way things were going, she might not live to see the outcome of her plan. If the worst happened, how would he carry on without her? He would have to somehow for Darius and Nala's sake. Jackson's hand descended on his shoulder. "Coming with us to Lakshmi Station?" "I don't know if I should. I think I should stay here and look after the kids." "They're coming too." "They are, but that wasn't part of the plan. Carina wouldn't approve. She would want us to keep them safe." "That's why we have to take them with us," Shao explained. "The people from Marchon know there's something special about them. They saw Darius and Nala disappear into thin air, so they're going to keep a very close eye on them from now on. It's much better for the kids to stick with us." "Yeah," Bryce conceded. "You're right." "Besides," Jackson said, "I'll be visiting the medical centres to see if they can shed any light on what's wrong with the mages, and talk to them about fixing my arm. I can ask them about treatment for Nala too. I might still find someone who can help her." The proposal of bringing the children along on their next visit to Lakshmi was making more and more sense. "It's a shame the mages are too weak to go to the station," said Bryce. "We should have taken them there earlier." "They deteriorated faster than anyone expected," said Xiao sadly. It's taken everyone by surprise. Only Jackson, Xiao, Bryce, and now Darius and Nala would be going to Lakshmi. Van Hasty would remain behind to keep an eye on the Marchonish men, and they couldn't risk taking any other mercs due to the events of the previous visit. A similar episode might bankrupt them, and they needed all the funds they had to purchase the space weapon Carina had suggested. Bryce had heard so much about Lakshmi Station. Xiao had described the hordes of people and aliens and the huge numbers of shops and facilities. Carina had told him about the friend she had made, the guide Bongo. Even Darius had chimed in, talking about the range of weird foods on the menu at the restaurant where he'd eaten. Yet none of it prepared Bryce for his first sight of the station from the Peregrine's Bridge. He had never seen so many starships of so many kinds in one place. There were battleships being serviced, repaired and fitted out, dwarfing the engineering vessels that flitted across and between them. Huge cargo haulers hung in space, too large to ever enter a planetary atmosphere. Commercial cruise liners floated along, sleek and luxurious, probably heading for exotic destinations. Or perhaps they were simply taking their passengers beyond any government's jurisdiction, where they could push the bounds of legal behavior without fear of repercussions. Private starships built for speed zipped along almost too fast to detect, and the station itself was vast. Easily the biggest man-made structure he'd ever heard of, let alone seen, and it was hard to imagine how it sustained itself. How could there be sufficient people in the surrounding area to support it? But then, he reminded himself, 3 entire worlds contributed to its existence. Billions of people, out of which probably only a fraction ever had the opportunity to visit. Though, from what he understood, hundreds of thousands lived on the station, either permanently or as part of an ever-changing contingent of migrant workers, shipped in from the 3 worlds and farther afield. "Where do we dock?" he asked Xiao, noting what looked like lines of ships vaguely spiralling out from several of the many points of the star. "It wouldn't mean anything if I told you, but it's the same spot we docked the previous 2 times. The station authorities seem to want to keep us in one area." "Is visitor movement restricted inside?" "Not officially. The last time I was here," she looked abashed, "we were taken far from the commercial zone, hours away, and I didn't see any signs prohibiting entry to anywhere. But my guess is most visitors never leave the district nearest their docking point. The place is too big, and you can find anything you might need in just one of the points of the star." "What goes on in the middle?" She shrugged. "I'm not sure, but maybe it's where the permanent residents live. The arms dealers, tycoons, business moguls and so on. They don't want to mix with shoppers and tourists."
"And they don't want to live on any of the planets."
"No, and we know why." Van Hasty had returned from Carina's bedside with a horrific story. The war that maintained Lakshmi Station was artificially generated. Billions had given their lives so others could live in optimal luxury. It was no wonder the party from Marchon was desperate to escape. Despite the magnificence of the station's appearance, it sickened Bryce to go there. Simply setting foot on it would feel like he was contributing to the injustice. And they weren't only going there, they were fueling the economy by purchasing a weapon. He had tried to speak to Carina about her plan before he left, but she'd been too out of it to have a proper conversation. He'd only been able to hold her, tell her he loved her, and hoped she would get better soon. He'd said Darius and Nala were okay and not to worry, but he wasn't sure she'd understood. Silently, he watched the station grow larger until the point they were headed toward dominated the view. Chapter 35. When Bongo heard Carina and Parthenia were ill, his legs lost some of their tension and his body sagged between them. "You should have brought them here. Lakshmi Station has the finest—" "They're too sick," Xiao interrupted. "It started after they got back from their last visit. You don't think they contracted their illness here, do you? The station managers are usually excellent at maintaining high levels of hygiene. Some of our crew members fell ill before they returned, people who have never been here." "Then it's something aboard your ship?" He crawled backward a couple of steps. "It's hard to explain why, but you don't have to be concerned about catching it. Carina and the others who are unwell are, well, they're different from the rest of us. Everyone else aboard the Bathsheba is fine." Bongo crawled closer. "I'm glad only a few of your crew members are affected. How can I help you today?" Xiao told him about the 2 purposes for their visit. "Have you brought any samples for the staff at the treatment center to test?" "We have." The pilot lifted the refrigerated box containing vials of bodily fluids and swabs from the patients. "I hope you can find someone to help you. And I see you've brought the little girl back too. Maybe you'll be more successful this time. However, I can't be in 2 places at once. I can't take you to the medical centers and to arms dealers. Let me ask my cousin if she's free to help out." Whatever method of communicating the alien used, Bryce couldn't see. Bongo bounced gently 2 or 3 times, and then he seemed to be waiting. Bryce occupied the time by watching the crowds and surveying the myriad establishments lining the walkways around him. In reality, his mind was tens of thousands of kilometers away in the sick bay of a colony starship. A figure 2 heads taller than the tallest person in the surrounding throng came striding toward them. Skin softly scaled, hairless, her pupils vertical slits, she was otherwise vaguely human, though there was no telling what lay under her shirt, pants and boots. "Ah, here she comes," said Bongo. "That's your cousin?" asked Xiao, her jaw going slack. "On one of my mother's side, far distant, and from a different planet, naturally." Bryce and Xiao exchanged a look. "Scroocher!" he hailed her as she neared them. "Bongo!" She leaned down to pat his head, which he didn't appear to mind. "I'm about to show this young lady and her one-armed companion to several of our best hospitals. Would you accompany the remainder of the party to reputable starship weapons suppliers?" "My pleasure." Xiao handed the medical samples box to Jackson. "Scroocher," she muttered as they set off. "This place gets crazier by the minute." By the time they reached the 5th arms dealer, Bryce had begun to despair. What they were looking for seemed impossible to find. When they explained to Scroocher the weapon they had in mind, hoping she could narrow down the field of prospective suppliers for them, she leaned her head back. Was she thinking? Surprised? Comming Bongo? Bryce had no idea. Her head returned to vertical. "I never heard of such a thing." "Oh, come on," said Xiao. "A place like this? Best weapons technology in the sector? There has to be." "Wait here," said Scroocher. "I'll see what I can find."
"Where's she going?" Bryce asked Xiao as the alien disappeared into the crowd. "I can't believe she can't look up whatever she wants on the local net."
"It is strange," Xiao agreed, turning to Darius, who had quietly accompanied them on every failed attempt to secure the specialized weapon.
Bryce asked, "Scroocher is a good person, right? Can you tell?"
"Uh-huh. She's like a fizzy drink, sweet and bubbly." "A fizzy drink?" asked Xiao, squinting after the departing alien. They had to wait half an hour for Scroocher to return, by which time they'd begun to wonder if she'd abandoned them. But then they spotted her scaly head weaving from side to side as she navigated the ever-present throng of visitors. When she arrived, she scrutinized them for a few seconds, as if making up her mind about something. "Will this be your last visit to Lakshmi, if you can find a weapon you desire?"
"Yes," Bryce quickly replied, before Xiao could say anything to the contrary.
If Jackson managed to find a medical centre that could treat the mages, they might actually end up returning. But it appeared whatever Scrooge had to offer them was contingent on them never coming back. Darius looked up at him, frowning. Shit, the kid could tell when people were lying.
"Then follow me,"
said the alien. Shao asked Bryce,
"Are you sure?"
Absolutely. If we get what we want, why would we return?
Scrooge led the group to the other side of the concourse, and for the rest of the way they stayed close to the wall, passing the entrances to the many and varied facilities. Noise blared from some, odours from others, and some were dark and silent, though people entered and left just the same. When they arrived at the next stage of their journey, Bryce almost didn't see the exit point. Scrooge halted at an area of plain wall. Looking closer, however, it became clear a door stood there. Exactly the same colour and texture as the wall, it was almost invisible. Checking from side to side, the alien pushed it halfway open, creating a gap only just wide enough to slip through, and motioned everyone into it. Once they were all inside, she closed the door. It was only then the lights turned on in the passageway. Bryce was reminded of the security area he'd passed through when they'd arrived at the station. No decoration marked the walls, and there were only two options for movement, forward or back the way you came. Scrooge took them forward. Shao gave Bryce a worried look. He felt the same. They were clearly travelling into the less orthodox regions of Lakshmi. If it had been only him and Shao, he might only have felt more alert and wary, but he didn't like the idea of taking Darius with them. Ironically, this was even though the little mage was more capable than either of them of extracting himself from a dangerous situation, as he'd shown with the Marchonish men. Bryce had told him to bring his elixir as a precaution, hoping he wouldn't have to use it. They left the noise and bustle of the regular areas of the station far behind as they travelled the nondescript corridor. Apart from themselves, it was nearly empty. They saw only one other person, a small, slight man with a long beard. He fast walked past them. Neither he nor Scrooge acknowledged the other, as if pretending they hadn't seen them. Bryce counted 3 plain doors, the same as the one they'd entered by, lacking any sign or adornment, before the alien stopped at the 4th. Resting a hand on it, she said,
"You never came here, you never met this person, and you didn't see anything."
"Okay," Bryce and Shao replied simultaneously.
"Okay,"
Darius solemnly echoed. Scrooge smiled and ruffled his hair. Then she opened the door. Chapter 36. A bald, fat man sat at a low table. His legs barely fit beneath it, and his gut hung over the surface like a dessert pudding waiting to be sliced up and served. In each corner sat larger men with... Bryce did a double take. For the first time since entering the station, he saw weapons. The men were armed, pulse rifles held easily across their laps. As Bryce's gaze moved from the weapons to the men's eyes, one of them winked.
"Take a seat,"
said the fat man, sweeping a hand in the direction of low stools, standing between them and the table. They were even lower than the man's chair, designed to put clients at a psychological disadvantage, no doubt.
"Cute kid,"
he added as they sat. Shao shot Bryce a glance that expressed how he felt too. They were getting in far deeper than they'd intended. He wished Jackson were here. Even one-armed, the merc was better suited to this environment than he was, or, he suspected, Shao. She was a good pilot, but she rarely saw combat or had dealings with lowlifes. Scrooge hovered near the door, looking nervous.
"I hear you're in the market for a rather special space weapon," the man asked. "Am I right?"
"Yes," Bryce replied.
"I'm No names."
The man held up a hand in warning. Bryce continued,
"I'm here on behalf of a friend who can't make it, but we'll do our best to describe the weapon she wants."
"Before we discuss it," said Xiao, "I should check with another member of our party. He's seeking out medical treatment, and if he's successful, it'll affect our budget."
"No comm here," the man said. "At least, not any you can access."
It was potentially a big problem. Unless they could speak to Jackson, they wouldn't know if he'd agreed to pay some of their funds in return for a cure for the mages or Nala. A new prosthetic arm wouldn't make a significant dent in their creds, but they had no idea how much they might have to pay for other treatments, which took priority over space armaments.
"Relax,"
said the man.
"We're just talking, right? We can discuss payment later, if I have what you want."
He poured a drink from a jug into 2 glasses and pushed them across the table before pouring another one for himself. The liquid was vivid purple and gave off a vapor. "Sudden death, right?" asked Xiao. The man smiled.
"The lady knows her cocktails."
"Only take a sip," Xiao murmured to Bryce. He did as she suggested. Just a taste of the drink was enough to make him feel as though he was losing grip on reality. He guessed whatever was in it could be absorbed through the membranes inside his mouth and throat. "What are you drinking?" Darius whispered, though in fact his voice must have been plain for everyone to hear. "Can I have some?" The man and his 2 goons laughed.
"No, sonny," said the arms dealer. "This isn't for you. I see you've brought your own drink. Have some of that if you're thirsty."
Darius looked warily up at Bryce. Bryce wasn't sure exactly what the look meant. Was Darius asking if he could drink some elixir to refresh himself? He didn't think so. He'd never seen any of the mages do that. Elixir didn't taste pleasant. You would have to be pretty dehydrated to consider drinking it not for its specific purpose. Was Darius asking him if it was okay to cast? He couldn't imagine why the boy would want to. As a precaution, he gave a slight shake of his head. The dealer focused on Bryce and Xiao.
"Now we've oiled the wheels, let's get down to business."
Bryce described what they wanted. The dealer listened attentively. When Bryce reached the end of the description, he said,
"Tell me about your ship."
"Is that really necessary?" asked Xiao. As they'd already discovered with the Marchonish men, the Bathsheba was a desirable prize. The last thing they should be doing was giving details about her to this shady character.
"It's necessary if you want me to supply a weapon to fit her," said the man. "Do you think space armaments are one size fits all? This is complex equipment we're talking about. Are you serious? Do you want to do business or not?"
"We're serious," Bryce assured him.
"Just cautious. I'm sure you understand."
He nodded.
"A little caution is wise. But in this world you've entered, there must also be trust. I'm trusting you just by allowing you to speak to me. If there's no reciprocation, our talk is over."
"We don't want the talk to be over," said Bryce. Xiao said, "I'll tell you about our ship." She gave the dealer the rough specifications. "I can send the details later via an encrypted comm." He listened attentively, his gaze never leaving her face.
"I can see where your reluctance comes from, but you have nothing to fear from me. I have no need of a colony ship. There's no better place to be than Lakshmi, and I have more wealth than I can ever spend. I only dabble in semi-legal armaments for the thrill. When you can buy anything and everything you want, life loses its edge, if you know what I mean."
"Do you have the weapon we need?" Xiao asked brusquely.
"I think I do, but indulge me a little further. What you're asking for is extremely expensive, as I'm sure you can guess. Why not use all those creds to purchase a range of armaments? Placing all your bets on only one is foolish, and you two don't strike me as idiots." We have our reasons, said Bryce. Don't tell me you need those too.
The dealer held up his hands, palms outward.
That's your concern. I'm just offering a little friendly advice, so...
He turned to one of his men and nodded. The man got up and left the room by the rear door.
It will take me some time to arrange transportation and a team to fit the device. We're looking at 48 hours minimum to remove the equipment from storage and run checks, and then another 3 or 4 days to ship and fit it, depending on what the team finds when they arrive at your vessel.
"A week?" asked Shao. It seemed a long time to Bryce as well, but it was only to be expected considering the dimensions and complexity of the weapon.
Roughly a week,
the dealer confirmed.
Give or take a day or two.
His man returned bearing a cred reader.
We haven't talked about the price yet,
said Bryce.
I have a figure in mind.
A firm figure? Asked Shao. We don't have unlimited funds, and, as I said, we aren't sure what else we might need to pay for.
Reasonably firm. I can't lose money on the deal. Your other expenses are not my concern. I require 50% down payment before you leave this room, the balance to be paid upon installation and successful testing. I'm guessing there's no written contract, said Bryce. If there were, you wouldn't be talking to me. You'd be out on the concourse somewhere, listening to a 100% legit dealer telling you they can't help you.
Bryce shared an anxious look with Shao. If they agreed to the man's terms, they would be committing a large amount of their remaining money, possibly spending money already earmarked for medical treatment.
What kind of figure are we talking about?
Asked Bryce. When the dealer answered, he and Shao drew in a breath. It was nearly all the creds remaining in the account. That's too much, Shao blurted. We can't afford.
Then you've wasted both our time,
said the man, rising to his feet.
Wait a moment,
said Bryce.
You said the amount isn't completely firm. Can you give us a discount? We have children aboard who we're taking to find a new home.
He rested a hand on Darius's head. The boy peered up at him.
Trying to appeal to my humanity?
Asked the dealer, sitting down.
I'm too cynical and jaded for that, but I would like this deal to go ahead. It isn't every day I get to sell such a specialized weapon. I'll knock off 5%.
5%? Bryce did the mental calculation. Shao sadly shook her head at him. It was still far too much. It's too expensive, exclaimed Darius, no doubt picking up on Bryce and Shao's anxiety. Everyone except those two laughed, Scroocher included. She had stayed by the door the entire time in silence.
Is it, young man? The dealer asked, smiling.
I'm afraid it is, Shao said. It does look like we've wasted your time. Bryce was gutted. Carina's idea had been so good, but they didn't have a way of carrying it out. Not if they also wanted to find a cure for the mage's awful disease and pay other medical expenses. The atmosphere in the room descended into mutual disappointment. The dealer stood up again and motioned to his men it was time to leave. I'm thirsty, Darius announced as he unscrewed the lid of his elixir bottle. Bryce's eyes widened.
Darius,
he cautioned, instantly aware of what the boy intended to do. Very thirsty, he insisted, and took a swallow of elixir. That's better. He closed his eyes. Darius's actions were so deliberate and odd. The arms dealer and his men stuck around to watch him. A few seconds was all it took for the cast to take effect. The dealer's eyes lost their focus.
You know, maybe I was too hasty. Maybe I can give you a better deal. What do you say to a 50% discount?
His men stared at each other, but neither intervened. Bryce underwent an internal struggle. Darius had created a situation with many pitfalls, yet they would never be able to carry out Carina's plan without the weapon.
A 50% discount sounds great.
Chapter 37. It wasn't until after Scrooger had taken them to meet up with Jackson and Bongo and left them alone outside the treatment centre that Bryce could finally talk to Darius about his cast.
What you did back there was kind, but not very smart.
The boy looked glum.
Sorry.
What are you talking about? Xiao objected. He saved us a heck-ton of money.
For how long?
Bryce asked. In response to the pilot's puzzled look, he went on.
Carina told me about the cast Darius did. It has a time limit.
Oh. Understanding began to dawn in Xiao's eyes. How long does it last?
It depends on the mental sharpness of the victim. To me, that dealer seemed as sharp as they come. On the other hand, apparently Darius casts like a hurricane. I suppose that means the effects will last a long time.
As long as a week? Asked Xiao.
Maybe, but I doubt it.
Holy crap! Bryce knew how she felt. They'd tricked a dangerous, shady character into a deal that had most likely left him way out of pocket. At some point he would cease being enthralled and would wonder what the hell had happened to him. What he might do then was anyone's guess, but Bryce had a strong feeling no one aboard the Bathsheba was going to like it.
Is there any way we can back out?
Xiao mused.
I don't see how. As I understand it, while he's under the effect of the cast, the dealer will feel compelled to help us, even if we refuse. Is that right, Darius?
He nodded, looking even glummer. Bryce continued.
We could ask Scrooger to take us back to try to cancel the agreement, but he's going to put up a fight. If he regains his normal mental state, while his workers are attaching a pricey piece of equipment entirely free of charge, he's going to be even madder.
I was only trying to help,
Darius said sadly.
I know, but next time it would be better to ask before you cast, okay?
Darius's shoulders slumped and he didn't reply. Still, Xiao said, if we can swing it so we can get the weapon without seriously pissing off the seller, that'd be a hell of a bargain.
If,
said Bryce. She was right, but he couldn't think of a way to do it. There was going to be a reckoning sooner or later. The doors to the treatment centre opened and Bongo crawled out, followed by Nala and Jackson. Jackson with 2 arms.
You got it done already? Bryce asked.
Yeah, but there's a small problem. 2 additional figures appeared one step behind him, armed guards.
Did you order the weapon?
Asked Jackson.
Yes, but
then we have to leave right away.
But
it's either that or we split up now. It's your call. Are you with this man? One of the guards approached menacingly, his pulse rifle angled across his chest. Why do you want to know? Asked Xiao.
Move,
the guard said, aiming his rifle at her.
What the?
Do as they say, advised Jackson. I'll explain when we get back to the Peregrine. Sorry, I had no idea this would happen. The doctors didn't tell me. They assumed I understood. What followed could only be described as a forced march through Lakshmi Station. The visitors parted before them, gawping at the small party of humans and one spider-like alien being escorted like criminals through their midst.
Did you find out what's wrong with the mages?
Bryce asked Jackson softly.
No.
Dread gripped his heart.
Not yet,
Jackson hastily added.
I've left the samples with a centre that's offered to test for more obscure diseases.
Bryce didn't think Carina would want to leave the mage's DNA in the hands of strangers. She probably wouldn't have agreed to sending the medical supplies to Lakshmi at all. But what was done was done. The Black Dog's doctors were out of ideas, and if no one found a cure for whatever was ailing their patients, there was almost certainly only one outcome.
What about Nala? Any luck there?
The merc heaved a heavy sigh.
No.
His voice quietened to a whisper as he went on.
I couldn't find anyone who could help her any better than our own medics, using therapeutic treatments. She'll have to live with the effects of hypoxia for the rest of her life.
Bryce looked at her. He loved the new Nala just as much as always. She had continued to be his non-mage ally in the family. But he missed the nimble-witted girl she had once been. The guards accompanied them all the way to the security zone, where Bongo said goodbye, and through the zone. They even waited at the station end of the umbilicus until they entered the Peregrine's airlock. The outer hatch closed and sealed, and the airlock pressurized.
"What the hell was that about?"
asked Xiao, removing her helmet.
"Wait until we get inside, and I'll show you."
When everyone had stripped off their EVA suits and was waiting expectantly in the Peregrine's passageway, Jackson pushed up the sleeve covering his new prosthetic. It looked extremely lifelike. Bryce hadn't studied the merc's arms in any detail, but he would have guessed the new device was virtually a mirror image of his flesh and bone one.
"It looks the same all the way up," Jackson said. "You can't tell where it joins my body."
Relief and pride shone from his face. Bryce hadn't realized how self-conscious the merc must have been about his old device.
"Cool, but why the big fuss at the station?"
Jackson raised his arm and bent his elbow, his fist pointed at the bulkhead. A rectangular section of his forearm split open, and a miniature gun rose up.
"Shit!"
Xiao exclaimed, taking a step backward.
"You're permanently armed. Ha! Literally armed."
Jackson grinned.
"My humerus is basically a power pack. If it begins to run low, I can charge it up overnight while I sleep." "So that's why we had to leave immediately," said Bryce. "Visitors aren't allowed weapons anywhere on Lakshmi," Jackson confirmed. "Not even weapons contained in prosthetics."
"Especially not contained in prosthetics, I bet," said Xiao. "No one can tell you're carrying."
"But they didn't explain before you had it fitted?" asked Bryce. "They only asked me if I'd completed all my other business. I'd ordered the supplies Carina had on her list. They'll be delivered soon. And Bongo said he didn't know of any hospitals better than the ones we'd already visited. So I reckoned I'd exhausted all our options regarding treatments for Nala and finding a cure for the mages. I told the doctors I'd done everything else I'd come here to do, and they took me in for surgery right away. It only lasted an hour. They said it was a standard operation they perform all the time, on account of the number of wounded military they see."
Xiao whistled.
"You're a cyborg soldier."
The gun retracted into Jackson's arm, and the fake skin closed over it.
"Stars," said Bryce. "The surgeons told you it was a standard operation. That means they're turning the soldiers in the three-system war into cyborgs too."
"It figures," said Xiao. "Every operation they form is another stack of creds added to Lakshmi Station profits."
"You can say that again," Jackson commented. "My arm was pricey, but I figured it was okay because we didn't have any other medical expenses." "How much was it?" asked Bryce. "And how much did you pay for the supplies?"
When Jackson told him, it only took a little simple arithmetic to realize they'd been right when they told the arms dealer they couldn't afford what he was asking.
"How did you guys get on?" asked Jackson. "You said you managed to buy the weapon." "We did, but there's one small snag."
Chapter 38. Darius hated going to see Carina, but at the same time he couldn't help it. He needed to see her. She looked so sick, so pale and thin and unmoving. It hurt him deep inside. Parthenia looked the same. So did Fern, Oriana, and Jace in the other rooms. It had been days since any of them had spoken. They slept most of the time, and when they were awake, they mumbled and moaned and didn't make any sense. As if it wasn't enough to see them fading away from life, he could feel it too. In the past, before they were ill, he could have stood in complete darkness with any of them and known who he was with just by the pattern of their emotions. He'd known Parthenia, Fern, and Oriana's ever since he was little, and he'd learned Jace and Carina's soon after he'd met them. But now their patterns were fading, like wallpaper exposed to sunlight for years. As soon as he returned from his trip to Lakshmi Station, he wanted to see Carina again. He passed through the empty main sickbay area and pushed open the door to her room. At the same time, another door opened and Dr. Asher appeared. "Darius, what are you doing?"
"I want to see Carina."
He couldn't look at the doctor. He had to look down and bite his lip to stop himself from crying. "I'm afraid you—" Dr. Asher paused. "I don't suppose it will hurt. Go on in, but be careful not to disturb any of the tubes or wires, okay?" His eldest sister looked even thinner than she had the last time he'd seen her, just before he went to Lakshmi. The bones of her face stuck out, and her eyes seemed to have sunk in under her eyelids. She was attached to 2 machines by wires, and tubes ran out from under her bedclothes. The room was silent, save for the quiet hum of the medical equipment and Carina and Parthenia's raspy breathing. He sat down at Carina's side. One of her hands had a thin tube coming out of the back of it, but the other one was free. He held the free one. Though his sister was a fighter, her hands were small, not a lot bigger than his own.
"Hey, Carina."
She didn't answer. She was fast asleep.
"I came to tell you what happened at Lakshmi."
No one else had been in to see her as far as he knew, and he thought she would want to hear how the trip went.
"Jackson got a new arm, and it's got a gun in it. It's awesome. I kinda wish I had one like it, but I like my real arms too, so maybe not."
He watched his sister, but she didn't react.
"Nala? Nala's the same. Jackson tried to find someone to help her go back to how she was, but he couldn't."
He swallowed.
"She's different now. I think she knows it too. I'm not sure she's happy about it. I think she wants to be how she was before, but that's not going to happen, right?"
He paused.
"I wish everything was how it was before."
He stared at Carina's limp fingers.
"They got the space gun. Bryce and Shao, I mean. They met a man, a scary man. You know how Bongo looks like a spider? Well, this man, I don't know his name, he looked like a human on the outside, but he was a spider on the inside. Not a friendly spider like Bongo. He was the kind of spider that bites you in your sleep. So when you wake up in the morning, you don't know what that red mark is on your leg or why you feel sick. He was like that. But Bryce and Shao didn't know, and I couldn't tell them because the man was right there. And he had 2 guards with guns and—"
He took a breath and screwed up his face.
"I did something bad, Carina. I cast enthrall to make the man agree to the deal for the gun, but I shouldn't have, because when the cast wears off, the man will be really angry. And then what will he do? What will a man like that do to everyone?"
He swallowed again, hard.
"And it's all my fault, just like with Nala. I didn't transport us out of Deck 0 when I should have, and now she'll never be better. The Marchonish men were bullying her, and I took her away, but I had to cast in front of them. That was wrong too, But maybe none of it will matter. Maybe the man selling us the space weapon will do something bad when the enthrallcast fades, and nothing I've done will matter any more."
He bent his head over her hand, and hot tears dropped onto it.
"What should I do?"
But his sister couldn't answer him. She'd slept all the time he was talking. Would she ever wake up? No one had told him what was going to happen to her and the other mages. All he knew was the doctors at Lakshmi couldn't figure out what was wrong with them. They were going to do more tests, but Bryce didn't seem to think they would find anything. Bryce's pattern of feelings had changed, but it hadn't faded like the mages. It had grown darker and heavier. His face didn't match how he really felt. He looked normal most of the time, but his fear and sadness was an iron weight always dragging on him. Darius rested his head on the bed next to Carina's hand. If she and the other mages died, he would be the only one left. He didn't want that. He didn't want to be the only mage. He didn't like being different from everyone else. They all treated him a little bit differently. He could feel a thread of wariness. They knew he could do things they couldn't, that if he really wanted to hurt them, then he could, very easily. Even Bryce treated him differently. He wasn't the same with him as he was with Nala. If he was the only mage, he would feel very alone. He looked up at his sister's sleeping face. If only she could help him. She'd always helped him in the past. If she couldn't help him, he wanted to hear her voice at least. Just a few words to give him comfort. But she was far away, and she was journeying farther still. A ship-wide alert had gone out. Darius was missing again. Bryce couldn't rid himself of the gut-wrenching feeling that another disaster had occurred. Only this time it was Darius who would be the victim. Nala was safe here on the Bathsheba's bridge, but Darius had slipped away without anyone noticing.
"I'm sure he's fine,"
said Shao.
"He's just wandered off and got distracted by something."
"Then why isn't he answering his comm?"
Shao didn't reply.
"The Marchonish men are on the ship. We have to watch the kids. We have to know where they are at all times. How did he manage to get out of here without any of us noticing?"
Shao had come to relieve Bibic at the Bathsheba's flight controls. They had to maneuver to the rendezvous point with the arm dealer's vessel. Jackson and Justice were on the bridge too. Justice had come to find out what had happened on Lakshmi. At some time during the general chatter, Darius had left. It could have been as long as 20 minutes ago. Bryce's comm chirruped. As he checked who it was, he felt the blood drain from his face. Dr. Asher.
"What's wrong?"
asked Shao.
"Aren't you going to answer it?"
Ever since leaving to go to Lakshmi Station, Bryce had been dreading Asher contacting him. He had visited Carina to say goodbye, even though she was permanently unconscious now. She had looked sicker than ever. She was slipping away from him, and there wasn't anything he could do about it. If Dr. Asher had something to tell him, it could only be bad news, possibly the worst news he would ever hear. He accepted the comm.
"Yes?"
"Darius is here in sickbay." Relief hit him so hard he almost collapsed. Asher continued. "He went into Carina and Parthenia's room 10 minutes ago. When I heard the alert, I checked and he's still there. He's asleep on Carina's bed."
"Thank the stars! You're sure he's all right?"
"It depends how you define it. Considering everything the poor child has been through, he's far from all right. But physically he's fine. Just very tired, I imagine. Do you want me to wake him up?"
"No, I'll come over there and carry him to his suite."
Chapter 39. The men from Marchon had been making themselves at home, excessively so in Bryce's opinion. In the week since they'd come aboard, no one had caught sight of a single Marchonish woman, but the men ranged far and wide across the ship, showing their faces in all the areas the black dogs frequented, and acting like the place was their own. The mercs had kept their cool. No one had confronted the newcomers about their behaviour yet, but tensions were simmering. It would only be a matter of time before they boiled over. But today the focus of Bryce's attention had to be elsewhere. The arms dealer from Lakshmi Station had contacted them to say he was on his way with the weapon, accompanied by the technicians and engineers who would fit it to the ship and integrate it with her systems. The work was already behind schedule. The dealer had implied the weapon would arrive earlier, and the delay had caused Bryce to assume the enthrall cast had worn off days ago. He'd thought the man had come to his senses, realised he'd been duped, and pocketed the deposit they'd handed over. In the circumstances, it wouldn't have been a bad outcome, though it would have meant that part of Carina's plan would be unfulfilled. Now it seemed the deal was going ahead. Bryce wasn't sure what to think. Was the arms dealer still enthralled? Or was he no longer experiencing the effects of the cast and was coming to get his revenge? They would soon find out. In the days since departing Lakshmi, they'd discussed how to fix the problem Darius's cast had created, but they'd been unable to come up with a plan. Bryce waited with Shao and Van Hasty at the airlock, ready to greet their visitors. Darius and Nala were confined to quarters, under express orders to not leave for the duration of the weapon-fitting process. Uncle Jackson and a rotating team of mercs were their protection from the Lakshmi Stationites and Marchonish men. The temptation to have Darius on hand to cast them out of potential trouble from the arms dealer had been strong, but Bryce had decided against it. The boy's powers had worked against them recently. He couldn't risk any more problems. Also, it was clear to anyone who knew Darius even a little bit that the boy was in a terrible mental state. It wouldn't be fair to place any more burdens on him. He needed nurturing, not responsibilities. Though Bryce felt inadequate in that regard, there was only one person who could heal Darius, and not by a cast but by her overwhelming love for him. By some miracle, Carina and the other mages continued to cling to life, though how much longer they would last was unclear. The medical samples left at Lakshmi Station had yielded no results. The doctors there were just as confused by the mage's disease as were Asher and Baxter. When the seemingly inevitable happened, Bryce feared it would break the boy. The arms dealer stepped from the airlock. His ship's hatches were compatible with the Bathsheba's, so he hadn't arrived via umbilicus wearing an Eva suit. Bryce guessed his vessel was an ancient model like the Marchonish men's, only the dealer's would be refurbished and brought up to date, cherished in the way some people loved old autocar models. A cursory scan had told them the vessel was, nevertheless, bristling with armaments. The dealer was better dressed than the last time Bryce had seen him. He wore a suit tailored to hide his belly and a wig of thick golden hair to cover his bald pate. Bryce thought he saw traces of makeup on his eyes and lips too. A man and a woman, similarly formally dressed, flanked him. Bryce looked more closely at the dealer's eyes. From the hazy, slightly unfocused look, he appeared to remain enthralled. The length of time Darius's cast had held was remarkable.
"Welcome aboard," said Bryce. "Members of my team are moving into place on the exterior of the ship. We will also need access to your existing weapons systems, engines, and bow infrastructure. My team leaders will organize the fitting from here."
He didn't mention his companions' names.
"Shao and I can show you to the bridge. Does someone need to go to the bow section?"
Me, said the woman, raising her hand. Van Hasty departed with her.
How long will the process take?
Asked Bryce as he set off with the dealer and Shao.
Barring any hiccups, about 5 hours. But there are always hiccups.
As little as that? Asked Shao. I thought you said it would take days.
We made some adjustments before setting out. That was the cause of our delay. I thought it would be better to spend as little time out here and away from the station as possible.
Why's that? Shao probed. If you don't mind me asking. Bryce too wondered why the man was avoiding spending time on the Bathsheba.
Haven't you heard? The Three Systems war is heating up. Gugong has swapped sides and is now allying with Marchon. There are rumours a massive attack on the Quinton space fleet is planned. Interstellar space is big, but I'd rather be safe on Lakshmi if and when it kicks off. The speed and firepower of each side's battleships has increased exponentially over the decades, thanks to developers and suppliers like me. The risk is small, but I don't want to become collateral damage.
Bryce had to bite his tongue to avoid giving an angry response. The dealer didn't mind other folk being damaged by his business. Shao looked sour too.
What are your plans after we finish our work here?
The dealer asked.
Are you leaving the system immediately?
We don't have a reason to stick around, Bryce lied.
A wise move. Where's the young boy you had with you before?
He's playing in his cabin.
Huh, sweet kid. I never had any of my own, but there's still time.
How many tens of thousands of children had the man's business made orphans? They walked onto the bridge. Bibic moved to rise from his seat, but Shao gestured at him to stay put. She took the male team leader to a weapons console and sat down with him. While the pilot was guiding him through the Bathsheba's systems, it was up to Bryce to keep the dealer occupied and to pray the effects of Darius's cast would last until the work was completed and the people from Lakshmi were far, far away.
How old is the ship?
Asked the dealer.
I don't recognize the model.
Bryce wasn't sure how much it was safe to tell him.
We don't actually know. She seems to have had several owners before us. The database was originally in another language, not universal. That old, huh? I thought so. She's held up pretty well, from what I can tell. We've had a few problems, but she hasn't killed anyone yet.
Not quite.
They don't build them like they used to, not since the colonization period. Nowadays, battleships are where the money's at. People aren't interested in settling new worlds. Our ancestors found new homes and settled down. Even now, thousands of years later, most populations haven't exploited the full potential of their planets. There's no pressure to move on, you know. Not like there used to be in the old days.
Bryce thought of the group from Marchon, desperate to escape the home their ancestors had created.
Can I get you a drink?
He asked, dying to effect an escape of his own.
I can probably program the printer to create any cocktail you want. I appreciate the offer, but I never touch a drop of alcohol until the job is done and the equipment has passed all the tests. It's a little superstition of mine.
Shame. If he could have got the man off his face, they wouldn't need to worry about. It happened. The dealer blinked and his pupils contracted, as if bringing everything around him into sharp focus. Darius's cast had finally run its course.
What was I saying?
He asked uncertainly.
You were telling me about your superstition,
Bryce answered, clinging to a tenuous hope that if he carried on as normal, the dealer might follow his lead. He might not recall he'd sold his highly expensive space weapon at a huge discount, for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, that was it. I never...
He squinted at his team leader, where he was hunched over the console. Murmuring could be heard as the man liaised with workers outside the Bathsheba.
How about I give you a tour of the ship?
Bryce asked brightly.
You said you don't know this model. You might find it interesting. The
dealer ran a hand through the golden mop on his head, which didn't budge a millimetre. The wig had to be cemented on, or perhaps it was real hair, grown within days by a body modification clinic.
I think I would. She's old, but a beauty, and unique as far as I know. You're lucky to have her.
The man really was a connoisseur of ancient spacecraft. No one else would have called the Bathsheba beautiful. Shao looked over her shoulder as the dealer and Bryce got to their feet. Apparently noticing the panic on her friend's features, her mouth opened to an O. Her jaw snapped shut. She pointed at the team leader's back and gave a thumbs up. She would keep the man distracted and cut off from the arms dealer for as long as necessary, or rather, for as long as she could. Bryce escorted the dealer from the bridge. Chapter 40. Thanking the galactic gods, the Bathsheba was a vast ship that took hours to tour. Bryce guided the arms dealer to the top deck and twilight dome. Not only was it far from the bridge and the bow where his team leaders were working, it was usually fairly empty. Except as he stepped inside, he remembered it was one of the areas the Marchonish men had taken for their own. They weren't blatant about their territory-claiming efforts, yet. They used more subtle methods, such as turning silent whenever someone not belonging to their group entered their midst, or pointedly commandeering all the available seats. It was dumb of them to antagonize the very people who had agreed to help them out of a tough spot, especially before the journey had even begun. But the men had been made arrogant by their culture. They clearly saw anyone who was either female or not from Marchon as stupid and inferior. Not that the black dogs took any notice. They knew exactly what the newcomers were attempting, and they would have none of it. All silences were ignored, and if there was nowhere to sit down, they would fetch more chairs from somewhere else. In the twilight dome, no struggle for dominance was going on. The place was filled with Marchonish. They'd discovered the stored drinks behind the bars, and a party was in full swing. Bryce hesitated at the door. Would this be a good or a bad venue to draw someone's attention from the fact they were in the process of losing a huge amount of money? The arms dealer liked to drink. Perhaps he could persuade him to break his superstition. It was the ideal spot. The dealer was gazing up at the partially filled-in transparent dome.
That must have looked great when it was whole. What happened?
There was nothing to be gained in telling him about Mezban and her bomb, or the Regians.
A blowout. The structure must have weakened over the years.
Yeah? The dealer peered upward, his apparently knowledgeable gaze travelling the struts between the overhead sections.
Are you sure I can't interest you in a cocktail? What was it you said when we met? Something to oil the wheels.
The Marchonish men were staring at them. Their tactical silence had fallen. The dealer frowned.
Who are those guys? And what's their problem? Just some passengers we'll be taking with us when we leave. I don't like the look of them. If you take my advice, you'll leave them behind, or drop them off at the first asteroid you see. Your advice is duly noted. Now, how about that cocktail? It's going to be hours before your team is finished. My team that's fitting your... We found some ancient drink recipes in the ship's database. Unusual combinations you would never normally consider. But when you taste them, they're rather special. No kidding. Well, I'll mix you something. You don't have to drink it, only try a sip. Without waiting for a reply, Bryce strode to the nearest bar. A surly man leaned on it. He lifted a lip before asking, "What do you want?" "Get out of my way," Bryce hissed, shouldering the man aside. "Hey,
His companions grumbled and edged closer. Bryce took no notice of them as he hastily splashed random liquors into a glass and finished the drink off with a squirt of soda. He'd never made a cocktail in his life. His concoction probably tasted disgusting, but he hoped to get the dealer drunk as quickly as possible. If the man's stomach didn't immediately press eject when the drink hit it, this recipe should have the desired effect. When he took it over, the dealer accepted it graciously, saying,
"Just a sip, mind. Otherwise it's bad luck."
He lifted the glass to his lips and took somewhat more than a sip. Instantly his eyes widened until the whites showed all around the irises. His face turned red.
"That's,"
he spluttered.
"That's pretty good." "It is. I might indulge myself a little further."
He took a second drink and swirled the liquid around his mouth before swallowing it. He smacked his lips. After smiling like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar, he slurped some more.
"My, you must tell me what's in it."
It's, Bryce racked his brains. He didn't know the ingredients. He hadn't read the labels on the bottles.
"It's a secret family recipe, I'm afraid. I really can't tell you."
The dealer waggled a finger at him.
"There's no need to be mysterious. I won't tell anyone, and you're leaving the system soon, right?"
He drained the dregs of the drink.
"I'm sorry. If I told you, I would bring the family curse down on you, and who knows what might happen."
The dealer considered this response for a second before shrugging.
"Oh well, if this is gonna be my only opportunity to enjoy your wonderful cocktail, you'd better make me another."
"Shit."
"Sure."
Bryce took the man's empty glass and set off toward the bar again. What had he used to make the drink? He definitely couldn't remember. He'd created the chance to render the dealer so drunk he would allow the deal to go ahead, only to fumble it.
"Remind me,"
said a voice directly behind him. Bryce jumped in shock. The dealer had followed him.
"How much are you paying to complete your purchase today?"
Despite the alcohol circulating in his system, the man's gaze was clear and hard.
"I'm not sure exactly. Let me get you that cocktail, then I'll look it up." "No more drinks. Look up that figure right now."
"No problem. Come with me." The Marchonish men watched with interest as he and the dealer walked to the door. Bryce's mind was in turmoil. The dealer had clearly realized something was wrong. What would he do when he confirmed he'd been tricked? His battleship was easily a match for the Bathsheba's old, outdated weaponry, and he had a large team of workers, probably armed. The doors to the Twilight Dome closed, shutting out the curious looks of the newcomers. The passageway stretched out left and right. What should he do? It would be hours before the dealer's team finished fitting the weapon. He couldn't possibly put off revealing the deal was a sham for that long. What would happen then? At the very least, they would lose the weapon they wanted and needed. At worst, they would lose the ship and their lives. They were passing Jace's cabin. On impulse, Bryce slapped the security panel and the door opened. He'd had access to Jace's suite ever since he'd fallen sick. Before he'd lost consciousness, he would occasionally ask Bryce to fetch his personal items.
"What are you doing?"
asked the dealer.
"What's in there?"
"We can access the computer via the interface here. It'll save us time." The dealer blinked and leaned in. The lights came on, revealing a very ordinary cabin. Bryce's chest ached at the sight of small reminders of his friend, like the empty jug and beakers from which Jace would drink char.
"If you're sure."
The dealer stepped over the threshold. Bryce was one step behind. As soon as they were both inside, he closed the door. The dealer asked,
"Where's the interface?"
Bryce's punch knocked him out cold. He snatched the comm button from the fallen man and searched him for weapons, relieving him of a gun in a shoulder holster before dragging him into the inner bedroom. He closed the door and locked it, and then returned to the passageway and locked the outer door too. Finally, he went into the suite's connections via the security panel and cut off its access to the ship's comm system. No one would hear the dealer's hollers or banging. The black dogs wouldn't have a problem ignoring him. The newcomer's involvement would only complicate everything. The unenthralled dealer was safely out of the way for now. What to do with him next was a question for which Bryce had no answer. Carina hadn't included a duped, outraged, very dangerous man in her plan. Chapter 41. When Bryce returned to the bridge, he found a holo on display, and Xiao and the team leader were watching it. "The battle's started," Xiao exclaimed. Streaks of light were speeding across space as the ships fired their pulse cannon. Long beams, particle lances, flashed out, carving into their targets. Tiny flecks representing fighter ships spewed from the bellies of larger craft, spread out and turned in unison, like a shoal of killer fish scenting prey. The happenstance of the space battle was a welcome complication. It would serve as another distraction to the arms dealer's team, and hopefully it would encourage them to work fast, so they could return to the safety of their station as soon as possible. "How are you doing?" Bryce asked the team leader. The man returned his attention to his console. "I'm waiting for the engineers to give me the go-ahead to begin synchronization. From what I've seen, it shouldn't be a problem." He added, "I'm Chertang, by the way. I don't hold with all that anonymity nonsense. It's not like you're going to implicate yourselves by giving us up to station security, is it? So the weapon is actually illegal?" "Oh yeah, about as illegal as they come, according to the current legislation on intersystem warfare. But my boss likes to stay ahead of the curve, developing new weapons ready for when they become legal." "But what if they never become legal?" Xiao asked. "They always do. That's the way things have gone for the history of the war. The latest tech is one step ahead of the lawmakers, but the law catches up eventually." "Whoa, did you see that?" Bryce checked the holo. A battleship had been cut clean in two. The halves were floating apart. Inside, rapid depressurization would be wreaking havoc, hurling crew into space, sucking them through hull breaches, slamming equipment into them. All personnel would be wearing EVA suits as a precaution against such an eventuality, and section hatches would seal, but the loss of life would be massive. Chertang stared, transfixed. Bryce caught Xiao's worried look. She had to be wondering what had happened to the dealer, but he had no way of telling her. Neither of them could mention the missing man without reminding Chertang of his existence. Then, right on cue, he turned from the horrific scene and asked, "Where's my boss gone?" "I left him in the lounge, relaxing," Bryce answered lamely. "Relaxing?" Xiao echoed, her eyebrows lifting, as if to say, "You couldn't think of anything better than that." "No problem," said Chertang. "I need to check something with him." He tried to use his comm button to speak to the dealer, but predictably received no response. "That's odd." "A malfunction, maybe," Xiao suggested. "If it is, it's for the first time. We don't screw up stuff like that." "Then he must have mislaid his button." "That's more likely. I'll have to go and speak to him face to face. Where is he?" "In one of our lounges," Bryce replied. "Really far from here. I'll go and get him for you." "No, don't do that," said Chertang, alarmed. "He would hate the idea I was summoning him. I have to go to him." "Well, I'm not sure where I left him." "You're not sure?" Xiao's eyebrows rose higher. "I'll go and find him." Bryce strode toward the door. "No, Chertang's focus switched to the console. "Great,
An update.
Bryce slipped out quickly. He jogged down the passageway, trying to get out of sight before Chertang finished reading the message. Xiao could make up an excuse about not being allowed to leave the bridge and tell the team leader he had to stay there too, for security reasons. She would think of something. Hours of the weapon installation process remained. They had to keep the workers from discovering the disappearance of their boss until then. After that, Bryce had no idea. But one thing he did know was he had to apprise Van Hasty of the situation. She was in the bow with the other team leader, who they also had to prevent from trying to contact her boss. He didn't want to risk a conversation with Van Hasty the woman might overhear, and he had to do something while avoiding the bridge and awkward questions from Chertang. He took a turn and headed forward. The first people he encountered as he arrived, panting at the bow, were Marchonish men. Were these the same ones he'd seen in the Twilight Dome, drawn by the new activity on the ship? Or were these different? They seemed to get everywhere they weren't wanted, hanging about like a bad smell. They drew aside as Bryce approached. He saw someone he hadn't seen for days, Porcher. The Marchonish leader had put on weight in his short time on the ship. A bulging stomach seemed to be a feature of leaders in the region. "Just the man I want to see," said Porcher.
"Oh?"
Bryce replied, slowing to a walk.
"I'm busy right now."
He carried on past Porcher, but the man followed him. "Something's going on we weren't informed about. What is it? An adaptation to the ship?" Bryce ignored him, scanning between the clustered bodies for Van Hasty. "It's just, if you're doing something to the Bathsheba, we should have been consulted, as per our agreement." This comment drew Bryce to a halt. He faced the man.
"What agreement?"
Entirely without shame, Porcher replied. "Our partnership in the running of the ship," Bryce said darkly.
"That isn't an agreement I remember. There is no partnership. We allowed you to join us, that's all."
"I don't recall the exact words, but it stands to reason we're an equal party in the venture, considering there are more of us than you."
"Your numbers don't mean anything, unless we're talking about the extra mouths to feed while you're out of deep sleep, or the additional chemicals we'll need for the chambers. In fact, stacked up against the colony ship the Black Dogs own, your numbers mean a whole lot of nothing."
Bryce fixed the man with a stare, his hands on his hips. Porcher's men were reacting badly to the conversation, their grumbles growing louder. Porcher held Bryce's gaze for a minute, but eventually looked away, shrugged and smiled.
"There will be plenty of time for negotiations after we set out. As a goodwill gesture, we'll agree to whatever it is you guys are having done to the ship this time. In the future, we'd appreciate some consultation."
Not dignifying this bullshit with a response, Bryce forced his way through the men who had gathered around them. 50 meters farther on, he found Van Hasty. She was alone, standing next to an open maintenance access hatch, her rifle slung across her back. "Are those assholes still hanging around back there?"
"Yeah."
There was no need for any explanation of which assholes she meant. "Damn it, I can't get them to leave us alone. They don't take any notice of what I say. Half the time they pretend they can't hear me."
"Have they been interfering in the installation?"
"Not yet. The engineer's somewhere in there." She nodded at the open hatch. "I haven't seen her for half an hour." Bryce brought her up to date on everything, finishing with,
"So the longer that woman's in a tunnel and not asking where her boss has gone, the better."
"I'll keep her occupied as long as I can, but don't you think it's time we got things moving?"
"What, now? That isn't what we planned."
"I know, but we didn't plan on locking up a furious arms dealer either. We need to improvise." Bryce considered for a moment.
"You're right. I forgot to tell you the space battle our dealer was worried about has started."
"It has? That could work to our advantage. I'll com Jackson and tell him to get the ball rolling.
And I'll message Xiao and tell her to start building power for the test.
Chapter 42. Porcher wasn't difficult to find among his buddies. He was holding court. A bunch of men surrounded him, listening to him spouting off about changes needed aboard the ship. Bryce asked the man standing between him and the Marchonish leader to step aside. When he sneered and refused, Bryce took out his gun and pressed the muzzle into his chest. The man's eyes popped and he backed away, hands raised. Porcher noticed the commotion.
"Hey, what are you?"
Bryce advanced, aiming at him.
"It's time you and your men returned to your ship."
"Why?" Porcher shot a narrow-eyed glance at his supporters, as if to say, "It's happening. You know what to do."
"The deal's off,"
said Bryce.
"Move."
"Now wait a minute. Let's talk this out, like men."
"I don't see you moving. You have 5 seconds."
"This isn't fair. You said
4, 3...
Okay, that's enough. You asked for this." There was a flurry of movement. 2 men grabbed Bryce from behind. His gun was wrested from his hand. "I never liked you," sneered Porcher, as one of the men handed him Bryce's weapon. "Jumped-up teenager, barely out of short pants. It's going to give me great pleasure to—" Jackson appeared behind him, suited up. Porcher jerked forward as something was thrust into his back. "What?" Jackson asked. "I'm dying to hear what's going to give you great pleasure. Don't let me stop you." Porcher grimaced. "Let's not be hasty. I wasn't really going to hurt the kid." "Back off!" a Marchonish man yelled, pulling a gun from the back of his pants. "Let him go!" They weren't supposed to carry arms on the ship. It was one of the conditions of their presence. Not that the mercs had taken them at their word. They were frisked before being allowed aboard. But clearly someone had slipped up. Either that or they'd managed to break into one of the armories. Another man darted forward to snatch Bryce's weapon from Porcher.
"Yeah, let him go."
The men edged in, closing the space around Bryce, Porcher and Jackson. "Kill them both," someone urged. "Then we take over the ship." "Nah-uh," said a voice from somewhere at the back. "That ain't happening." Van Hasty had come up. "It's the bitch," a man called out. A pulse round hissed. Van Hasty was taking the initiative. The bunched-up men broke in a confused wave. Some were heading toward Van Hasty and some were running from her. Bryce was buffeted hard. Something heavy landed at his feet. The Marchonish leader, a smoking hole in his back. "He killed Porcher!" Jackson shot the man aiming at him next. At the same time, Bryce ran at the other armed man and knocked him off his feet. He grabbed his gun. When the man wouldn't let go, he kicked him in the head. "Where's Van Hasty?" he gasped, rising with his weapon back in his hands. Another tide was passing them. The black dogs accompanying Jackson had arrived. They crashed into the Marchonish men. The fight was brief. Any of the newcomers who didn't surrender immediately were executed on the spot. Most of them weren't dumb enough to put up a fight. As the struggle died down, only 6 or 7 bodies lay on the deck. The black dogs led the men from Marchon away. Their heads hung low as reality caught up with them. Van Hasty brought up the rear, her rifle at her shoulder. When she reached Bryce and Jackson, she halted, gazing down at Porcher's corpse. "Damn, I wanted to kill him." "You don't get everything you want," said Jackson. "Ain't that the truth? Where to now?"
"A lot of them are in the Twilight Dome," Bryce replied. "But don't you have to wait here for the engineer?"
"Nah. I mean, yeah, probably. But the longer she wanders around trying to find someone to talk to, the better, right?" As they passed Jace's cabin, Bryce listened for sounds of the imprisoned arms dealer. No shouts or banging could be heard. Either he'd given up, or Bryce's guess at the soundproofing afforded by 2 doors and a room in between was correct. 15 black dogs had already arrived at the dome, as requested by Jackson, and were waiting outside. "This should be fairly easy," Jackson told them.
"Ah, don't say that," Van Hasty protested. "You'll jinx it."
"We only want them back on their ship," Jackson went on. "But they don't get 2 chances to argue about it."
He opened the doors. A pulse round hit his breastplate, scorching it, though it must have been fired at some distance because it didn't seem to hurt him. The black dogs had retreated to each side of the open doorway, out of the line of sight of anyone in the room.
"Damn it, Jackson," said Van Hasty. "What did I say about jinxing it?"
The Marchonish men had overturned the tables and chairs and used them to build a barricade. Word had reached them about their forced evacuation.
"Come out with your hands raised," Jackson called out. "You know there's only one way this can end." "We're not going back to Marchon." "You're leaving the Bathsheba," said Jackson. "Dead or alive. Whichever doesn't matter to us."
"Speak for yourself. I don't want to scrape their bloody carcasses off the deck."
"We would rather die here, like men." "Sure," Jackson replied. "Have it your way. You're pretty dumb men, if I'm honest. But if that's what you want."
He nodded at the black dogs. They piled into the room, rifles blazing. Through the flash of rounds, some tentative hands rose beyond the barricade. A pulse hit one, turning it into a macabre torch. The hand disappeared, its owner screaming. Figures were moving in the shadowy room, running, darting into the corners. Bryce had a feeling the man who had asserted the group's death wish hadn't been speaking for all of them.
"They're giving up. They're surrendering."
The furniture was already ablaze. Fire-suppressing foam spurted from overhead. The mercs gradually ceased firing. Some men lay on the floor, groaning. Others peeked out from their hiding places.
"We'll go peacefully. Just don't shoot."
"Shit," Van Hasty muttered, surveying the smoking, charred scene. "What a mess." While the 2 largest groups of Marchonish men were being rounded up, black dogs had been roaming the ship, finding the rest of the individuals and giving them their marching orders. Despite their swagger, when it came down to it, the men generally did exactly what they were told. Though perhaps that wasn't so surprising, considering the proximity of rifle muzzles to their faces. When the black dogs were confident all their unwelcome visitors had returned to their own vessel, they prepared to disable her engine. The group would be stranded in space, but they would leave them with working comms. Someone would come to their rescue eventually. Then they could tell whoever they liked about the kid on the colony vessel who could disappear at will. The Bathsheba would be long gone. Jackson, Van Hasty, and 2 Merc engineers stood at the airlock, along with a plentiful guard in case the Marchonish men put up a fight.
"Right," said Van Hasty. "So after we kill their engine, that's when we get the women."
"We what?" asked Jackson. "Are you deaf? We get the women. We can't leave them with those pricks."
"We never discussed this."
"We never discussed it because it's obvious."
"Not to me."
"What?"
"How do you know they want to join us?" Jackson challenged. "No one's even seen one, let alone talk to any of them."
"Of course they want to join us. What's wrong with you? Haven't you lived alongside the evolutionary throwbacks controlling them for the past week?
And you're so much better, deciding for yourself what these women want?"
Van Hasty frowned at him. "After we kill their engine, we get the women." Chapter 43. While the expulsion of the Marchonish men had been going on, Bryce had suited up. He decided to accompany the black dogs into the Marchonish ship, driven by curiosity as much as anything. No one from the Bathsheba had boarded her until now. He wanted to see the other half of Marchonish society the men kept so secluded. The vanguard of mercs stepped from the airlock onto the foreign vessel. "What do you want?" a voice called out. The man kept himself out of sight. "We did what you asked. We left your ship. Now leave us alone," Jackson replied. "We have a couple more jobs to finish before we're done." "What are you going to do? Porcher's dead, and so are 7 others. We've paid our dues. Let us go." "When we've finished our business." The mercs were advancing into the ship. Bryce was part of the rear guard, walking backward. In here, their enemy had access to weapons. The black dogs could meet some foolhardy resistance from men whose arrogance sometimes overrode their common sense. The mercs pushed forward. Van Hasty was on point. "Bring out your women. We have a proposition for them." "Ha!" the mystery man replied. "I bet you do. So that's why you're here. You want to steal them. We should have guessed. That's why you forced us off your ship. You never wanted us. You only ever wanted our females." "This is the engine room," said Carter via helmet comm. "Blake, Rees, with me." 3 figures split off and disappeared. The rest of the mercs halted. "We want to speak to the women," said Van Hasty. "Like hell. You want them, you come and get them." "Leave it, Van Hasty," Jackson said via comm. "It's not worth the risk." "No, damn it. I'm not leaving until I've talked to them." "Maybe they don't have any women," a merc joked. "Maybe they only exist in the men's imaginations." "I had a girlfriend like that once," said someone else. "Best woman I ever had. Never complained about anything." "Quit kidding around," Van Hasty snapped. "You're doing a goddamn public service here." "Get out," said the invisible Marchonish man. "You're not having our women, and that's the end of it." A tense pause stretched out. "Van Hasty," said Jackson, "unless you want to search every corner of this ship, with hostiles at every turn." "Wait," she said, before switching to external comm. "I get it. You know they'll leave you in a heartbeat when they see the alternative. You know you don't stand a chance against real men." "You said it, Van Hasty," someone commented. "Shut up, idiot. That isn't true," the voice yelled. "Bitch, you're just trying to manipulate us." "If it isn't true, prove it." Silence. There were sounds of movement and muffled arguments. Bryce had been watching the empty passageway that led back to the airlock. He risked a look over his shoulder, past the black dogs to the passageway ahead. He was just in time to see the first woman appear. He drew in a breath. She was heavily pregnant, her swollen belly pressing against the thin fabric of her dress. Aside from her stomach, she was painfully thin. Her eyes were wide and frightened above her jutting cheekbones, and her long hair was an unkempt mess. The mercs moved uneasily. Van Hasty's enforced rescue mission was no longer such a joke. More women stepped into view. They differed in stature and colouring, but in their half-starved, fearful state they were alike. Bryce quickly counted them before he had to look aft again. There were about 20. Were there more who hadn't come forward? How many had been held back? They would probably never know. "Fuck," Van Hasty whispered. Then, over external comm, she said, "We're inviting you to come with us aboard the Bathsheba. We can't promise you anything much except food, your own space, and whatever else you might need. We're travelling out of this system, destination undecided. You're welcome to join us, but there'll be no going back, and you have to decide now, this minute." Bryce's attention was inexorably drawn to the spectacle playing out behind him. The pregnant woman's eyes shifted to the side, as if conscious of being watched. "You don't have anything to fear," said Van Hasty softly. "We'll protect you." The woman took a step forward. "Ava!" someone yelled. "Don't you dare!" She froze. "It's okay." Van Hasty hoisted her rifle to her shoulder. The woman took another step. The mercs moved aside so Ava could pass between them. "Get back here!" a man shouted. "You're not taking my kid!" He darted into sight. Van Hasty fired and he fell. The women screamed and ducked. Some ran toward the mercs, others sped away. More men appeared, firing. The mercs shot back. Bryce whirled to face the rear. Marchonish men were heading up the passageway. He began shooting. "Fall back!" Jackson hollered. "Back to the ship! Carter, Rees, Blake, where are you?" "Coming," Carter replied. "The engine's dead." Bryce was pouring round after round into the men blocking their escape. Their enemy was in armour, but the barrage began to take its toll. But Bryce's suit was heating up too. He marched steadily forward, forcing a passage to the airlock. Someone stepped right in front of him, one of the Marchonish women, panicking in terror. He thrust her behind. The airlock appeared. The hatch remained open. Perhaps the Marchonish men had some brains after all. Bryce ran for the airlock and lay down cover up one side of the passageway while his partner covered the other. The rest of the mercs and the Marchonish men raced through the hatch. Bryce counted the women. 5. Only 5 out of the 20 or so he'd seen. 5 out of all the women on the ship had managed to get out. Van Hasty was last to enter the airlock. The passageway was empty. Chapter 44. Bryce burst onto the bridge. He'd run here after taking off his armour, eager to tell Shao of the successful de-infestation of the Bathsheba and the handful of Marchonish women they'd saved. Chertang turned to look at him curiously. Shit. The space weapon. The dealer imprisoned in Jace's cabin. The second part of the plan. "Hey," Shao greeted him. She looked tired and anxious. Her efforts to keep Chertang distracted for the last several hours were telling on her. Bryce gaped as he desperately tried to think of something to say. "Our visitors left," was all he could come up with. "Our visitors?" "From Marchon." "Oh." Shao's eyes widened. "Oh, those visitors. That's fantastic news." "A few of them are staying, though." "They are?" "I'll explain later." He faced Chertang. "How's the installation going?" "It's complete. We're ready to move on to testing, but I still can't locate my boss. Did you find him? He needs to be here for the test." "The test. Excellent. Shao, could you—" "I'm on it." She moved to the pilot's console. "Has everyone from your team returned to your ship?" Bryce asked Chertang. "Definitely. It's far too dangerous for them to be out in the black when we fire the weapon. But my boss has to be here. Where the hell has he got to?" Bryce shrugged. "Who knows? It's a big ship. He could be anywhere." He commed Jackson. "Phase 2. Copy." The comm went dead. Chertang's brow wrinkled. "Look, I know something's going on. What I can't figure out is, what are you guys up to?" Without turning around, Shao replied, "It's better you don't know. You seem like a nice person. I don't want to get you into trouble." Into her mic she said, "Strap in, everyone. We're going for a ride." "I'm probably already in trouble," said Chertang sadly as he fastened his safety harness. "Why's that?" Bryce slipped into the nearest seat. "Because whatever it is you have planned, I'm sure my boss isn't going to like it. And when he realizes I've been here all this time while you did your thing, he's gonna blame me for not stopping you." "How could you stop us?" asked Shao. "You don't know what we're doing." Chertang shook his head. "He isn't a reasonable man." "Then why are you working for him?" The pilot was easing the Bathsheba into motion. trickling power into the engines from the large store the generators had built over the last few hours.
I don't have a choice.
Chertang scanned the bridge as if he expected the arms dealer to pop out.
He paid my school fees. It was the only way I could afford college. I agreed to work for him for 10 years once I'd graduated. I was young and stupid, and I didn't understand what I was getting into. I thought when my 10 years were up, I would be free to do my own thing. But do you think a man like that will let me leave? I know too much now. I'll be working for him for the rest of my life.
Xiao and Bryce shared a look. "Hang in there, Chertang," said Xiao. "Things might not turn out how you expect." She swept her screen, and the Bathsheba's thrusters burst into life, slamming Bryce into his seat. It took a couple of minutes for the inertia compensators to fully kick in. During that time, it was all he could do to avoid passing out. Chertang did pass out. His mouth hung open, and his head hung to one side. As the acceleration effects eased, his head flopped forward.
"Is the space battle over?"
Bryce asked Xiao. "It only lasted a couple of hours, luckily for us. I would not have liked to fly into the middle of that. It was a slaughter. I don't know who won, if anyone."
"How long to our destination?"
Xiao consulted her screen. 21 minutes, 18 seconds.
"We're that close?"
"We flew a lot closer when we came to the rendezvous point."
"We're going to need Chertang awake, unless he taught you how to fire the weapon."
"He didn't. We're supposed to receive the instructions after we paid the dealer the remainder of what we owe." Bryce imagined the dealer, trapped, probably bounced and buffeted by the ship's movement. All comms to Jace's cabin cut. He wouldn't have heard Xiao's warning.
"Someone's going to be disappointed."
"Someone is already severely disappointed." Chertang began to come around. He sat upright and blinked.
"Oh, yeah."
He looked worried.
"Now you're awake,"
said Bryce.
"I want to talk to you about something."
"What?"
"The weapon we're in the process of buying, we need you to fire it at something."
Chertang looked from Bryce to Xiao.
"Why me?"
"Because we don't know how," Xiao explained.
"But I could run you through."
"There isn't time," said Bryce.
"We'll only get one chance to make the shot. It has to be perfect. So it has to be you. You're the expert, right?"
"Yeah, but—" Chertang swallowed. "And in return," said Xiao, "you can come with us."
"Leave Lakshmi Station? Leave the system on a colony ship?"
"Yes." He appeared to consider the offer.
"I'm sorry. I can't deny it's tempting. I don't have anyone in particular I'd be sad to leave behind. My family were killed in a Quintonese attack, and my best friend from school signed up as a space marine. He didn't even last a year. But my boss is smart and ruthless. You'll never get away with fooling him. Whatever your plan is, it won't succeed. I can't take the risk." "Maybe if I tell you what you'll be firing at," said Bryce, "you'll change your mind." "I'm listening." After Bryce relayed the information, a smile broke out over Chertang's face. "Do it! That's a brilliant idea. I wish I'd thought of it myself. But you're right, it needs perfect targeting to do the job correctly."
"Great," said Bryce. "Less than 15 minutes to arrival," Xiao warned. He unsnapped his harness and leapt from his seat. Chertang was right. The arms dealer was a smart man. The easiest thing to do would be to kill him, but his workers might be more loyal than his team leader, and they were aboard a fully armed vessel. They would be deeply suspicious after not hearing from their boss for so long, and they might decide to inflict some damage on the Bathsheba to persuade the black dogs to hand him over. As Bryce waited for the elevator to take him to the top deck, the answer to his problem came. Xiao calmed him. 9 minutes.
"I'm nearly there." I figured out what to do with the dealer. Chertang is still on board with the plan.
He's raring to go. The elevator stopped and the doors opened. As soon as Bryce had opened the door to Jace's bedroom, the dealer flew at him, red-faced, bruised and furious. Bryce shot low to avoid killing the man. He needed him alive. The dealer screamed and collapsed, all his anger and energy gone in an instant. He rolled on the deck, clasping his right calf and yelling in agony. Bryce cursed. He hadn't meant to hurt him so badly. But when he looked more closely, the damage didn't seem so serious. The pulse round had grazed him, burning his pants and skin, but not deeply wounded him. He threw the Eva suit at the dealer.
Stop yelling and put that on, or next time I'll aim higher. You'll regret this,
the dealer seethed. But he did as Bryce instructed, fumbling the zippers and clasps.
Hurry up,
Bryce urged, poking him with his rifle. In a few minutes, Chertang would fire the weapon. Then they would only have a short time to get out of range of the dealer's ship. The man put on his helmet. Bryce pushed the muzzle of his rifle into his back and forced him out of the cabin. The nearest airlock would do, he calculated. Once the dealer was outside, his men would be forced to decouple from the Bathsheba and pick him up, buying them precious moments. He checked the time. 53 seconds remained until they reached their target. The ship would be decelerating quickly now. The dealer was saying something and gesticulating as Bryce marched him along. He hadn't turned on his external comm, so Bryce had no idea what he was saying.
I'll kill you for this.
He had found the external comm.
I'll have you tortured until you beg for death.
They were at the airlock. Bryce opened the hatch and gave the man a hard shove, sending him through the opening and down, sprawling onto the deck. He closed the inner hatch and immediately opened the outer one. It was against protocol, but it achieved the desired effect. The fast-escaping air expelled the dealer far away from the ship. 5, said Shao over the ship-wide comm. 3, 2, 1. There was no need for any explanation. Everyone aboard knew what she was counting down to, with the exception of the rescued Marchonish women. "We did it!" Shao announced. "We hit it perfectly!" No one was with him to celebrate, but Bryce didn't care. There would be time to celebrate later. What mattered was the rogue planet, the excuse for decades of war, immeasurable pain and suffering, and the loss of countless lives, and the source of the ill-gotten wealth of Lakshmi Station's elite had received a hit from a weapon so powerful it would break it apart, leaving nothing but scattered rocks and a dusty haze. It was over. There was nothing left for Marchon, Quinton and Gugong to fight over. Their governments and corporations might scramble to find another excuse, but if the Marchonish would-be colonists were anything to go by, the populations were ripe for change. Hopefully they had provided the catalyst. He returned to the bridge. Van Hasty was here and so was Jackson.
"Did you check on the kids?"
Bryce asked him.
"They're doing fine, and they were very glad to hear the Marchonish men are gone."
Chertang was looking pleased with himself.
"What's happening with our business partner?"
Bryce asked Shao. "You mean our soon-to-be ex-business partner?" She looked up from her scanner. "His friends spotted him and are manoeuvring to pick him up."
"Then it's time we left."
"That's exactly what I was thinking." Van Hasty gasped. "Oh shit! What happened to the engineer? She's still here somewhere. Where exactly is anyone's guess?" "She'll turn up sooner or later," said Shao, returning to the pilot's seat. Before she could issue the command to fasten safety harnesses, however, she received a comm. As she listened, her shoulders slumped. She gave a little, "Oh!" To Bryce's surprise, she collapsed onto her console and her shoulders began to shake.
"Shao?"
He got up. At the same time, Van Hasty noticed her. She reached the pilot first and leaned over her. "What's wrong?" But Xiao couldn't answer. She was sobbing her heart out, deep, gut-wrenching sobs. Her face a mask of bewilderment. Van Hasty removed Xiao's comm button and spoke into it. Bryce was close enough to hear Dr. Asher answer. The doctor's words were crisp and formal, but her tremulous tone conveyed her struggle to maintain her composure as she said, "I'm sorry to inform you that Jace died a few minutes ago." Chapter 45. Bryce sat with his head bowed at Carina's bedside. He'd told her that her plan had succeeded. Everything she'd set out had worked, he'd said, with a few wrinkles along the way, though they hadn't managed to find a cure for Nala. Still, she was healthy and she seemed fairly happy. The last part was a white lie. Nala appeared down, in fact, and so was Darius. But Carina didn't need to know that. Should he tell her about Jace? Bryce doubted she could hear anything anyway. She was clearly near death herself. He recalled collecting Darius from her bed. The boy had looked so sad, even asleep. No one had told him Carina would pass away soon. But he knew. Of course he knew. Bryce wondered how he could even begin to offer the boy comfort when he was broken too. He remembered the night he'd met Carina in the tavern on Ithia. He'd watched her from a distance, getting drunker and drunker, drowning a nameless sorrow like so many in that place. He'd followed her out into the street, drawn to her for some unknown reason. He recalled how he'd tried to steal from her to fund the meds he needed to keep himself alive, and how she'd woken and nearly killed him. The memories came flooding back. The journey over the snowy mountains to the Shura fortress, persuading her to trust him on the Shura ship Nightfall when they'd helped her family escape. Her treacherous snake of a brother, Castiel. Sable Dirksen, malevolent and callous. Carina trapped in the battered mech on Ostalon. Both of them riding horses when they'd left the matching. Sitting with her inside the eye of the space-travelling, sentient creature Darius had incongruously named Poppy. They had lived so much in such a short space of time, and now Carina's time was coming to an end. What hurt him most was that he'd never had the chance to tell her how much he loved her. He'd gone to Lakshmi hoping he would be able to talk to her when he returned. But it was too late. She had gone downhill so fast. After explaining the plan to Van Hasty, she had never spoken again. Dr. Asher arrived. Her eyes were deeply shadowed and her face thin and pale. She had suffered through the mage's illnesses too. Bryce couldn't imagine how hard it must be to lack the ability to help your patients, to be forced to watch young, healthy people wither away while you, the medical professional, stood by, helpless. "I think you should call Darius and Nala in here," she said. A tight band fastened around his heart and chest. He swallowed and asked, "To say goodbye?" Asher nodded. "It's advised. It will help them make sense of what's happening, and eventually it will help them to come to terms with it." Hardly able to get the words out, he said, "So she doesn't have long?" "A few hours at most."
"And Parthenia?"
"She and the twins haven't entered the dying process yet, but they probably only have days left. Maybe a week or two." His world was closing in around him, but somehow he had to find the strength to struggle through.
"I'll go and get them."
He forced himself to his feet and out of the sick bay. In a waking nightmare, he walked to the children's suite. The door opened on familiar furniture. There was the table the family used to eat at together, and where Fern and Oriana would create their unorthodox fashion designs. Across the living space was the door to Parthenia's room, where she would hide away, refusing to speak to anyone. That was the sofa Darius and Nala would sit on when they played cards. Where were they? He hadn't checked up on them since hearing the news of Jace's death and hurrying to Carina's side, fearing he might never see her alive again. Did the children even know about Jace? Heavy with guilt, he crossed the living area to their bedroom. Opening the door, he stuck his head around it. Phew, they were both here. Nala was sitting on her bed reading her interface, and Darius was asleep on top of his bed covers. Nala looked up.
"Hi, Bryce. Something wonderful has happened."
"Has it? Tell me about it. I need to hear something wonderful."
"I can read what I wrote before."
"You can read what you wrote? What do you mean?"
"After I had my accident," she explained patiently, "I had to learn to read again. But it was hard and I was very slow. I used to ask Darius to read for me. One day I found something I'd written months ago, a translation of the Mage documents. I couldn't understand it at all, but I tried to read it again just now, and I can. Listen."
She began to read aloud, fluently and confidently, and her pronunciation of difficult words was correct. Bryce sank onto her bed. As he watched her, the truth dawned. The intelligent spark had returned to her eyes. He reached out to touch the interface, pushing it down. She looked up, confused.
"Did I read it wrong?"
"No, you read it perfectly. Could you do something for me? Could you walk to Darius's bed and back?"
She strode the 10 steps, swinging her arms. Her limp had gone. The old Nala was back.
"This is a miracle. You're the same as you were before. I wonder how it happened. What have you done since we returned from Lakshmi?"
"Nothing much, just the usual. Except I had to play by myself because Darius wouldn't play with me. All he would do was lie on his bed and mope. How are Carina and the others? Are they getting better? It's boring staying in here with only Darius to talk to."
Bryce regarded the sleeping boy, and his elation over Nala's miraculous recovery turned to despair as he remembered the awful news he had to convey. Darius was lying on his back, his elixir bottle in his hand. The cap was off, and from its position the bottle was empty. He must have drunk all the contents. That was strange. Why would he need to do a lot of casting? Horror bled into the edges of Bryce's mind. He looked at the sleeping boy more closely. For someone in a deep sleep, his chest was barely moving. Was it even moving at all? Bryce thumbed his comm button.
"Dr. Asher, please come to the children's suite immediately."
He ran to Darius's side and listened to his chest. After 2 seconds of agonized waiting, he heard one beat of the boy's heart. Darius had saved Carina's life once, bringing her back from the edge of death. It was something only spirit mages could do, Carina had told him, but it was at the risk of losing their own lives. Had Darius healed Nala's brain, reinvigorating the dead cells, returning her to her original, highly intelligent state? And had he thereby put his own life in the balance? Just when Bryce thought his world could not become any darker, a new darkness descended. If Darius died, he couldn't see a way to go on. Footsteps sounded in the outer room. Asher had arrived in record time. But it wasn't the doctor who walked into the room, it was Xiao. Her grief over Jace's death still marked her features, but she managed a wan smile. "I've left Bibic in control of the ship. I thought I would offer Darius some more flying lessons to help cheer him up."
He's...
Bryce struggled. The words wouldn't come out. "Stars, Bryce, what's wrong?" She sat down beside him and put an arm over his shoulders.
"I think he might have sacrificed himself for Nala."
"What do you mean, sacrificed himself for me?" asked Nala, looking up sharply. He couldn't hide it from her. She was too smart. She would figure it out anyway.
"You know Darius is a spirit mage, and the rest of your brothers and sisters are star mages?"
"Yes, of course. They don't talk about it much, but I do know that."
"Well, do you remember that time we went to the matching, and Sable Dirksen had the place set alight?"
"It isn't likely I would forget something like that, is it?" "Hold on," said Shao. "What did you say about spirit mages and star mages? What's the difference?" "Spirit mages are far more powerful," Nala answered. Then her expression grew troubled. "Did Darius cast for me? That's why I'm better?" She leapt up. "Is he going to be all right?" Asher ran in. "What's the—" "Stars, no!" She bent over Darius and lifted his eyelids. "He's out cold." She pulled a handheld scanner from a bag and placed it against his chest before running it over the rest of his body. As she read the display, a little of her tension visibly eased. "He has a steady heartbeat and respirations, but they're worryingly slow. Let's get him to sickbay. You can tell me what happened on the way." Bryce lifted the boy into his arms. Shao grabbed Nala. "Why are star mages called that? Is it something to do with the stars?" "They aren't really sure, but it's believed they might derive their power from stars, while spirit mages derive theirs from the energy of the people around them." "It was the star! The star at Lakshmi Station is abnormal," Shao continued. "It doesn't fit any of the categories. It sends out all kinds of weird stuff. The star must have been affecting the star mages like a poison. First it killed their ability to cast, then it got to work on the rest of their bodies. Oh no, no! If I'd realized earlier, I could have saved Jace." She collapsed onto the bed, but Bryce could do nothing to help her. He had to get Darius to sickbay. Chapter 46. They committed Jace's body to the universe the mage way, placing wood, water, iron and earth with it. Unable to supply a real fire, they would cremate him in a blast from the Bathsheba's thrusters, in the same way Carina had burned Mar's body all those months, years ago. She clung to Bryce's arm as the ceremony took place for physical as well as emotional support. By the time the short speeches were over, she was at the end of her strength. Waking up had seemed like a miracle. After that last boost to her metabolism by the stimulant, her descent into her illness had been rapid. She could vaguely remember closing her eyes for what she thought would be the last time. When she'd opened them again, it had been 3 weeks later. Jace had passed away. Nala was better, and the black dogs had successfully carried out her plan, ridding the ship of the Marchonish would-be invaders, and probably also put an end to the 3-system war. What was more, the Bathsheba was now fitted with a weapon so large and powerful, it should deter the most intrepid space pirates. She wondered what Bongo had made of the news the rogue planet had been destroyed. Had he guessed she had something to do with it? Bryce had said his cousin had been there when they'd negotiated with the arms dealer. He had to know he'd been indirectly responsible for the destruction of the planet. She hoped the knowledge brought him some satisfaction. She was certainly happy about it, and she was grateful to Parthenia for her input. Her sister had changed her mind about other people's problems being none of her business. They had gained 7 new passengers while she'd been unconscious. 8 if you counted the baby who was due to be born soon. But they had lost one very important, very loved man, who Carina would never forget. She would miss his calm, gentle presence and wise advice. The airlock opened. 6 mercs carried Jace's wrapped body through the hatch carefully and respectfully. They gently placed him on the deck, saluted, turned, and marched out. It wasn't quite the usual mage funeral, but Carina guessed Jace would have approved anyway. He and the black dogs had grown friendly over their time together, despite their opposing philosophies on life. But then again, Jace could make a friend of anyone, and who could have known him and not loved and respected him? The hatch closed. She closed her eyes and slumped against Bryce's side.
Hey, come on, let's find you a seat. I said you didn't need to stand. Everyone would have understood.
I know, but I wanted to. She allowed him to lead her to the nearest room, where they found somewhere to sit down. I wanted to stay. I should have stayed to the end.
You're only missing the final part. It doesn't matter. Jace has gone. It's just his shell we were saying goodbye to.
I know, she whispered, hunching over as tears spilled from her eyes. Bryce pulled her close.
I don't know what to say to make you feel better. I'm going to miss him too, so much. But at the same time, I'm glad there aren't 5 more bodies in the airlock.
I'm glad the rest of us survived too. I really am, though it might not look like it. Especially Darius. He came so close.
You all came so close. Asher told me you only had a few hours left, and I had to go and get Darius and Nala to...
He took a deep breath, paused, and pressed a finger and thumb to his eyes. When he'd mastered himself, he went on,
Things could have turned out a whole lot worse. If we hadn't happened to leave the vicinity of that star in time, you wouldn't be here now.
If only we'd left earlier. If only I'd figured out the star was having an influence on us. Xiao told me there was something weird about it when we arrived. I didn't pay any attention. I was still angry at her over what she said about Darius at the meeting. I didn't think about the star at all after that. I still don't know how it affected us, but Xiao must have been right.
Right or wrong, I don't care. You're on the mend, thank the stars, though not the one powering Lakshmi Station.
Oriana peeked into the room. There you are. We were wondering where you'd gone. I needed to rest a little, that's all. You'll feel better soon. Fern and I are nearly back to normal. Our bodies resisted the effects of the star longest. That was why Jace was the first to... Her face twisted and she hung her head. It's okay, Carina said. Parthenia also appeared and sat down next to Carina, resting her head on her shoulder. I can't even remember the last time I spoke to Jace, and now he's gone. I'll never get another chance to talk to him. Let's not ever fight again, okay? She appeared to be holding herself together, but the death of their friend had to be hitting her particularly hard. Jace had helped her and Darius when they were lost in the forest on Ostalon. He and Parthenia had always been close. In some ways he'd been the father she'd needed but never had, though who her true father was, Carina remained unsure. I'll never fight with you again, I promise. You're right. You never know when it might be the last time you see someone you love.
I'm going to hold you two to that, said Bryce.
Oriana lifted her head and wiped away her tears. Is there any news on Darius? He should be out of sickbay next week, Carina replied. Dr. Asher said he's making good progress.
She also said he should never attempt to do the same thing again, so it's up to us to keep an eye on him. I'm certainly never taking my eyes off any of you.
That could get old fast, said Carina.
You're just going to have to put up with me.
Have you met any of the new people yet? Parthenia asked. Maybe in a few days when I'm feeling better, Carina replied. I noticed Jackson has a new arm. Oriana said, You should get him to show you what it does. arm things? More than that, but I won't spoil the surprise. Nala wandered in, reading an interface. Hey everyone, I looked something up and I thought you would be interested to know. Seeing her little sister had returned to normal had been one of Carina's greatest joys on waking, until she found out the reason why. But it was good she was better. Okay, spill the beans. Lakshmi is the name of an ancient goddess who bestowed wealth and prosperity on her worshippers.
No kidding, said Bryce. That makes a lot of sense.
Are you talking about Lakshmi Station? Asked Fern, also appearing at the door. Oriana groaned. I'm so glad we're leaving that place behind. I won't have to listen to you mispronounce the name all the time. We never even got to go there, Fern complained. You didn't miss much, believe me, said Carina. I'm very, very happy to be leaving it, and I guess now we have our ability to cast back and we're mages again, we should continue with our plan to go to Earth.
I think that decision requires a meeting, said Bryce.
Yes, said Parthenia. And don't leave me out this time. Carina hugged her. Don't worry, you're invited. The ship suddenly dipped. The 3 children who were standing stumbled, and Parthenia clutched her in surprise. What was that? Fern asked from the deck. Is Bibic at the controls? The Bathsheba swerved upward and then jerked right. What's going on? Oriana complained. Xiao's voice came over the ship-wide comm. Strap in, everyone, quick as you can. A strong gravitational field is pulling at us. The computer can't identify the source. Stars, said Carina. Can't we have a smooth, trouble-free passage for once? Is that too much to ask? The end. This has been Fatal Star, Mage Saga Book 7, written and narrated by J.J. Green. The next book in the Mage Saga series is Galactic Rift, Mage Saga Book 8. For more J.J. Green books, visit jjgreenauthor.com.